Chapter 2737, The gigantic snake had armor-like scales from top to bottom. It actually had a pair of hands growing out of its body too, holding two axes. SSSS. Its tongue looked like a whip. Ah, the youngest among them, Lu Ruoshi, turned pale and took several steps back. That's a big one. Many of the groups became intimidated. Keep the formation, don't falter. Li Jianquan shouted to boost their morale. I'm taking it down. Jia Hui remained fearless and initiated combat. She thrust her sword forward as if it was a poisonous snake too. Go. Jianquan was afraid that something might happen to her, so he followed suit. We're coming. Jiding and the rest rushed forward. They couldn't back down since their target was the lair of these creatures. Clank. 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 The snake swung its axes around in a violent manner. Its scales were extremely tough. Jia Hui and the others made direct contact but couldn't harm the snake at all. Ruoshi lacked actual battle experience and was carelessly struck by the tail. She went flying while vomiting blood. Careful. Jiding jumped over to catch her, leaving herself vulnerable to an incoming slash. During this perilous moment, Jia Hui darted over and stopped the axe with a great shield. Both her and the shield got blown flying. She rolled on the ground for quite a while. She stabilized her stance and showed great courage, attacking the snake lower section from below without caring about her own injuries. The experience at the Divine Mountain truly transformed her. This girl used to be bashful and too shy to talk. Now, she always had a calm demeanor and feared nothing. She had matured from the pain and near-death experiences. Rumble. The seven's alternating attacks were useless, seemingly facing defeat. Wei Zheng was nervous the entire time and almost came to help. Alas, he didn't dare to take the initiative without Li Qiye's command. Fools. Li Qiye said, if one person can't win, then work together to maximize the output. Li Jianquan is the strongest, so he'll be the main force to stop the two axes. Jia Hui, focus on its weak spots to deliver a fatal blow. Xiu Ling and Xiu Qi, you two attack the sides. Xiehong, attack its rear. Jiding, play the role of support and block its sight. Ruoshi, circle and distract it. The losing group found morale after receiving clear instructions from Li Qiye. Ready up, go again. Jianquan rushed straight forward with a shield and sword. Bam! Bam! He directly confronted the two axes. Poof! Jiding unleashed a fireball straight at the snake's head in order to blind its vision. Now! The two brothers, Xiu Ling and Xiu Qi, attacked the two sides. Meanwhile, Wang Xiehong ran to the back of the creature and smashed its head with his hammer. At the same time, the youngest girl ran around everywhere and unleashed numerous different weapons. She didn't stop moving in order to avoid retaliation. In the beginning, their teamwork still had flaws, but as this went on, they started to understand each other and got used to combat. This made the flow of the fight much smoother. SSSSS. The snake bellowed miserably. Jia Hui took advantage of a rare chance and penetrated the monster's body before swiftly retreating. Its gigantic body whipped back and forth before falling on the ground like a pillar. Blood flowed down the ground and the snake became stiff. We did it! We did it! Wang Xiehong celebrated loudly and finally felt pain all over. The group smiled and felt a great sense of achievement. They never dared to think about taking on such a dangerous task before, but today, they have successfully taken down a powerful foe. SSSH. The celebration was short-lived since more green eyes flashed deeper in the valley. Not the time to celebrate. Li Qiye coldly uttered. The group gathered for formation again. There was no time to relax and rest. Just like before. Jianquan was afraid but still maintained a cool head. Go now, don't let them attack together, let's take care of the closest ones first. Jiahui added. Now, Jinkuan was the primary force and needed to be the vanguard. He led the group deeper into the valley. Rumble. Loud explosions and bangings happened all over the valley. Trees collapsed everywhere. A contest between 7 humans and numerous snakes. Jinkuan took the brunt of the damage as the vanguard, so he was grievously injured. He won't die, and I can cure anything less. Wei Jing wanted to join several times, but Li Qiye stopped him. Wei Jing smiled wryly after hearing this, aware of the type of training now. He could only pray for the kids at this point. The battle never stopped in the valley. The group had killed several gigantic snakes after a while, but was nearly routed too. Idiot, you usually only get one chance. Miss it and your friends will die. Li Qiye occasionally criticized the group, always drawing blood on the first prick with his sharp tongue. Even Jiahui wasn't spared after making a mistake. Wei Jing finally saw his merciless teaching method. Normally, he felt that the Supreme Ancestor was still very lenient towards the juniors. Now, this was no longer the case. The Ancestor was brutal and held nothing back. 10 hellish days have passed in the valley. The disciples barely managed to survive, and whenever they made a mistake, they were instantly chastised. They also retreated several times in order to stay alive. After ample rest, they would rush in again despite having unfavorable odds. Their teamwork has gotten tremendously better, the same for their courage and sense of solidarity. Later on, Li Qiye rarely needed to instruct them. They suddenly were able to realize their own mistakes and correct them. The merciless training increased their speed and reaction time too. On the 10th day, the Snake King bellowed and fell to the group. We did it. They made it to the lair after killing the snakes in this valley and began to celebrate. After the group recovered, Li Qiye opened his eyes and said, "This is only the beginning of a long journey. Gather your stuff, time to go." The group got a chill but still followed his orders with haste. 2 days afterward, Li Qiye stopped again and threw them into an abyss. The fog will toy with your mind. This is a test for your Tao heart. Don't go insane down there now. Li Qiye said. The group below looked around and saw nothing but darkness. They became nervous, thinking that this was hell. Calm down, don't separate and keep on reminding each other. Jiahui had experiences with this and warned. They were tortured for more than 10 days down there. Jiahui's Tao heart was tough enough for her to get out sooner. However, she stuck around in order to help her peers. The group eventually made it out. As they headed for Reincarnation Mountain, Li Qiye took advantage of all the perilous locations along the way. He wouldn't let them out without passing the trials. In the beginning, the group dreaded these trials. As time went on, they became accustomed to the toughness and improved greatly. Not just in cultivation but also teamwork, camaraderie, and battle experiences. The 7 didn't abandon each other during the most dangerous events. This type of training didn't come by easily by lingering around in the sect. That's why this arduous journey was necessary. Wei Jing was happy to see this. He was certain that these 7 would become the pillars of Mount Guard in the future. Chapter 2738, The training and ferocious battles didn't stop along the way. The 7 continued to grow and mature with better teamwork and solidarity thanks to the hardship. In the beginning, Li Qiye tested them non-stop, but the frequency decreased later on. It became more of a sightseeing tour. They were closer and closer to Reincarnation Mountain City and met more people during the trips. Some were from Immortal Demon System, but there were outsiders too, even members from non-human races. This broadened the group's horizon. This was their first time on a long trip. They saw many strange things and a diverse group of people. Today, heavy rain came without warning. Of course, even a storm didn't matter to cultivators. However, they didn't want Li Qiye in his wheelchair to be wet. Fortunately, there was a pavilion by the road, so Wei Zheng told the group to come in. The rain showed no signs of stopping, seemingly would last the entire day. As the group wondered about just moving on instead of wasting time here, someone else came in to avoid the rain. He had an umbrella made of oil paper and wasn't in a hurry at all. He looked quite old but still in good spirits. His steps were stable, indicating his robustness. He wore a slightly dated robe that was exquisitely made and kept clean. He clearly came from riches or nobility. He didn't have the aura of a cultivator or any true energy, more like a mortal coming from a scholarly lineage, perhaps a private teacher for a village or an academic. It wasn't strange for him to be here at all, and the youths considered him to be just a normal old man escaping the rain. However, Wei Zheng was much more knowledgeable. He noticed that the heavy downpour and the mud didn't stain the old man's cloth shoes at all. This told him that the old man was a great master. He winked at the youth and signaled them to give the old man a spot. "Grandpa, come sit over here." Li Jianquan gave up his spot while the old man was putting away his umbrella. "Ah, it's rare to see such a polite young man nowadays." The old man laughed and sat down. Wei Zheng held his breath, thinking that this was too much of a coincidence while not daring to pry any further. This young man is a true talent, a true talent. The old man's eyes fell on Li Chia as he praised. Jianquan and the others became confused. They naturally knew just how incredible their ancestor was. However, his current appearance didn't look that impressive at all. Unaware spectators would think that he was only a cripple. That's why they found the praise to be very confusing. On the other hand, Wei Zheng was afraid of trouble since this old man clearly came for the ancestor. Alas, Li Chia seemed to be in an eternal slumber and didn't hear the old man. "I've been studying the Trinity and fortune-telling since youth. I can see that you have an extraordinary appearance." The old man didn't mind the lack of response. "Grandpa, our ancestor is asleep and can't hear you." The young and kind Ruoshi told the old man. It's fine, we're just chatting." "I'm sure the young man can hear me." The old man revealed a friendly smile. Ruoshi wanted to say something else but was pulled to the side by Wei Zheng. She was confused and saw the schoolmaster shaking his head and telling her not to speak. "I can see that you are destined for riches and greatness." The old man spoke as if he was talking to an old friend that he hadn't seen in a long time, not caring if Li Chia was actually listening or not. "In my opinion, you'll live for a long time to come too. So many auspicious signs together. Someone with your appearance will have plenty of descendants living in extravagance." The old man laughed. Wei Zheng couldn't stay calm. The old man clearly came for their ancestors. Who knows if this meeting was out of malice or goodwill? Ruoshi didn't see anything wrong, thinking that the old man was lonely and wanted someone to chat. "Speaking of longevity and having a lot of descendants, young man, our little girl has a similar fate to you." The old man said, "Why don't I read your palm to see if you and the little girl are a good match, how about it?" He looked over at Li Chia and didn't see a response. "I see, I'll take that as a yes." "Alright, I'm taking a look." The old man laughed and grabbed Li Chia's hand. Wei Zheng nearly joined the fray but managed to restrain himself. Even Jianquan noticed that the old man was acting weird by this point. The rest became nervous the moment the old man touched Li Chia. The old man ignored the tension and looked at Li Chia's palm. Next, he took out a pair of glasses meant to alleviate farsightedness from his pouch before resuming the task. "So how is our ancestor's palm?" The innocent Ruoshi watched curiously while resting her chin on both hands. Wei Zheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This little girl was too naive to know that there was something odd about the old man. Incredible, truly incredible. The old man took off his glasses and sighed emotionally. "What do you mean?" Ruoshi was as curious as a baby. "His palm shows that he's a perfect match for our little girl. They're meant to be husband and wife, a match made in heaven and confirmed by the earth. The old man smiled profoundly. That sounds a little exaggerated. She found it unbelievable. The old man excited said, but it is indeed the truth. Young man, looks like you are a good match for our little girl, so how about it? I'm sure you will like her and she'll like you back too. Grandpa, I'm afraid there's a misunderstanding. Our ancestor is a great master, Ruashi happily shook her head and said before being pulled back by Weijing again. Chapter 2739, The old man cleared his throat and continued, Our little girl, she's always been arrogant. Though she doesn't act like it, I can see her high standards, not putting any man in her eyes, let alone liking one. Sigh, she's not young anymore but has no time to find a nice husband. Now, we have the perfect opportunity, young man. I really think the two of you are perfect for each other, so let's go for it. It'll satisfy this old man's wish of being able to hold a cute little baby later. He smiled and patted his thigh, seemingly very happy while imagining a cute baby later. Grandpa, our ancestor is picky too, not just anyone is a good match for him. Ruashi still added despite being forced to the side. Weijing didn't stop her this time and only smiled wryly. That makes the match even better. Our little girl is definitely well suited for him. The old man became serious. I don't dare to comment about other things but she's as pretty as a fairy with perfect features, definitely worthy of being called the fairest. As for her natural talents, she's quick-witted, intelligent, and wise. The old man didn't hold back with the praises as if she was the most peerless woman in the world and could only be found up above. Really? Ruashi was skeptical to hear this. Of course. The old man said seriously, when our little girl shows up, all others will start feeling inadequate and are completely overshadowed. If your lady is really this beautiful and smart, I'm sure she has plenty of suitors and can pick any of them. Why do you want to match her up with our ancestor then? Ruashi asked. You don't get it. The old man patiently said, regular people aren't worthy of our little girl. Even the geniuses and talents are ignored by her for they are no match for her peerlessness. Plus, this marriage proposal is all about fate. I can see that these two are connected by the heaven, but our ancestor and your lady haven't even met each other, how can you be so sure? Ruashi continued. That's why fortune reading is magical. I can tell just from looking at their palm and know that they're meant to be husband and wife. The old man said, I've never been wrong before, yes, they're meant to be together. It's really that magical. Grandpa, then have a look at mine too. She stretched her hand forward. The old man didn't accept it and only took a glance before shaking his head. Fortune-telling is predicated on fate too. Without this connection, forcefully reading the future is leaking the heavens' mandate, I can't do that. Stingy. Ruashi murmured. This is really fate though, it just drops down on your lap without needing to search for it. If you have no objection, young man, then this marriage proposal is settled. The old man turned his attention back towards Li Chia. The group didn't know what to do. This was the strange marriage proposal since the two main parties have yet to meet. I'll take your silence as a yes. The old man laughed, then it's a deal. Come to our clan when you have time later and propose, sir, this won't do. Our ancestor has sealed his six senses and can't hear anything. It's not that he agreed with you, it's that he couldn't hear you. Weijing had no choice but to stop the old man from doing everything on a whim. It's fine, the decision is already made. This marriage will be the biggest event of this generation. People will sing songs about them. The old man happily said. Having said that, he searched in his chest pocket and took out something, a jade pendant exuding green wisps of light. It seemed like a world of green, not made from a piece of jade but refined from a lake with green water, hence the rippling waves of light. It had complicated patterns too that no one could decipher because the pendant wasn't complete. This was only one half of the whole thing. Even a fool could tell that it was an amazing treasure. Its owner must be extremely wealthy or an important person. This is the symbol of the marriage. The old man laughed, our little girl has the other half. Put them together for a perfect piece again. Young man, bring this with you when you come to propose. Having said that, he put the incomplete pendant around Li Qia's neck. Sir, it was too late for Wei Jing to stop the old man. Okay, I've finished one of my wishes, it's time to leave. The old man seemed very satisfied and took out his umbrella. Young man, come propose soon, don't make our little one wait for too long. He added before leaving the pavilion. The group became speechless. Marriage was probably the most important thing for a girl. Their seniors always took it very seriously, but this old man did it in such a trivial manner. They have yet to meet this. He had made this decision and even left a symbol of marriage behind. This was strange in both the mortal and the cultivation world. Sir, Wei Jing calmed down and ran out, but the old man was nowhere to be found. He's not there. Jianquan's group ran out too, but the path was empty. They clearly saw him walking out earlier, but he disappeared from sight in a matter of seconds. Don't tell me we've just seen a ghost, the naive Ruoshi shouted in horror. They have killed so many monsters in recent days, but she was still just a young girl. Something as ominous as a ghost still frightened her. No, Jiding felt a chill after hearing this too. Ghosts don't exist. The so-called ghosts are just monsters playing around. We've actually met a master just now. Wei Jing shook his head and sighed. What should we do, schoolmaster? Jiehui looked at the pendant and asked. I don't know. Wei Jing got a headache. Their ancestor suddenly got a fiancé out of nowhere. The worst part is that they have become witnesses to this proposal. Hey, the rain stopped, Jianquan noticed. It was quite a coincidence. The heavy downpour stopped right after the old man left. Let's go. Wei Jing had no choice but to wait for Li Qia to wake up and deal with this issue. It was beyond his station. He knew that the old man was a true master and he couldn't have stopped it anyway. Chapter 2740, Amitabha. A Buddhist chant could be heard right when the group was about to move on. A monk appeared by the entrance of the pavilion and stopped them. His kasaya has lost its color from being washed too many times and turned white in the process. However, it was kept tidy as if he had just gotten out of the door. Perhaps he focused on keeping a clean and proper appearance. It was hard to tell the monk's age. His spirited eyes would deter people from calling him old. They belonged to someone around 20 years of age. However, to call him young would be inaccurate due to his white eyebrows. Time has left a number on his complexion as if he had experienced numerous rains and winds. He stood in their way and seemed to be a traveling monk. Master. Wei Jing didn't want trouble and placed his palms together to greet the monk. He then stood to the side so the guy could come into the pavilion. Amitabha. The monk returned the greeting and said, Benefactor, would you like to form a positive connection with me? Wei Jing was surprised to hear this. He took out a silver item from his chest and handed it to the monk. Master, I was in a hurry and didn't prepare enough Buddhist offering, here is a little amount to buy some incense sticks, please accept it. The monk didn't accept the offering and still maintained the same pose. His eyes fell upon Li Qia. I am connected by fate with this benefactor, so here I am wishing to build a positive karmic bond. Wei Jing's expression changed again, thinking that this monk came here specifically for their ancestor too. Master, you're kidding. Our ancestor has never left our place before. Wei Jing chuckled awkwardly and said. That grandpa earlier said that their daughter is connected by fate with our ancestor too. Don't tell me your clan also has a daughter at the right age for marriage. On the other hand, the young Ruoshi became curious. Ahem, Wei Jing cleared his throat to tell the innocent girl to stop. Meanwhile, the others wanted to laugh but had to hold back. Amitabha. The monk didn't become angry and said, I am alone and do not have a daughter, but if the benefactor follows me, he can pick any of the 3,000 great beauties from my ancient kingdom. Really? Your ancient kingdom has that many great beauties? Ruashi's interest was piqued. Monks do not lie. The monk said solemnly, my ancient kingdom has billions of citizens and millions of cultivators. The princesses and saintesses there are all kingdom-toppling. Can someone be this lucky? Ruashi tilted her head and stared at her ancestor. This was too unbelievable, one person after another just coming to offer the ancestor beauties. How could someone have such romantic luck? It's almost like a free pie falling down from the sky or a fantasy. The rest of the youths glanced at each other in amazement as well. Only Wei Zheng had a dejected expression, fully aware that this pie was anything but free. Master, since when have you become a matchmaker? A voice as clear as an oriole interrupted their conversation. The group looked over and saw another girl standing by the entrance. No one noticed when she got there as if she has been there the whole time, it's just that no one could see her before. Her blue dress was loose and hid her figure very well. Of course, one could still see the faint outline of her exceptional figure. She also wore a big hat with an attached silk veil. This long, blue veil shrouded both her face and her upper half. It gave the sense that she was a mysterious flower hidden by the fog. No one could see her clearly. Her appearance naturally surprised the group. Wei Jing cursed his luck even more. This was the third person who came with unknown intentions. Amitba. The monk instantly greeted the girl and said, I'm not sure how to properly address you, is it senior sister or martial aunt? The group found this surprising. One could see that the monk was relatively old but the girl seemed to have a higher status than him. This appeared to be their first meeting. No, senior brother, I have heard of your fame long ago. The girl in blue bowed back and said, I didn't think I would be lucky enough to meet you right away after leaving the sect. I see, nice to meet you, junior sister. The monk inquired, is the ancestor doing all right? I'm afraid I can't say. The girl shook her head. Amitba. The monk performed a full respect ceremony towards a particular direction before speaking again, I couldn't come to say goodbye to the ancestor, please send my regards later. He and I are connected by fate. The girl nodded before looking over at Li Chia and said. Though one couldn't see her features, they could her beautiful eyes that were as bright as the stars through the veil. The group didn't know what to say. It sounded as if everyone in the world was somehow connected to their ancestor. You want to marry our ancestor too? Ruashi couldn't help but ask. No, I will stay near and watch him. The girl answered. Amitba. The monk joined right away, junior sister, is this your idea or the ancestors? Senior sister, the ancestor didn't speak on this issue. The reason I came out to the secular world is to deal with a karmic string that ties me and him together. I see, it's good that it is not the ancestors' will. The monk said, I'm afraid we have a conflicting view then. I must cross him over in order to illuminate and save everyone. You think he is your savior, senior brother? The girl looked at the monk and asked. Amitba. There are only Buddha and the well-being of all in my heart. I must do something in order to stop him from falling on the evil path and cause destruction everywhere. The monk shook his head. This conversation utterly confused the group. Why was the evil path suddenly brought up? Yes, our views on this are opposite indeed. The girl disagreed, the heavenly change heralds a monster. There will be someone who will flatten various ominous potentials. I believe that this person is him, someone who can change the future. The heavenly change heralds a monster. Wei Jing murmured to himself. He had heard of this phrase before since it was very popular years ago. Junior sister, your fate reading is masterful. The monk said, however, you are coming into this world with an optimistic perspective. Open your heavenly gaze and perhaps you will see the presence of evil. I might be entering the mundane realm but I'm still disconnected unlike you who is stuck but wishes to leave. And no, I don't have an optimistic perspective. I'm actually reading everyone while maintaining the highest level of caution. The girl shook her head while looking at Wuxia. I've opened my heavenly gaze already and saw the evil presence in him. That's not because he is evil, just something nefarious is dormant in there. The era has begun and it has something to do with him. There are signs of him being able to overcome the ominous situation. The girl paused a bit and continued. Then what is your plan? You wish to stay around and protect him, not allowing the dormant evil to take over? The monk asked. What about you, senior brother? The girl answered with a question. Chapter 2741, Amitabha. A monk like me toils for living beings. I will cross him over. The monk placed his palms together while putting on a serious expression. Cross him over? What do you mean by that? Do you want him to join the Buddhist doctrine, kill him, or just imprison him? The girl smiled, looking as beautiful as 100 blossoming flowers. The group instantly looked at the monk in a different manner and became cautious. They clearly viewed him as an enemy now. That's a bit too much, junior sister. Monks are merciful and do not kill wantonly. The monk frowned and said. Plenty have been killed by you. The girl smiled and said. Amitabha. The monk placed his palms together. Buddhism grants salvation to the faithful ones, I simply crossed them over to paradise, saving them in a sense. The monk avoided using the word killing and sounded very benevolent. However, upon closer inspection, the group found him to be full of bloodlust as if he had killed millions and crossed over their lost souls. You're talking about killing people, right? Ruashi stared curiously at him. Wei Jing became afraid and pulled Ruashi back, thinking that this monk might actually kill her. Amitabha. The monk sincerely answered, crossing people over to the paradise is my responsibility. Buddha teaches that anyone can be saved by letting go of their blade. That's all I'm doing, getting people to let go of their evil, mortal shell. Got it, so it's killing, Ruashi concluded after listening to the monk's implicative words. Senior brother, you have twisted our ancestors' grand Tao. The girl disapproved. He gazed into the world and changed its momentum in order to find a method to save everyone. You claim to have the heart of a bodhisattva and the capabilities of one. However, you're just trying to destroy your own obsession instead of actually ridding the world of evil. Junior sister, of course I am insignificant compared to the great ancestor. Alas, I'm still offering everything I have for the world. The monk shook his head. I've heard the seniors talk about you before. The ancestor viewed you highly after meeting you, unfortunately, your obsession binds you, preventing you from saving people. The girl said. I am ashamed. The monk listened attentively to the criticism. He and I are connected, so I will take him away, please don't stop me, senior brother. The girl changed the topic. Amitabha. The monk replied, I'm afraid you will be disappointed, junior sister. I also wish to do something good with this benefactor for the sake of all. We're connected by fate as well. The monk clearly didn't relent about this issue. Meanwhile, Jiankuan and the others kept on staring at the girl then the monk. They felt that this duo was very strange. They seemed to have the same ancestor but not from the same sect. They spoke in a respectful manner but wouldn't yield either. So you must oppose me, the girl said. Amitabha. Yes, the fateful connection is deeply rooted, so you will have to excuse me. The monk gave a straightforward response. Wei Jing was certain that this polite conversation wouldn't last much longer. A battle could break out at any second. Senior brother, I entered this world specifically for him. I will not return to the sect before forming a karmic bond, so this is the last time I'm asking, will you yield? The girl remained steady. Amitabha. I also wish to help you, junior sister, but on the other side of the scale are all living beings. I am helpless. The monk said. So a battle between us is inevitable. The girl's eyes narrowed and became blinding like the stars. So how about this, the loser will have to leave. She proposed. I agree. I'm interested in seeing your graceful blade. The monk solemnly said, I've seen it in passing back in the sect and it was truly amazing. It will be an honor to see the ancestors' art once more. You will see it again now. Her eyes turned cold and her voice sounded like the clanking of a sword. Amitba. The monk exuded a Buddhist light, his eyebrows arched aggressively and made him look like an untouchable king. This Buddhist glow was rather gentle in nature yet it felt unbeatable. He could stand there and suppress an entire age. Clank. The girl also started glowing in a gentle manner, almost like the flow of water. However, when this flowing radiance spread, people could sense a sword intent soaring to the sky. A treasure trove of swords seemed to be opening with enough power to flatten the world. The group became afraid after sensing these two's terrible power. They were clearly monstrous existences that could kill little guys like them with no problem. Humph. However, a thunderous scowl interrupted the duel. This noise mercilessly slammed the duo like lightning bolts. Their radiance instantly collapsed, forcing them to stagger backward, seemingly wounded. The rest of the spectators were startled and realized that it came from Wuxia. The duo was shocked too and became frozen. Scram! Wuxia stated his supreme will. Everyone shuddered before his command, even the strongest true emperors and mighty masters. My apology. The frightened monk bowed with his palms together and left without any hesitation. I'll be back. The girl in blue hesitated for a bit but still bowed then left. After the two left, Wuxia still sat there without batting an eye as if nothing had happened. Wei Zheng and the others became drenched with cold sweat, thinking that their ancestor was the real master. Young noble. Jia Hui quietly said. Alas, Wuxia didn't bother responding, seemingly lacking interest in these trivial matters. She heaved a sigh of relief. Only their young noble could take care of these troublesome masters. Let's go. Wei Zheng no longer wanted to linger in this place to avoid further complications. He has been frightened enough times already today. The group gathered their things and hurried back on the road. Fortunately, nothing else happened along the way. The old man, monk, and girl no longer showed up. Wuxia also didn't wake up again to force the group into training. Thus, they moved with swift speed towards Reincarnation Mountain. Wei Zheng knew that the final training location would be there and led the way. They were about to get there ahead of schedule. Before actually reaching the city, one could see majestic mountains on the horizon. Some of them were too high in the sky to see the summits. These mountains spanned for 100,000 miles or so, creating an independent world. On top of them were old and stately palaces and shrines. Each was big enough to be classified as a city. Chapter 2742, Reincarnation Mountain was Immortal Demon System's largest city. The entire place had a territory of 1 million miles, perhaps even more. It was more apt to call this place a kingdom rather than a city. However, there was one distinct difference. The buildings here were built on mountains. Thus, while looking from the outside, everyone would find architectures among the stars due to the height of the peaks, quite a mysterious and awe-inspiring spectacle. There were about 10,000 or so cities scattered among the mountains. However, only a few were famous. They were connected by numerous rainbows that look even more beautiful after the rain. These rainbows were actually divine bridges, a way to travel between mountains and cities. Many sects chose to stay around this area, giving it a special status. It didn't belong to one particular sect or power. No one could rule it since it belonged to everyone in Immortal Demon System. People could come and stay for as long as they like with no entry restrictions. The city was ruled by Longevity Hall and all over sects via deliberations. If any cultivator or sect had feuds with each other, they must leave these personal problems aside after coming into the city. The only exceptions required consent from both parties to have a fight in the city. Otherwise, the aggressive side would need to wait for their enemy to leave the city. Those breaking this rule would have to suffer sanctions and punishment from the rest of the system. That's why everyone considered this city to be a safe asylum. More often than not, when a sect was on the verge of destruction, they would move all of their disciples here to seek refuge. This resulted in the city becoming home to many homeless disciples since their sects were no longer around. For millions of years now, no one has dared to break the armistice found here. The reason was very simple: the cities were built by everlasting forefather, from the individual buildings to the peaks. His rules became the supreme laws. To violate them meant being disrespectful towards the great ancestor, and the punishment could be banishment. So the top of the city had plenty of buildings. People were curious about the base consisting of large plains and valleys. Could people also stay in these places? Unfortunately, the answer was no, because they were actually ancient battlefields. These battlefields were an incredible place for training. Strong and qualified disciples would go there to train because it was so effective compared to other places. Future generations didn't know the background of these places. According to the founding legend of Immortal Demon System, the forefather dragged back these places from the depths of immortal lineage, then refined them into his own system. The group was right outside now, and Wei Zheng became emotional while looking at the massive cities. Our sect also had several seats and a large estate in this city back then. He told the juniors. We had an estate here. The young ones became excited. Their current sect looked like a small village compared to the grand scale here. Thus, they were country bumpkins visiting the city for the first time. The juniors felt honored that their sect once had territories in this place. Yes, Mount Guard used to have more than 100 residences here and a massive mansion. Wei Zheng said softly. What happened to them? Jie asked, aware that they no longer had them. Wei Zheng smiled wryly and shook his head. We sold them during the hard times. The sect spent a lot of money on buying pills in order to groom potential talents. This eventually led to bankruptcy and being forced to sell. He felt bitterness about the sharp fall from grace. Their glorious sect was reduced to a third-rate one now. Another reason was because Reincarnation Mountain is too far away from our Mount Guard. The ancestors needed to use too many true stones in order to open the Tao portal for conferences. This expenditure became too much, so they decided to withdraw from this place. Wei Zheng added. Mount Guard naturally wanted to keep their territory in this place, but it couldn't keep up with the expenditures. The group became quiet after listening to their schoolmaster. The present was less optimistic for their sect. We'll buy them back again, both our properties and our influence here. Maybe not today, but we'll get it done during our generation. Jie eventually broke the silence. She spoke in such a confident manner that no one could question her determination. The responsibility of revitalizing the sect is on you all. Wei Zheng was happy to see the group being positively motivated by Jie. To the ancient battlefield. Li Qiye suddenly interrupted the morale call. The group didn't dare to mess around and instantly headed towards one battlefield. The battlefields below the cities were different with unique characteristics. Li Qiye told them to go to one placed between two mountains with a stone path for an entrance. After walking up the steps, they saw a massive battlefield ahead. Broken weapons and armor plates scattered everywhere along with cones. They have lost their divinity because too much time has passed. Nevertheless, these weapons were clearly exceptional judging by their materials. Alas, the tough battles in the past still took them down. This battlefield had broken mounds, temples, and deep pits, signs of the destruction that took place here. So this is an ancient battlefield? Ruoshi murmured while looking at the area filled with fog and mist. This was their first time seeing one, same for Wei Zheng too. His sect didn't have enough resources to take him here during his youth. Even if they were willing to make the long journey, they didn't have powerful seniors to escort them either. It has been eras since the last battle, but the bloodthirst and battle intense remained. It seemed that numerous lost souls were still roaring and battling it out. Chapter 2743, It was moving watching this place. One could sense the dead combatants' unyieldingness while standing outside and couldn't help but feel respect. Wei Zheng and the others naturally felt the strong battle intense and became emotional. One could easily imagine the ferocious battles that took place here. The dead soldiers still wanted to fight after so many years. Get out of the way. Suddenly, they heard loud shouting from the back. A group came from behind, young enough to show that they were here for training. Their attires indicated their high upbringing. All of them had an air of nobility and expensive trinkets and treasures. Poor kids like Li Jianquan's group from a tiny sect couldn't compare to them at all. Among them was a girl whose dressing style was actually less pompous. However, her temperament seemed to be one of arrogance and pride. They started shouting despite being very far away as if Jianquan's group was in the way. In fact, Jianquan and the others weren't blocking anyone's path. The entrance was large and they only occupied a tiny part. Nevertheless, they still moved to the side, not used to dealing with the imperious disciples from the bigger sections. Bam! A whip struck the ground near Jianquan, nearly hitting him. One of the male disciples in this new group shouted aggressively, "Be smart and stand to the side." This clearly had nothing to do with the path itself. The newcomers simply wanted to act in a pompous manner and bully cultivators from the smaller sects in order to bask in their perceived superiority. Jianquan restrained himself since the whip didn't hit him. They didn't want any trouble. Nay, they couldn't afford to provoke these bigger sections. However, the young Ruashi lacked patience and voiced her dissatisfaction. "There is plenty of room left, so why should we key dash?" Wei Jing stopped her from continuing since he was used to this type of scene. "Oh, got a problem?" The male with the whip stopped and glared at her. "I'm merely speaking the truth." Ruashi was still annoyed. "She's too young and naive, please don't mind us." Wei Jing hurriedly jumped in and smiled at the male disciple. The youth snorted and forgave them after seeing Wei Jing's apology. Meanwhile, the girl at the center noticed Jiehui and her crown. "You're that new sage from Mount Guard or whatever?" she arrogantly asked while looking down on Jiehui. "Yes, that's right." Wei Jing smiled and put on a humble tone. "What a load of crap." The girl said with disdain, "Not just anyone can wear that thing, don't lose your head now." With that, this group entered the ancient battlefield. Wei Jing's expression changed but he didn't retort. The group didn't stop at this particular battlefield but moved on to a mightier one. "Schoolmaster, they were ridiculously arrogant, why did we need to apologize to them? So unfair." Ruashi complained. "Fair or not, you need to watch it when we're outside. Provoking someone stronger can bring about a disaster. This is a world where the strong eats the weak and a loose tongue may cause a lot of trouble." Wei Jing said with a serious expression. "Do laws and justice not matter?" Ruashi has only become a cultivator recently, the newest disciple among the group. Jianquan and the others were used to this and didn't feel the same level of indignation. "If you want justice, then speak with your fist and take him down." Li Qie suddenly opened his eyes and said. "But that will make me the same as them." She tilted her head in response. "There will be a big difference. If you're only strong enough to beat them down, then you're limited to maintaining the justice you so desire. However, if your fist is strong enough, you'll be able to change the rules in a region or the entire world. You'll become the law, able to create a sect of righteousness or a fair world. Of course, you can also create a world where you're the number one, the sky's the limit. Remember, laws and orders require strength and force to maintain. If you want justice, then make yourself stronger first." Li Qie elaborated. The group was moved. They simply wanted to become stronger and cultivate better merit laws in the past and have never contemplated about deeper issues. They learned something new and desired strength even more. When one's fist is strong enough, they'll become the laws. This phrase encompassed plenty of logic in life. And the chance to grow stronger is before you all now. Go train, lose some sweat and blood. Your effort will craft the life and world you desire. He insipidly said. Remember the ancestors' teachings. Only blood and sweat will change the world into something you want. Wei Jing emotionally said. He also benefited from this speech. The group took a deep breath and bowed towards Li Qie. Alright, let's begin. Go up to that altar and worship the progenitor. Li Qie pointed at an altar and said. Next to the battlefield was an old and broken altar. Nevertheless, it still had a majestic and sacred aura. There was one altar like this in each battlefield. The group exchanged glances and tidied their clothes before slowly climbing up the altar. They then respectfully kneeled before the memorial tablet up there. Under Li Qie's guidance, they channeled their cultivation laws. Buzz. The texts of their merit laws appeared above them and poured down strings of light. These strings of light circled around them, seemingly becoming a protective barrier. After entering, you all will face the lost souls. Remember, when your barriers are broken, you will be teleported back to the city. When feeling fatigued, come closer to these statues and you will be rejuvenated. However, losing and being teleported back numerous times is shaming me. Li Qie pointed at the battlefield. The group saw several statues erected in that place. Though the face wasn't clear, they could tell by the aura that it was the progenitor of immortal demon system, everlasting forefather. If you can defeat this battlefield, then keep on moving. Outside of power, this is also a test for your Dao heart to see how long you can last. This makes it a good training ground to gain actual battle experience and polishing your Dao heart. Don't lose so fast after just several rounds and humiliate me. Li Qie sternly said. Chapter 2744, The group made their way onto the battlefield after ample preparation. They had a formation ready for the push. Li Qie had taught them a mighty formation that was suitable for the 7 of them. Boom! The moment they got inside, the ground suddenly cracked open and a corpse jumped out. This corpse belonged to a giant and was considerably taller than the group. It had 4 arms, 2 coming from the ribs. Each was grabbing a sword just as tall as the monster. The swords have rusted but were still full of divinity. Let's go. The group exchanged glances before roaring. They started glowing with runes appearing beneath them. They relied on the same strategy as before, Jinquan taking the vanguard with his sword and shield. He rushed forward, each step carried enough power to issue loud explosions. However, he didn't make contact before the corpse disappeared from sight. It instantly emerged again inside their formation and caught them off guard. Whoosh! It swung all 4 swords mercilessly at Gui Jiahui. Here! Jiahui hurriedly retaliated with a horizontal slash straight at the 4 swords. Boom! She couldn't withstand the impact and got blown flying while vomiting blood. The corpse didn't let up and released a long sword energy wave straight for her. The alarmed girl summoned a shield but it got destroyed. The slash made direct contact. Watch it! The group shouted. Crack! The sounds of bones breaking appeared and the defensive barrier around her crumbled. Buzz! She got teleported away. Take it down! The group finally caught up to the corpse and attacked. However, the 4 swords danced wildly. The group couldn't hold on for long and got repelled as well. Buzz! Their defensive barrier crumbled one by one and they were forced out of the battlefield. The group didn't last long against this powerful corpse. Li Qie didn't comment on their failure. After a while, the group appeared by the entrance again for another attempt. Idiots! Li Qie coldly uttered without bothering to look at them, beaten even before using the formation, you would have died 1,000 times already on this battlefield with such meager skills. The group lowered their head in shame. This was the most powerful foe they have seen since their training. Alas, they were actually underestimating the enemy. A while ago, certain trials took them down, but they always came back victoriously. Thus, they became complacent and overconfident in their skills and teamwork. Unfortunately, they couldn't even utilize their formation this time around before being defeated. Li Qiye threw them some ointments and said, "If you lose after 1 or 2 moves again, just go back to mount guard." He was easy to speak to normally, but his stricter side came out during training. The group accepted the medicines and recovered. This ointment was amazing, allowing them to heal from grievous injuries right away. They asked their progenitor for help once more before re-entering the battlefield. Boom! They released their vitality and true energy, so runes emerged around them. The formation beneath their feet appeared once more with loud rumbling resembling the opening of a treasure grove. They became shrouded in bright lights. Though no visual phenomena appeared from this manifestation of power, it looked like they had a power source in their chest. One could sense the majestic power from the formation already even before an attack. They stuck to the right positions and the radius of the formation turned into an endless source of power. The name of this supreme formation taught by Li Qiye was 7 Stars Hidden Formation. He created it himself. The group tried their best to learn it along the way and became quite proficient at it. They were no longer in a hurry and preferred to be prudent as they pushed closer towards the 4-armed corpse. Clank! The corpse chaotically slashed at the group, resulting in powerful sword waves. Boom! The formation opened like a peerless treasure trove. 4 shields flew out and stopped the incoming slashes. It's time! Jianquan gave the order and performed the same steps forward again. Thousands of weapons hidden in the formation rushed forward with him. The corpse retaliated with 4 palm strikes. They pressed down from above with enough force to crush the sky. Jianquan and his weapons barely stopped the suppressive palms. More golden light oozed from the treasury. Numerous pillars appeared and support his frame, allowing him to withstand the attacks. Alas, his cultivation was insufficient, so he staggered backward. At this moment, his allies took action. Zhao Zhiding performed her encroaching flame and the treasury resonated with her. It also released a flame dragon. The beast roared and flew straight towards the corpse. Meanwhile, the 2 Ling brothers also activated the formation. They turned into divine eagles with iron claws and started an assault. Wang Xiehong tapped into the treasury and unleashed a flurry of stars. As for Ruoshi, she gained the power of a dragon and began distracting the corpse. Jiahui joined in with lightning speed. The treasury turned her into the sharpest spear thrust straight at the corpse's chest. This move was impressive enough because the formation granted her both sharpness and plentiful Grand Dao power. The spear penetrated the corpse's hands and reached its chest. Alas, it still managed to prevent any real damage by parrying with 2 swords. The corpse became crazy and activated a sword formation above its head. A rain of swords started descending. The group roared and utilized their own formation to the limit. It built a divine wall to stop the wave of swords. The great formation allowed them to use powers far above their current cultivation. Most importantly, it was versatile enough to deal with any situation, switching from offense to defense in the blink of an eye. Alas, they were still too weak and couldn't actually use the formation to its true potential. Rumble. The fight became unfavorable and the formation frontline was being affected. Fool, your virtuous crown isn't mere decoration, use this powerful treasure already. Li Qiye loudly reminded the girl. Buzz. She activated her crown, releasing the holy power within. Chapter 2745, The activation of the crown allowed Jiahui to launch an offensive wave on the corpse. Unfortunately, the group was still at a disadvantage. Their formation was chaotic now. Re-establishing the formation lines and assuming various responsibilities weren't that easy. Their struggle only served to buy time, defeat seemed inevitable. Their cultivation was far inferior compared to the four-armed corps, they relied on the formation and their teamwork to barely hold on. With the formation in disarray, they have lost half of their advantages, so it was impressive that they were still in the fight. This was due to the teamwork gained from the previous training. Fools, retreat to the progenitor's statue. Come up with a plan, then try again. The struggling seven started retreating while repelling the corpse. They finally made it to the closest statue. The supreme runes on top of their heads started buzzing and resonating with the statue. The statue sent out a supreme light with an untouchable might. The corpse didn't dare to get close and could only stare at the seven. If they dared to take half a step away from the statue, it would start the ferocious offense again. Try your best now, your lives are in your hands. Li Qiye told the group as they were trying to come up with a new strategy. Let's go. He then told Wei Jing. Wei Jing didn't dare to disobey and started pushing the wheelchair away. They didn't get far before he looked back at the group. Ancestor, I think this might be dangerous. Wei Jing couldn't help but worry since this was the group's first time away from home and acting without supervision. After all, Li Qiye might have thrown them into dangerous locations before, but he was still there. This was no longer the case now. Unfortunately, Li Qiye didn't answer him and assumed his hibernating state. The seven were afraid after Li Qiye left. His presence gave them courage and confidence in the past. After all, their ancestor could handle the sky falling down. Now, they were all alone. What should we do? The relatively young Wang Xiehong felt his scalp tingling. It's time for us to take care of ourselves. Jie Hui said, the young noble can't watch over us forever. She had the most unyielding Dao heart out of the group. Junior sister is right. Let's take this slow, we'll figure it out eventually. Li Jianquan took a deep breath and motivated the group. Li Qiye believed that they wouldn't be able to mature into real masters under his protection. He ordered Wei Jing to push him into the closest city. This particular one wasn't the largest but was one of the oldest. In other words, it was made by everlasting forefather. Since there were plenty of cities in these mountains, the new ones were built by future generations, not just the forefather. They stopped after reaching the gate. There was a gigantic statue of the forefather outside, its head was shrouded. Li Qiye sighed after seeing this. This was a very good depiction of the old man. Though he was no longer alive, he left behind many legacies. Wei Jing continued into the city to look at the wall. Each city had a wall facing outward and a Dao platform. The Dao platform was the teleportation area for those who have failed the training. The walls seemed to be useless because of the locations. They had ancient diagrams carved on them. For millions of years now, people believed that they were mere decorations. These walls were cut from a massive piece of rock, extremely sturdy and heavy. The diagrams carved on the surface included images and archaic symbols, virtually impossible to comprehend. Few in history have been able to understand them, and Li Qiye was one of them. He had inherited pretty much everything from everlasting Shao. No one else understood the old man more than him due to the time they spent together. Wei Jing pushed him before these diagrams. He still didn't open his eyes to look at them. Wei Jing glanced over at the Dao platform nearby, thinking that Li Qiye was here to wait for the group to come out after failing. Alas, this wasn't the case. Li Qiye was observing the diagrams using his heart and mind, not his eyes. He could only spare a tiny portion of his divine intent to figure out these mysteries. The rest of his divine intents continued to suppress and destroy the supreme existence inside his Dao heart. These diagrams were confusing and random. However, the forefather had his reasons for leaving them behind for future generations. Of course, only those at a certain power level could make use of them. Even the exceptional geniuses who managed to understand them would lack the power to do anything. Wei Jing quietly waited to the side, unaware of Li Qiye's intent. During the waiting process, buzzes came non-stop on the Tao platform. Numerous disciples were teleported there. Some were grievously injured, others spat out blood. They have failed the training and had their barriers broken. Thus, they were teleported to the closest city. Wei Jing became quite worried, afraid that Jiahui's group would be the next to show up. What if one of them were to die too? Sure enough, Wang Xiehong eventually got teleported out and rolled on the ground. Where are the others? Are they okay? Wei Jing became worried after seeing the bloody wounds on the youth. They're still fighting. Xiehong spat out a mouthful of blood, but before he could finish, a buzzing noise sounded. Xiao Ling and Xiao Qi were pushed out of the portal as well, wounded. Next came Li Jianquan and Zhao Zhiding, also injured. Finally, Guo Jiahui and Ruoxi were forced out. Jiahui was especially injured with gruesome wounds, her bones broken in several places. She still didn't let out a single groan. They clearly got defeated by the corpse once more. After seeing Li Qiye sitting there, they looked quite embarrassed and were waiting to be scolded. Fortunately, Li Qiye was still sleeping. The seven used more ointments and healed quickly. This ointment from Li Qiye was insanely effective. Let's go again, Jiahui said, and the group left for the battlefield. A while later, all seven returned here with injuries, another failed attempt. This didn't hinder their spirit. Their morale was actually boosted because the time it took for them to be sent back increased after each attempt. It meant that they were gradually improving their strategy. Wei Jing heaved a sigh of relief after seeing the obvious improvements. Their effort and pain weren't for naught. Chapter 2746, Li Qiye stopped before the diagrams for a long time. Meanwhile, the group got teleported out several times, but he didn't seem to mind. Old man, you really tried your best, but the future is just too unpredictable. Even the most heaven-defying beings can turn to bones. After a while, he opened his eyes and sighed, gazing into the distance. Many have walked this path before. They were the strongest and smartest existences during their epoch, the most incredible masters. Unfortunately, they either died or succumbed to depravity. Death was heroic and moving. They could only blame themselves for not being strong enough or prepare sufficiently. The ones fallen had the same deficiencies on top of having weaker Tao heart. Someone like Everlasting Shout certainly had a firm enough Tao heart. He traveled the realms for many eras yet still failed to save his own epoch. He was lucky enough to survive but couldn't do anything else to change the tides. Alas, he still made preparations and left things behind to warn future generations, hoping that they wouldn't repeat the same mistakes as him. Of course, very few were actually qualified to embark on the same path as him. Let's go. Li Qiye stopped thinking and ordered. We're leaving. Ancestor, are we not waiting for the juniors? Wei Jing glanced over at the Tao platform and asked. They'll catch up. Li Qiye didn't care. Wei Jing followed the order and pushed Li Qiye to the next city. Li Qiye did the same thing and stopped before the ancient walls. His patience was eventually rewarded. The group of juniors appeared on this Tao platform. Their injuries were extremely serious this time around, blood spilled everywhere along and bones were visible. However, this didn't deter their enthusiasm. Haha, we did it, we made it past that first battleground. Wang Xiehong stumbled back and forth while laughing. So it turned out that they have beaten the four-armed corpse to enter the second battlefield. However, the enemy in the next one was far stronger and obliterated their formation. Nevertheless, Wei Jing still felt good about the whole thing because it showed considerable improvements. Shoo, he shushed them and pointed at Li Qiye. The group calmed down and stopped laughing. Of course, a wide grin was still on their face. They sat down and meditated while using ointments. Broken bones were nothing. As long as their true fate was still around, Li Qiye's medicine could easily save them. Interestingly enough, he himself could bring them back from death because he had previously blessed their true fate. Alright, let's go again. The group was in high spirits and headed for the second battlefield again. They were swiftly defeated multiple times but their tenacity remained. The period between each attempt became longer as well. Li Qiye wanted this. The goal wasn't only to increase their cultivation and power but also to polish their determination in order to force out their full potential. Being on the verge of dying during intense training had this effect. Moreover, this also served to sharpen their Tao heart, fortifying it in the process. Defeats taught them patience and gave them more battle experiences. Li Qiye believed that the Tao heart was more important than anything else. Numerous geniuses couldn't get back up after the first defeat due to their weak Tao heart. Some eventually joined the evil path as well. That's why he needed to focus on toughening their Tao heart. Victory seemed even further away this time around. Wei Jing saw the group stumbling back through the portal after another failure. It looked like they had just gotten out from a river of blood. Some of the wounds were grisly. For example, Li Jianquan needed to be carried by the Xiu brothers even though they themselves were seriously injured. Wang Xiehong lost an arm, Jie Hui's chest was penetrated by a sword. They no longer got up after the teleportation. What happened? Wei Jing flew over after seeing this. He took a deep breath after seeing the wounds. It was a miracle for the seven to still be alive, albeit with only one breath left. Wei Jing was startled this time around because the wounds were more serious than the previous attempts. The group was on the verge of death. Li Qiye finally opened his eyes and raised his hand to suck the group over. His grand Tao turned into a cauldron with medicine inside and he placed them within. The cauldron looked like a large cocoon at this point. Wei Jing stood there and prayed, hoping that nothing would happen to these seven. It wasn't easy for Mount Guard to groom 7 exceptional seeds. Alas, there was nothing to worry about when Li Qiye was on the move. Pop! The cauldron cracked and disappeared so the group fell to the ground. The 7 were perfect again, as vigorous as ever. Thank you, ancestor, young noble, for saving us. They kneeled on the ground. What happened? Wei Jing showed his concern. He could see that these wounds didn't come from the lost souls. The group exchanged glances. Finally, Wang Xiehong spilled it, that Zhou person did this. Zhou. Which one? Wei Jing didn't know about an enemy with this last name. Schoolmaster, it's that group we met at the entrance. Their leader is a girl named Zhou Ziqing, a disciple from Central Sacred Ground. Zhiding revealed. I see, Wei Jing was shaken. Central Sacred Ground was a top lineage in the system, on the same level as 8 Trigrams Kingdom. Moreover, these two had a marriage pact too. Did you offend her? Why did she not hold back? Wei Jing put on a serious expression. We didn't offend her at all. Xiehong shouted indignantly. She wanted junior sister's virtuous crown. Jianquan said softly. Wei Jing understood right away. 8 Trigrams Kingdom clearly didn't give up despite their defeat at Li Qiye's hands. It was their allies' turn this time. How many attacked? Wei Jing asked. Just Zhou Ziqing. Jianquan felt ashamed because the 7 of them nearly died to one girl. Wei Jing lamented in his mind. Of course, there was an uncrossable distance between them and a behemoth like Central Sacred Ground. Ancestor, what should we do? He hesitated before asking Li Qiye. This matter was also beyond his station because Mount Guard couldn't afford to provoke Central Sacred Ground. Chapter 2747, What else is there to do? Go back and kill her. Li Qiye said flatly without batting an eye. The group stared at each other in response, speechless. Right, ancestor, but Central Sacred Ground is one of the strongest lineages in our system. I heard they still have active everlastings around. Wei Jing acted with prudence. Of course, he wasn't questioning Li Qia's power either. However, they have just provoked 8 trigrams not long ago by killing many of its disciples, even crippling an emissary. Offending central sacred ground right now meant antagonizing 2 behemoths of the system. He never dared to think about something like this in the past. His legs would have trembled already just by provoking one of them, lacking the courage to do so. It wouldn't be fair to call him a coward. After all, Mount Guard was but an ant in comparison. The other 2 sects could annihilate them at a moment's notice. Thus, he always restrained himself when dealing with 8 trigrams. This was a matter of survival. The thoughts of opposing 2 behemoths at the same time left him frightened. What are you going to do then? Do you think they'll stop just because you have conceded? How about handing the crown over so that they can promote the next sage? Li Qiye smiled and said. Wei Zheng contemplated. He naturally didn't want to give up the crown since it was essential for their rise in the future. Their status would be completely different after having a sage since they were part of the orthodox branch in the first place. If you don't want to yield, then the only thing left to do is fight. Li Qiye said, fight and beat them down till they can't say anything anymore, till they tremble in fear, till they give up on any greedy ideas. Plus, it's one sect, not like we are opposing an entire system, although that's fine too. Li Qiye nonchalantly added. We obey your orders, ancestor. Wei Zheng made up his mind and bowed towards Li Qiye. As the saying goes, seek riches in the midst of death. If their sect didn't dare to face this level of danger, then how could they rise up again in the future? Moreover, Li Qiye was still around. Make up your mind now. But remember, this will be up to you. Return and kill her in order to grow stronger. Li Qiye said. The youths thought about it again. Finally, Jie Hui was the first to speak. We want to fight her again, but further training is necessary. Though Jianquan was their first brother, Jie Hui played the role of the spiritual leader because of her Dao heart. This Zhou Ziqing has several powerful treasures. Otherwise, we just need to train a little bit more before taking her down. Zhiding hesitated. Treasures? It's no big deal. Li Qiye replied and casually bestowed mighty artifacts to the group. These treasures actually fitted their individual strong points too. While holding them, the group found the treasures to be a perfect fit as if they were created specifically for them. Wei Zheng was astounded to see the glowing treasures because they were at the imperial and eternal level. Their sect possessed many treasures like this before their decline. Alas, this was no longer the case in the present. Just one would be considered their sect's defining treasure, only used for the sake of survival. Not to mention an ordinary disciple, even he couldn't bring it outside. That's why he found this casual gifting so astonishing. Of course, these treasures were nothing for Li Qiye. His treasury had enough artifacts to scare someone to death. In fact, the youths were shocked while holding their treasures too. This was their first time seeing something so valuable and powerful, let alone being able to use them. This was just like a dream, except it was actually taking place in reality. Hurry up and thank your ancestor for his kindness. Wei Zheng was the first one to react. The rest regained their wits and realized what Li Qiye had just done. Thank you, ancestor, young noble. The group performed a full kowtow. Train now. If you can't beat them with these treasures, never mention my name and our relationship to anyone ever again. That would be too disgraceful. Li Qiye told them. Buzz. He spread his palm and opened another dimension. This is a deep-level dimensional space, 10 years in there are the same as 1 day outside. Try your best in there or don't think about coming out. He directly threw them in there before they could react. This was a hellish type of training. The group found that the ancient battlefields were paradises in comparison to this different dimension. Alas, they didn't want to let Li Qiye down. They followed Jie Hui's lead and gritted their teeth. Wei Zheng was both happy and nervous after seeing this. After all, their cultivation would crazily increase. They would become capable enough to perform any task in the future, if they could get out unscathed. Li Qiye closed his eyes again afterward. A while later, the girl they met back at the entrance and her posse angrily ran over. "Where are they?" Zhou Ziqing asked Wei Zheng with an imperious tone. "Who are you talking about?" Wei Zheng remained calm. "The 7 disciples from your sect, especially that girl with the virtuous crown." Ziqing demanded an answer. "Oh, our incapable disciples. They have left for more training," he replied. "Left for more training?" Ziqing snorted with disdain. "So they ran like dogs, completely intimidated by me. You're their schoolmaster, correct?" "Yes," he confirmed. "Listen well then, call your loser disciple back and hand over the crown. Don't blame me for not holding back if she doesn't obey. Our sect will attack your school then, be ready to face the music at that point," she threatened. Wei Zheng was naturally annoyed. He was still a schoolmaster, so being looked down in this manner left him furious. "Our Mount Guard school has always been humble and never caused trouble for anyone," Ziqing interrupted him and sneered. "I don't give a damn, your so-called sage lost to me, so she isn't qualified to wear the crown. It belongs to us now." Wei Zheng's expression was quite ugly by this point. No one could handle such disrespect. "Is that so? Sounds like you're completely confident in beating them again." Li Qiye spoke. "Who are you?" She glared at him. Unfortunately for her, she knew nothing about Fu Kuan's utter defeat. 8 trigrams considered this too humiliating and hid it from outsiders. "He is an ancestor of Mount Guard." Wei Zheng jumped in. Chapter 2748, Looks like anyone can become an ancestor nowadays. That's a tiny sect for you, can't produce any impressive character and have to use a cripple as a fake. Zhou Ziqing glanced over at Li Qiye after hearing Wei Zheng and found nothing impressive in her eyes. "Miss Zhou, watch your words." Wei Zheng finally barked back. He didn't want trouble by provoking central sacred ground, but this insult towards the ancestor was out of line. One's honor was more important than life for many cultivators. "So what?" Zhou Ziqing didn't give a damn. "What are you going to do about it if I keep running my mouth? Mount Guard is only an insignificant sect, our central sacred ground can annihilate you whenever we want." She tilted her head upward and looked down on Wei Zheng, looking as if just being able to speak with her was a great honor for him. "Schoolmaster Chen, be smart and tell your disciple to hand the crown over for senior sister Zhou. Otherwise, your sect is courting death." A male disciple next to Ziqing sneered, offering a piece of advice. Wei Zheng was furious and scowled in response. "Who is your master?" Li Qiye, on the other hand, seemed nonchalant about the taunting. He sat there, looking to be in poor health. "My master?" She gave him the side eye and chuckled, "A piece of trash like you can't ask for his name, not even if you're an ancestor of Mount Guard. Who the hell do you think you are? Your sect is Noth Dash." Bam! Li Qiye's slap came before she could finish speaking. She got blown flying and eventually fell on the ground, vomiting out both blood and teeth. She lost most of her teeth and her cheeks became deformed. She looked quite ugly now. "I'm teaching you for his sake now." Li Qiye didn't bat an eye. Someone like her was nothing more than a mosquito in his eyes. "You dare to hit me? I'm going to kill you." She got up and roared before summoning a dozen swords. Clank! The swords flew forward, wishing to turn him into a meat paste. Boom! Li Qiye flicked his finger and destroyed the swords. Another slap came and smashed her down on the ground. Crack! Her bones shattered and blood stained her entire dress. "Stop!" Her 10 or so companions shouted and summoned various treasures and weapons to attack him at the same time. Li Qiye didn't even need to turn his head. These treasures exploded and the group went flying as well. Everyone was suppressed on the ground, unable to get back up. Killing an ant like you will only dirty my hand. Li Qie lazily glanced at them and said. You. Central sacred ground will not let this go. My lady is the saintess there, the future queen of 8 trigrams. Our alliance will cut you to pieces. Ziqing threatened. Bam. 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 Li Qie casually and mercilessly slapped her 10 more times. Blood seeped out of her mangled cheeks. Her entire facial structure was ruined. This was Li Qie being merciful already, since he could turn her to blood with one finger. Just because I'm not killing you doesn't mean that I can't make it even worse for you. I could strip you naked and hang you on the city wall. Let's see if you'll stay arrogant then. Li Qie said. The girl became afraid and shuddered, not daring to retort. I won't kill you, but that doesn't mean your previous transgression is forgiven. The disciples of Mount Guard will be the ones to get payback in 5 days at the martial arts stage in the city. One fight, you against those 7. If you win, they can only blame themselves for being weak and the crown will be yours, the same with their lives. If you lose, well, I don't need to say more. He elaborated. The girl's expression changed many times. She knew that he was far stronger than her, so she eventually gritted her teeth and uttered coldly, Fine, I accept the challenge, but you can't stick your hand in. Don't worry, I don't need to stick my hand in because just one glance is enough to kill an ant like you. Li Qie looked bored by this conversation. He withdrew his power and the group struggled to get up. They looked at him and felt a chill inside, causing them to stagger backward. 5 days then, I will kill your 7 disciples and take the crown. Just you wait. My sect will also avenge this humiliation. My lady and her husband won't let you off so easily. Ziqing didn't want to leave in such a sad manner, so she left some aggressive words. Moreover, she was telling the truth. She was a personal maid of the saintess from Central Sacred Ground, meaning that she would follow the saintess after marriage to become a concubine. Perhaps she could become a consort later on too. That's why she was still pretty confident with the 2 great powers behind her. They had plenty of powerful ancestors. Killing an ancestor from a tiny sect like Mount Guard shouldn't be a problem at all, akin to swatting a fly. Scram before I carry out my threat and hang you naked on the city wall. Li Qie threatened. The intimidated girl instantly turned around and fled. The rest of the group hastily followed. Wei Zheng heaved a sigh of relief after seeing this. He was actually feeling quite good because that rude and arrogant girl has met her match. Ancestor, 5 days, just 5 days. What if our disciples can't take her on then? He became worried. Then they can only blame themselves for being skillless. Li Qie closed his eyes again. Wei Zheng smiled wryly. The only thing he could do was pray for the group to grow stronger in that deep dimension. Otherwise, a disaster would be awaiting them in 5 days. He assumed that the battle would be a private event since it was a feud between a few juniors, not worthy of attracting the big shot's attention. However, Ziqing let out a fierce message after escaping to the entire mountain range. I will slay the 7 ignorant brats from Mount Guard, and Central Sacred Legion will destroy this sect too. Normally, big threats like this were pretty normal between feuding juniors. The powerful masters would only smile and not care too much. Alas, this wasn't the case right now. The power gap between Central Sacred Ground and Mount Guard was immense, a behemoth versus an ant. To be frank, any elder from the former could crush the latter to dust. Plus, Zhou Ziqing was rather influential since she was a personal maid of the saintess there. Her status exceeded that of an ordinary disciple from the sect. Also, I will take the virtuous crown and present it to my lady as a wedding gift. She added, extremely confident in her victory. The virtuous crown. People were startled after hearing this part. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Chapter 2749, The Virtuous Crown. Experts were shaken after hearing the news about it, does Mount Guard want to assign the next sage now? Mount Guard was a mere shadow of its former self, but many great powers in the system still had a deep impression of their sages. After all, only these sages were eligible to greet Everlasting Forefather during the reincarnation cycles. This was an extremely prestigious position. One could even say that these sages were the representatives of the Forefather back then. The disappearance of the Forefather also started the decline of Mount Guard. No more sages came out either. Now, the symbol of the sage has returned once more and started a storm. Don't tell me, our great progenitor is reincarnating again. One master started fantasizing. After all, their progenitor has done so successfully in the past. The cycle was disrupted for unknown reasons, but it didn't mean that the Forefather was no longer capable of doing so, hence the hopeful thinking of the crowd. The crown is also the symbol of the main branch. Ancestors from great powers felt their heart beating faster. Everyone was tempted by this symbolic and powerful treasure. Possessing the crown meant being the orthodox branch in the system. The crown was actually useless for the current Mount Guard. It could even bring about a sect-destroying disaster. However, for the rising sects that were part of the side branches or even more distant from the progenitor, they would be able to select their own sage after taking the crown. This would boost their status by several levels. Perhaps they could eventually gain authority and rule over the system too. This was the reason why 8 trigrams desired the crown so much. Both Central Sacred Ground and 8 Trigrams Kingdom have their own schemes with this. A senior sighed after hearing Zhou Ziqing's message. Everyone knew that forcefully taking the crown from Mount Guard would incite a lot of criticisms. However, an official feud between juniors resulting in winning the crown. This was justifiable since it was a common event. No one could criticize them for doing so. 8 Trigrams might be in charge of this. They're the strongest kingdom right now, so they need this crown to manifest an official status. One ancestor added. The central saintess was going to marry into the kingdom anyway. If her maid were to grab the item, then the kingdom itself would eventually gain it and have a sage. Numerous big shots regretted not coming up with the same scheme. If they have done this earlier, they might be the one with the crown right now. 8 Trigrams will get it for sure. One expert analyzed the situation. Zhou Ziqing wasn't that exceptional among the young generation, but she shouldn't have any problem dealing with 7 disciples from Mount Guard. It didn't matter if these 7 were the best in that sect either. Of course, the greedy spectators needed to restrain themselves. They knew 8 Trigrams and Central Sacred Ground were behind this matter too. These 2 sects would do anything for the crown, so it's best not to provoke them. Ziqing's declaration served as a delicate reminder to everyone to back off from wanting the crown. Mount Guard won't be able to escape this disaster. Another ancestor became emotional. As the adage goes, possessing a jade ring invites trouble. It was a crown in this case. Mount Guard was no longer the same as before. Having the crown still wouldn't revitalize their sect. On the other hand, it would incite greed from others. If Zhou Ziqing wanted to destroy Mount Guard, there will be people from the 2 behemoths willing to carry out the task for her. That's why in the eyes of the spectators, Mount Guard wouldn't be able to get away from this mess. The feud between the juniors didn't matter. Something else or another excuse would have happened anyway since everyone wanted the crown. The 5 days passed by right away. Today was the date for the battle between Zhou Ziqing and the 7 disciples of Mount Guard. The stage had plenty of spectators with no lack of ancestors. The battle itself meant nothing due to the disparity in power between the combatants. The 7 from Mount Guard had no chance of reversing the tides. They believed that Zhou Ziqing would win for sure and were only here to look at the virtuous crown. After all, this was something bestowed by the great progenitor himself. Though it wasn't an ancestral weapon, it was still priceless enough. Zhou Ziqing was here early, still surrounded by many peers. She wore a red cloak, looking quite domineering and prideful. She was also certain of victory, ready to put the crown in her bag. She wasn't afraid of that ancestor from Mount Guard either because she invited characters of the same level here too. Nice to meet you, Miss Zhou. Young peers came to greet her. Some from the last generation joined in too. If Zhou Ziqing was only a regular prodigy of Central Sacred Ground, she wouldn't have the same status. However, being the maid of the saintess there changed everything. She had the chance of becoming a concubine or even a consort of the crown prince from trigrams in the future. Remember, 8 trigrams was strong enough to eventually seize the authority of the system. The crown prince could take the throne soon too, and he would have everything at that point. Just imagine, one might not be able to flatter the king from a lack of contact, but they could still communicate with a consort. Through that, one could get their agenda across to the king. This was plenty already. The saintess isn't here to cheer her on, someone quietly said. In fact, the crowd wanted to see this saintess since she was considered a supreme beauty in immortal demon system. Her looks could charm any man. She doesn't need to show up for this. As an amazing ascender, just one word from her and plenty of masters will take action in her stead. It's not hard for her to declare the death of Mount Guard. A master shook his head. This was indeed the truth. The saintess was rumored to be an 8th level ascender, on the verge of reaching the 9th level. Moreover, she was also the future queen of 8 trigrams. She was influential enough to command other ascenders to destroy Mount Guard. There was no point coming here in person. In fact, Zhou Ziqing found this to be beneath her too. If it wasn't for the crown and potential criticisms, she would have told other experts to kill these disciples instead of having to fight them herself. Chapter 2750. It has been a while since Ziqing got here and the people from Mount Guard were still nowhere to be found. The spectators kept staring at the entrance in anticipation. Of course, they weren't excited to see the geniuses of Mount Guard, only the virtuous crown. They're putting up quite a show, want to be fashionably late or something. A few lost their patience and complained. I don't think it's like that. They probably escaped back to Mount Guard, aware of their inferiority compared to Miss Zhou. The so-called battle is nothing but a delaying tactic. A monk can hide but not his temple. Ziqing sneered. Some listeners shuddered. Everyone felt that by escaping back to their sect, these disciples only gave Central Sacred Ground more of an excuse to mobilize against Mount Guard. At that point, Central Sacred Ground would just say that they have broken a promise and send an army there with the perfect justification. The crown would pretty much be theirs by then. That's why everyone realized that Mount Guard's action didn't matter. Both fighting and fleeing resulted in the same thing, defeat. Well, I think we can be sure that those disciples want to tuck their head in their shell like cowardly turtles then. One person gloated after seeing how high the sun was in the sky. Who says we're fleeing? A calm voice came about. They're here. Finally. Someone immediately recognized schoolmaster Chen Weijing and shouted. Everyone looked over and saw a total of 9 people walking in. Among them was a disabled person in a wheelchair. The spectators exchanged glances. This group looked quite weak. It seemed that the rumors about the decline of Mount Guard weren't exaggerated. They couldn't be blamed for looking down on Mount Guard. They could see Weijing's power level clearly, only barely stepping into the true god realm. A true god was nothing in the grand scheme of things. Many great powers had numerous true gods among the previous generation. As for the 7 young ones, they were just average at best and couldn't be considered exceptional. This type of disciples could be found anywhere in the system. They then shifted their sight over to Zhou Ziqing. She didn't belong to the top tier of new disciples but was still considered excellent. Though it was 7-on-1, Ziqing was 2 full realms higher than them. This wasn't something that could be made up with a numerical advantage. As for Li Qie, people only gave him a quick glance since they didn't give a damn about someone looking like that. They became clear that Mount Guard was really done for since Weijing was their strongest expert. Central sacred ground was immensely more powerful. Mount Guard is just a third-rate sect now. One expert looked down on them. Mount Guard used to be an extremely prestigious sect. Even though it wasn't in control of the system, people still listened to orders from it. Alas, this was no longer the case. Is that the virtuous crown? Eyes focused on the crown on top of Jiahui's head. They found it to be quite normal looking, so skepticism arose. It looks exactly as described in the legends. An ancestor took a careful look and confirmed. These ancestors were very tempted right now, but they didn't dare to take the food from the lion's jaws. Time to start this. You all deserve death for making me wait so long. Zhou Ziqing arrogantly stared at the group before uttering. The seven stood behind Li Qiye with great composure while waiting for his order. They seemed to be more mature than before. The training in deep space truly benefited them, allowing them to be unflustered before their enemy. I will have both your heads and the crown today. Ziqing revealed a murderous expression. Alas, her eyes narrowed while looking at Li Qiye. She then reminded herself that she had her own masters waiting nearby. She didn't hide her greed while staring at the crown at all. Taking it out on these youth was also her chance to pay back the humiliation suffered earlier to the hand of Li Qiye. Most importantly, 8 Trigrams Kingdom wanted the crown. Failure stemming from mistakes was unacceptable. This was going to determine her future. Success meant soaring into prosperity. She would surely be rewarded and become a concubine to the crown prince from 8 Trigrams. At that point, she could call for rains and winds on a whim. That's why she was so determined right now to get the crown. No one would be able to stop her. Go now, don't return without her head, for doing so is insulting me. Li Qiye said without opening his eyes, not caring about the spectators present. Yes, ancestor. The group respectfully bowed. Ancestor? Since when does Mount Guard have such a young ancestor? Their address confused many people. Nevertheless, they quickly dismissed it since this ancestor probably wasn't that powerful. He would only be an ascender at best, not a big deal. Only Eternals were relevant in the system. Humph. Zhou Ziqing snorted after hearing the comment, emboldened by the presence of mighty masters from her own sect. No one from Mount Guard will leave this place alive. This is the fate of those who oppose our central sacred ground. She pompously declared. These words were meant for Li Qiye. She wanted him to die along with Wei Zheng. Next, her sect would also destroy Mount Guard. The connection between Mount Guard and the virtuous crown was deeply rooted in history. They needed to destroy Mount Guard as well in order to establish a sage with the crown. No one would question their eligibility then. Unfortunately, Li Qiye ignored her declaration of war. Get ready, don't underestimate your enemy. Go all out. Wei Zheng told the group. He wasn't as confident in the 7 compared to Li Qiye. He didn't think they could kill Zhou Ziqing just by working together. The group acknowledged the command and walked in a line onto the stage. Since this is a battle to the death at Reincarnation Mountain, I hope I'm not out of line to recommend myself as the referee for both sides. An old man stepped up and loudly declared. He had a heavy sword on his back, brimming with sword energy. The guy was obviously a powerful ascender. Pinnacle Sword Saint from Pinnacle Kingdom. Some recognized him right away. I have no objection. Ziqing agreed. We also have no objection. Wei Zheng hesitated for a bit before agreeing. He had heard about this sword saint before but didn't quite trust him. Alas, he didn't have a better candidate here right now to be the referee. Chapter 2751, both sides were on the martial stage now. Ziqing stared at the 7 with nothing but disdain in her eyes. You fled successfully last time, but that won't happen again. I will cut off your dog heads today. Ziqing asserted. The group didn't respond and slowly formed a formation. Though they needed to run for their lives during the last battle and nearly died in the process, they managed to restrain their anger despite the taunting. They knew about the power gap, so being angry wouldn't accomplish anything right now. Staying calm and defeating Ziqing would be the retort to her insults. Of course, the spectators viewed their silence as paralyzing fear. "They're only here to die," one expert said, and didn't think anything of the formation. They believed that formations weren't enough to overcome the obvious difference in cultivation. "Alright, ready up." Pinnacle Sword Saint played his role, no rules for combat since it is a fight to the death. The only restriction is no involvement from outsiders even in the case of defeat. Any objection? None here, but Mount Guard can come help all the way, our central sacred ground won't mind at all. Come one, kill one, come two, kill two. The more, the better. Ziqing stared arrogantly at Wuxia. She was no longer afraid of him since they came prepared. Mount Guard's experts would only be heading towards their death. Moreover, it would give Central Sacred Ground more reasons to attack Mount Guard. No objection here. The seven said in unison. Good, then I formally announce the start of the battle that won't end till death. The Sword Saint sonorously announced. Clank. Ziqing summoned a sword with strings of imperial light oozing out along with various laws. They engulfed her entire body. The sword of a true emperor. People sighed with envy after seeing this. Even a fool could tell the level of this weapon, though not the exact emperor it originated from. It was truly enviable for a young disciple to have an imperial weapon. Only the successor or highly valued disciples in a sect had this privilege. After all, one sect or kingdom might have hundreds of thousands to several million disciples. Thus, only a selected few had access to them. Zhou Ziqing wasn't qualified to have one based on her status as a disciple alone. An imperial sword was far more precious compared to an eternal weapon. Furthermore, Central Sacred Ground had numerous disciples more brilliant than her. However, she was the maid of their saintess on top of being a key part of this crucial mission. Thus, her lady gave her this sword so that she could swiftly kill the seven to avoid potential complications. Take out your scrap metals. I will kill all of you within 10 moves. She declared with contempt. Ziqing was stronger than her opponents, and this imperial sword only made her more confident. Killing these ants would be too easy. No, just 3 to 5 moves will do. One expert shook his head and said, the disciples from Mount Guard have nothing to stop that sword. It will cut through their treasures like slicing tofu. Right, I don't think Mount Guard will have any worthwhile treasures. They have declined for too long, probably used up all of their resources long ago. No one thought highly of the seven. Clank. 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 Boom. Weapons were summoned in a loud manner. One could even hear an explosion as the seven quietly did their thing. Massive energies manifested in the sky and engulfed the area with divine lights. Eternal weapons. And imperial weapons too. The crowd became astounded and stared at them in disbelief. Not only were these weapons mighty, but they also seemed to be one with their user. The two entities emitted a Tao resonation as if they had been tempered together. This wasn't the case for Zhou Ziqing. Her imperial weapon had no harmony with her. Everyone could see that she has only gotten it recently. She was inferior in this aspect compared to the seven. Jiahui's group was banished into deep space by Wuxia. Though only 5 days have passed outside, they have spent 5 years with their weapons in there, resulting in this state of oneness. Right, our weapons are scrap metals indeed. The young Ruashi couldn't help but sneer. They were annoyed by her prior comments despite not showing it on their expression. In their mind, beating Ziqing was the best possible retort. Ziqing's face became hot after hearing this. She was proud to possess one imperial weapon, but these seven mustered up the same type too. This was akin to slapping her on the face. Since when did Mount Guard have so many powerful treasures? The crowd was shocked. Remember, experts from the last generation might not have them, but each of these juniors had one right now. How could the disciples of a third-rate sect have these weapons? Everyone became jealous as a result. I can't believe that they still have so many resources after a long period of decline. Many ancestors showed greed in their eyes. Everyone knew not to show off wealth since that could cause trouble. Alas, no one would have these ideas if the 7 were from 8 trigrams or central sacred ground. For example, no one thought about taking the imperial sword from Ziqing. However, this wasn't the case for Mount Guard. The first reaction for many experts was to think about how to destroy Mount Guard and take everything there. So what if you have imperial weapons? Ziqing's embarrassment turned into fury. They're still scrap metals when used by the likes of you. They'll all be mine soon enough after I kill you. Thanks for bringing them here. Miss Zhou, let us begin. Li Jianquan challenged. He acted quite cool like a first brother should be, a good role model for his peers. They were furious right now and wanted nothing more than to kill Ziqing. I'll kill you first then. Ziqing's eyes were fierce. Buzz. Jiehui's group activated their 7 stars hidden formation. Runes and shiny flashes appeared around them. They didn't underestimate their enemy despite having so many mighty weapons, aware of the power gap. The recent training has improved them even more. Their efforts certainly didn't go to waste. Chapter 2752, Die. Zhou Ziqing flashed into disappearance for an attack. Her speed was unparalleled as she crossed through everything and jumped into the formation of the 7. Buzz. The formation's light rippled and activated, causing Ziqing to slow down. However, the imperial sword had impressive power. It exuded a majestic force capable of piercing through everything. Thus, the slight stagnation didn't stop her assault. Clank. Her first target was Lu Ruoxi, the youngest and weakest of the 7. Killing her would render the formation ineffective. The sword thrust looked like a true dragon soaring to the sky with extreme speed and profound movement. It locked onto Ruoxi, certainly a fatal strike. As the sword was about to thrust through her chest, the formation changed again. A divine wall spanned through the wall and blocked between the 2 girls. Bam! The move was dominating enough but was still stopped by the formation. At the same time, Ruoxi leaped backward in an arcing motion like a rainbow, a very pleasing move to the eyes and as fast as lightning. Go! Jianquan roared and used a sword and shield style. His shield slammed towards her with the force of a divine mountain. His sword flew out of his hand like a lightning bolt and headed straight for her throat. Meanwhile, the Xiu brothers silently attacked her left and right with their flashing saber. Scram! Ziqing roared and her sword resonated with a clank. She swept it all around and instantly repelled the 3. The 3 staggered thumpingly backward. The formation flashed brightly and numerous jade pillars appeared behind them to stabilize their stance. Poof! Zhiting joined in with her fiery affinity. The formation also erupted like awakening volcanoes. It spewed out waves of lava straight for Ziqing. Ziqing wasn't afraid at all. She moved her sword like a peacock spreading its tail. It created a barrier to stop the lava waves. Taste my hammer. Xiehong went on the offense with a vertical smash. The resulting bang had enough force to crush the earth. Alas, it still couldn't break through the sword barrier erected earlier, only cracking it in the process. In this blink of an eye, a glint flashed as something finally penetrated the damaged barrier. The sharp glint looked like a poisonous snake biting for Ziqing's throat. It was Jiehui delivering a fatal move. Ziqing reacted quickly because of her superior cultivation. She moved her sword back in front of her and parried the dangerous thrust. She then swiftly went on the offensive and became one with her sword in terms of technique. A lightning-fast slash darted for Jiehui. Boom! Jiehui slashed forward and the formation also answered her call. It released thousands of swords into the sky, resulting in a sword formation empowering her slash. Go! Ruashi joined in and unleashed a torrent of shooting star towards her opponent. Now, Li Jianquan and the others have stabilized their position and began their ambushes. Rumble. The two sides have exchanged a dozen explosive moves so far. The fight seemed even. In the beginning, Ziqing thought she would be able to kill everyone here within 10 moves. They were pieces of trash in her eyes since she had easily maimed them in the previous fight. Who would have thought that they would become so tenacious after just 5 short days? Their power increased and their teamwork became more perfect as if their minds were connected. This allowed them to perform the formation in a flawless fashion. Plus, their weapons were on the same level as her imperial sword. Some were actually stronger. Worst of all, these weapons harmonized so well with their users. On the other hand, she only had her sword for several days and wasn't used to it. This meant that she didn't have an advantage in terms of weaponry. The spectators could see that the 7 were weaker than Ziqing. The difference of 2 full realms should be insurmountable even when they outnumbered her 7-1. However, they have created a miracle and showed no signs of losing to the astonishment of the crowd. Such perfect teamwork should require several decades of honing, many older cultivators praised after seeing the smooth movements and battling patterns of the 7. Many fellow brothers and sisters trained to fight together. Some sects had amazing techniques and formations for teams too. However, few could reach this level of mastery displayed by the 7. Looks like we have underestimated Mount Guard. They actually have something like this up their sleeves. One sect elder said movingly. 7 disciples from a third-rate sect managed to fight against a disciple from Central Sacred Ground. This was nothing short of a miracle. Damn you all! Ziqing became enraged. She had boasted about killing them quickly before, but 30 moves have passed now and the 7 became fiercer than before. Clank! She released all of her vitality and true energy into the sword. It emitted a bloody light because she also added her true blood too. True blood was extremely precious for cultivators, but the crazed girl no longer gave a damn. Boom! With the influx of true blood and energy, a majestic imperial power manifested in the sword. This stormy aura resembled the arrival of an emperor. Ziqing roared and swung her sword with all of her might. The slash could overcome all obstacles, cutting them down like dried branches. Boom! 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 The 7 couldn't withstand the power of this move despite the formation aiding them with divine walls. All were blown flying. Some of them were wounded and spat out a mouthful of blood. Their formation arrays became chaotic since they have been forced away from their position. Weak spots appeared on their formation. If Ziqing were to keep on pressing, she would definitely be able to break the formation and kill all 7. Alas, she had a hard time breathing right now, her true energy depleted. That slash earlier used most of her true blood, so she had no strength to attack again. Chapter 2753, This was definitely the best time to defeat the group due to the big openings present in their formation. The spent Ziqing realized this too, but she was powerless and could only watch this opportunity drift by before her eyes. The 7 naturally realized the flaws in the formation. They ignored their wounds and returned to their position to stabilize the arrays. Buzz! The formation became bright once more and full of momentum. The openings disappeared from sight. How unfortunate! The spectating experts and ancestors lamented, fully aware of the fight's intricacies. This can go either way now. One ancestor shook his head after seeing the formation up and running once more. The actual fight betrayed their expectation of an easy victory for Ziqing. She had lost the best chance to take down these 7 disciples now. The experienced ancestors noted that she had lost her biggest advantage and opportunity. It looked quite grim now. Ziqing started strong but used up her strength too quickly, lacking the tenacity and toughness shown in her opponents. This must have been obtained through arduous training. Stay calm. Li Jianquan commanded as they surrounded Ziqing. Rumble. The treasury of the formation opened. Numerous walls emerged around Ziqing along with shields appearing around the seven. The seven chose a steady method and used powerful defensive measures to trap Ziqing. They didn't want to recklessly attack in a direct manner, rather choosing to make her run out of vitality and energy. Prior to this, her vitality was ample until she decided to use her true blood to activate the Imperial Sword. Though she managed to beat the group in that exchange, she was completely spent now. The move stemmed from rage and pride accelerated her defeat. You think I'm that easily beaten? Ziqing could see their aim and roared. She had gotten some strength back after the break and swung her sword horizontally. Clank! Sword waves looking like a tornado shot out in order to break the supreme formation. However, Jiahui's group moved in a perfect manner, defending when the enemy is attacking and going on the offensive when the enemy is backing off instead of forcing the issue. Several rounds like that left Ziqing's sword energy weakened, the same with her true energy. She attempted several times to break through by using her strongest sword moves and offensive techniques. Alas, this couldn't defeat Li Qia's formation and only made her waste energy at a faster rate. The situation increasingly deteriorated as time went on. She was at a disadvantage, unable to change the momentum of the battle. After depleting her resources, she lost the ability to go on the offense. Now, she had to use her sword for survival. Nevertheless, the other seven weren't in a rush to take her down. They slowly and steadily pressed onward to push Ziqing to her death while maintaining the formation arrays. There's no changing this. Many older experts shook their head knowing that Ziqing had lost. This result stunned everyone since they were so bullish on her at the start. They were also impressed by this miraculous showing from the seven. To kill an opponent 2 realms above. What an achievement. The referee, Pinnacle Sword Saint, opened his mouth several times wanting to stop the fight but eventually swallowed his words. He clearly stood on the side of Ziqing since his kingdom had a good relationship with Central Sacred Ground. He wanted to be a referee in order to side with Ziqing. Who would have thought that the fight would develop like this? He had no reason to stop the fight since the other seven weren't breaking the rules. Moreover, he couldn't be so blatant either. He was still a big shot in the system and couldn't throw his reputation into the trash for a junior's sake. The young male and female disciples who followed Ziqing here were indignant at this scene. Some heckled at the seven in order to distract them and give Ziqing a chance. How shameless, 7 against 1. Are all Mount Guard disciples like this? One youth shouted. They have no honor, resorting to anything and everything to win, that's the only reason why they're still in the fight. Another from Central Sacred Ground laughed. The mockeries were futile because the group wasn't moved at all. They maintained a slow yet effective strategy in surrounding Ziqing. Ziqing's true energy continued to deplete while trying to stay alive. She was feeble and out of breath, finding it hard to defend against the barrage of attack. She got hit several times, battered and bloodied. Boom! Finally, a shield smashed her down to the ground and made her vomit blood. Clank! A sword thrust from Jiahui showed no mercy. However, Ziqing was fast with evading so the thrust missed its target, only piercing through her shoulder and pinning her down to the ground. Stop! Pinnacle Sword Saint finally told them to stop at this crucial moment. The group wanted to kill Ziqing but stopped after hearing this. Okay, the fight ends here. You have won. He came over and declared. Some spectators supported this decision while others showed disdain. Everyone could see the blatant bias from the referee towards Zhou Ziqing and her sect. Alas, no one wanted to offend the two behemoths so they only scoffed and didn't say anything else. Isn't this a fight to the death? Lu Ruoshi was unwilling to stop. It's different here. The referee's expression soured, Reincarnation Mountain City is a holy place of the progenitor. Staining this place with blood is sacrilegious, so this ends here with your victory. We don't accept. Jia Hui said, rules are rules, and it stated that this won't end till death. She wants to kill us, so it's fine that we kill her now. Such impudence. The Sword Saint's eyes shot out sharp glint. My decision is in accordance with the rules, killing the innocent is not allowed. Too much bias. One ancestor from a relatively large sect shook his head but didn't stand up for the 7. No one really cared that a third-rate sect was being treated unfairly. Reasons and justice weren't upheld right now because doing so would be provoking the Sword Saint and the 2 powers behind Ziqing. It simply wasn't worth it. Chapter 2754, Li Jianquan and the others naturally became red, not expecting the referee to be so biased towards Zhou Ziqing. They learned a lesson about the cruelness of this world. When one wasn't strong enough, they wouldn't get help from others either. We defeated her, so we have the right to decide her fate. Jianquan retorted. The Sword Saint turned cold. If I say this ends here, it ends here. It is my authority as a referee. Ha ha ha, Zhou Ziqing couldn't help but sneer at them. So what if you won? You still can't do anything to me. Remember well, my sect will turn Mount Guard into ashes. You will regret ever opposing me. She was embarrassed and resentful for losing to the group. Alas, their inability to kill her prompted the gloating. The Sword Saint frowned after hearing this. He risked his reputation saving her in order to curry favor from the 2 behemoths. Who would have thought that she would still act so foolishly? Everyone knew that she would go on a crazy mission for revenge after this and destroy Mount Guard. However, keep that implicit instead of declaring it right now. What an unwise decision. Alas, he was riding the tiger and couldn't get down now. He had no choice but to maintain this course. Then we'll kill you first. The furious Ruashi thrust her sword forward. Stop. Like I said, spilling blood here is shaming the sacred ground. No one can be disrespectful towards the progenitor. The Sword Saint used a finger flick to stop the sword and uttered coldly. He assumed the moral high ground of protecting the progenitor's prestige in order to stop the 7 from killing Ziqing. In reality, this was a planned fight from the start and wouldn't have stained the sacred ground at all. That's unfair. This was decided to be a fight to the death from the beginning. We should be able to kill her now. Zhao Zhiding disagreed. The spectators were satisfied with just watching. Some were unhappy with the biased Sword Saint, but this wasn't the time to say anything. This is my final judgment. I treat everyone equally and would have done the same if your group had lost earlier. The Sword Saint said. The group didn't believe him at all. Their lips pursed into a disdainful sneer. Humph, I highly doubt it, everyone can see your bias. The young Wang Xiehong couldn't help himself. The Sword Saint didn't like this blatant comment about his bias, even though it was as clear as day. It made his face turn red with both anger and awkwardness. Fool. A referee has the right to make decisions. If you don't respect my authority, I will teach you a lesson in your senior's stead. He threatened and took one step forward, showing some aggression. He's ruining his own reputation. One ancestor shook his head after seeing the Sword Saint's conduct. He clearly threw away his face in order to save Zhou Ziqing. Unfortunately, the situation would be worse for him if he were to let her die. That's the same as offending both Central Sacred Ground and 8 Trigrams Kingdom. He weighed his options and made his decision. An idiot like you isn't qualified to teach them anything. A casual voice sounded. Everyone looked over and saw that the speaker was Li Chia. He opened his eyes and watched everything, seemingly nonchalant at the unfair treatment of his disciples. The 7 became excited because everything was going to be fine with their ancestor backing them up. You. The Sword Saint didn't like being called an idiot in front of the crowd. Moreover, deep in his mind, he didn't give a damn about Mount Guard or this so-called ancestor. This sentiment was shared by many in the crowd. This ancestor from Mount Guard couldn't be that strong. He could only be an ascender at best, and a low-level one at that. On the other hand, the Sword Saint was a mighty ascender. He wouldn't give this cripple a second look. The referee's decisions are final since that's the rules. Challenging this is the same as ignoring the laws of Reincarnation Mountain and the teachings of the progenitor. He took a deep breath and coldly said, "All right, stop assuming an unwarranted role of authority or frame them of disrespect the progenitor. From henceforth, I cancel your status as a referee." Scram to the side. Li Qiye waved his hand and interrupted. "You! How could the Sword Saint allow something like this to happen? His reputation would be ruined." He took a deep breath and said, "Before the battle, both the Central Sacred Ground and your sect have agreed to my proposal on top of accepting the rules of Reincarnation Mountain City. To renege will incite the contempt of others." Wei Jing turned red after hearing this. He didn't ask the guy to be the referee, it was just that there was no other candidate. Who would have thought that such a famous character could act so shamelessly? Is that so? Then let the heroes here decide whether you were impartial or not. I'm a believer of fairness, as long as more than half believe so, then your judgment will be upheld. Li Qiye was unmoved. The Sword Saint turned towards the crowd. They exchanged glances and no one wanted to step up. Even a fool could see his bias for Zhou Ziqing. They were certainly afraid of offending the two behemoths and didn't step up for the seven, but this didn't mean they agreed with his reputation-destroying act either. The Sword Saint became red after seeing the lack of support and stood there awkwardly. "Scram already, stop embarrassing yourself," Li Qiye said flatly. The guy's color kept on changing, his expression became very unsightly. He destroyed his own reputation in order to save Ziqing. Who would have thought that it was all for naught? Fine, then I have nothing to do with what happens today. He left the stage. "Senior!" Ziqing shouted after seeing the Sword Saint being forced out. Alas, the Sword Saint's face wasn't thick enough to continue defending her. "Put her down," Li Qiye ordered. "Sacred Lord, save me!" She screamed in horror as death approaches. Who dares to kill a disciple from Flame Banner Altar? A thunderous scowl pricked everyone's ears. A middle-aged man slowly walked onto the stage. He had a lofty stature with a stern pair of eyes. Behind him were numerous fiery banners causing him to be engulfed in a red glow. One could feel the heat coming from him even when far away. Flame Banner Sacred Lord. Someone immediately recognized him. Chapter 2755, Flame Banner Altar was a branch of Central Sacred Ground. Zhou Ziqing was originally from this branch. She showed excellent abilities and was groomed by the seniors of the sect. Her status soared after becoming the maid of the Saintess too. Moreover, she had the chance of becoming a consort later on. Her future prospects looked great. Flame Banner had many excellent disciples, not just one with upsides like Zhou Ziqing. That's why they would protect her under any circumstances and any cost. They were aware of Li Qiye's existence, so their lord personally came to preside over the matter and protect Ziqing. She was indeed special in the sect. Ordinary disciples could never enjoy a similar treatment. Their lord stood there, glaring at the seven with lightning coursing in his eyes. The group shuddered and felt a heavy pressure, needing to take several thumping steps backward. This person was just too strong for them. He was a fifth-level ascender, superior to Fu Kuan who visited their sect back then. In other words, this lord alone could annihilate Mount Guard. This was the reason why Ziqing acted without qualms, no longer afraid of Li Qiye. In her eyes, Li Qiye might be stronger than her but couldn't be a match for their lord. The latter could easily kill him. As the group was retreating, Ziqing took advantage of this and got up to run out of the formation. She then hid behind her lord. You. Xiao Ling was exasperated but couldn't do anything. How shameless, losing then running to hide behind a senior. Ruashi angrily added. The older members didn't say anything. They were aware of the unfairness in this world and only wanted to grow stronger to avoid something like this. Humph, mount guard, I'll remember this. Just wait, I'll decapitate all of you and render your sect to ashes. She gritted her teeth and threatened. She made up her mind about this matter. As long as she became the consort of 8 trigrams, she could mobilize an army to attack Mount Guard without needing to involve the seniors of Central Sacred Ground. This matter ends here. Flame Banner Sacred Lord aggressively said. It wasn't proper for a 5th-level ascender like him to join this matter between juniors. Alas, Ziqing just had too much potential in the future. The only thing he regretted was their inability to obtain the virtuous crown. The experts nearby exchanged glances. Ziqing had lost but still managed to come out alive thanks to the Sacred Lord. This was quite unfair, but Mount Guard could only blame themselves for being weak. If they were on the same level as Central Sacred Ground, the latter wouldn't have been so blatant in this attempt. Alas, this was not the case, so the Sacred Lord didn't care for Mount Guard's stance. The group was furious, thinking that Zhou Ziqing was going to get away with it. As those two were about to leave, Li Qiye finally spoke again, leaving so soon. No, leave your head behind. The Lord instantly turned around and glared at him. Don't invite unnecessary trouble or today will be your demise. The Flame Banner altar would do anything to keep Ziqing safe. Is that so? Plenty of people have said that to me. They're all dead now. Li Qiye lazily smiled. Ignorant fool. The Lord barked back, you're an ancestor of Mount Guard and should be thinking about its well-being, since our Central Sacred Ground can destroy your sect whenever. The Lord blatantly threatened without holding back. These words weren't pleasant, but this was indeed the truth. If Li Qiye was stubborn enough to oppose them head-on, he would only be leading Mount Guard to its destruction regardless of how powerful he was. He alone couldn't do anything. It was a fight between an egg and a rock. It wouldn't end well for the egg. Central Sacred Ground is nothing, annoy me and I'll annihilate your sect without a problem. Li Qiye stated. Is this brat crazy? The crowd exchanged glances. Some experts found the statement amusing and shook their head. He's an ancestor. Still just a frog inside the well. Does he think he can do anything to Central Sacred Ground alone? Such an overestimation of his own power. He probably is used to lord over everyone at Mount Guard and thinks he's unbeatable now. An elder from a big sect disapproved. Altar Lord, he looks down on our sect and deserves death. Ziqing immediately jumped in. This was her chance to repay the humiliation of being slapped in the past. The Lord had a murderous glint. He wouldn't let this go even if Ziqing didn't say anything, since the person insulted his sect in public. He raised his hand and a uniformed brigade surrounded the stage and the 7. Clank. They unsheathed their swords, ready to kill at a moment's notice. Jiahui and the others became alarmed. They formed a formation again in order to face the enemies. The Lord took one step forward and the banners behind him poured out boundless flames. The banners became gigantic and blotted out the sky. He looked like a giant with great divinity beneath them as he approaches Li Qiye. Let's see what you can do, ancestor from Mount Guard. He smirked, then gave a command, cut them to pieces, leave none alive. Clank. His men unleashed waves of sword energy towards the group, drowning them out completely. The group was shocked to see this. These men were far stronger than them. Even their ultimate attacks couldn't do anything at this moment. At the same time, the Lord roared and swung a banner straight at Li Qiye, splitting the sky in the process. The firmaments trembled along with the stars above, the universe itself was flipped over. Chapter 2756, These kids are good seeds, what a shame. A few ancestors shook their head with regrets while watching the development. Many were certain of their death. Though Li Qie was an ancestor, he was under the suppression of the Altar Lord right now and couldn't save them. In fact, who knows if he could save himself? One person alone can't do anything. Opposing central sacred ground was very unwise. He's dragging his sect down with him. Numerous experts thought that Li Qie made the wrong decision. They didn't think that an ancestor from Mount Guard could be that strong. He was most likely inferior to Flame Banner Sacred Lord. Li Qie casually raised his finger and destroyed the crowd's expectations. Boom! All the experts on the stage from Flame Banner were instantly destroyed. They turned into bloody mists while their weapons became powders. Their death came so sudden that they didn't even know what happened, not even feeling the sensation of doom. Boom! At the same time, the strike of the Altar Lord directly struck him. However, it didn't split him into two or turn him into blood. Nothing of that sort. Li Qie's wheelchair didn't even move. On the contrary, the Lord suffered the backlash of the impact and staggered backward. What? The crowd gasped in response and couldn't close their mouth. The Lord wasn't weak at all since he was at the 5th level. The power level of an Ascender was well documented. Strangely enough, a direct attack from the banner didn't harm Li Qie in the slightest, not even a single hair of his. He still sat there calmly like a statue. How can this be? Someone shouted in astonishment. No way. The Altar Lord cried out too and looked back at his banner, thinking that there was something wrong with the treasure. The banner was still exuding a bright light. Plus, he was certain that he made contact earlier. This truly frightened him. He knew the power of that strike earlier, more than enough to rend the earth. Other Ascenders wouldn't dare to meet it with their body like that. Keep in mind that his banner was an amazing treasure with incredible destructive potential. Alas, that mighty move left 0 wounds on Li Qie. Who are you? The Altar Lord stumbled backward in horror. He finally realized the power of his enemy. Fiercest. Li Qie didn't bother looking at the guy. Run. The Lord knew the gravity of the situation and that he couldn't keep up with the foe, so he shouted at Zhou Ziqing. He turned and fled too for fear of death. Stay and play. Li Qie smiled and reached for the Lord. He didn't need to do the same for Ziqing because she was far weaker. Just his pressure alone immobilized her. Activate. The Lord shouted and swung his banner, releasing a force akin to an army of 1,000,000 for defensive measures. Boom! He had a fiery glow and looked like a deity while going all out. Unfortunately, this was useless against Li Qie's hand. His banner shattered to pieces after a loud blast and he was captured. Ah! His bones broke and struggling was futile. Different methods didn't amount to anything. Li Qie tightened his grip and broke more bones, causing the Lord to scream. The mighty combatant in the eyes of the spectators looked like a chicken now. Li Qie could kill him whenever by adding more force. This ancestor is insanely strong. I think he's an eternal. One shocked spectator shouted. Only an eternal or higher could easily beat a 5th-level Ascender like this. So Mount Guard finally has a true expert after so many years. When was the last time they had an eternal? One powerful ancestor nodded. For ordinary cultivators, true gods were masters. For the stronger experts, Ascenders were masters. And for Ascenders, Eternals were the real deal. As for Eternals, everyone beneath their realm were mere ants. Of course, they would also need to look up at Everlastings. A man needs to be decisive and respectable enough to handle a loss. Li Qie said, if a sect can't even uphold their end of the bargain, they should be embarrassed for insulting the reputation of immortal demon system. What do you want? The Lord felt insignificant while being gripped like this. Fear became so tangible. This was understandable. Anyone else would feel the same way in this situation. Your life, of course. Li Qie smiled. The Lord shouted, "Don't be insane. You're stronger than me, but there are plenty stronger than me in our sect too. Kill me and you will have no place to go in this world. The ancestors of Central Royal's sacred ground will hunt you down." Poof! Li Qie clenched tighter. What's left of the Lord scattered away to the wind. I'll be waiting. More people, more red paint for my sky canvas. Li Qie chuckled. This flowery comment made everyone shudder as if they could smell the stench of blood. Kill her. Li Qie flicked his finger and sent Zhou Ziqing next to the seven. She didn't have time to get up before weapons loomed by her neck. You can't kill me. I'm the future consort of 8 trigrams, kill me and antagonize both Central Sacred Ground and 8 trigrams. The frightened girl bellowed while trembling. Miss Zhou, you have lost. Excuse me. Li Jianquan shouted before slashing. Blood splattered everywhere. Her eyes were still open while her head rolls on the ground. She didn't have the chance to become a consort and enjoy a life of luxury. A hush fell over the scene due to the shocking reversal. Everyone thought that Zhou Ziqing would win for sure. Instead, she ended up dying. The Flame Banner Sacred Lord failed to save her and also threw his life away. Chapter 2757, That's the end, someone said softly after seeing Ziqing's head fall to the ground. Everyone stared at each other in confusion since none of them expected Mount Guard to come out victoriously. Will Mount Guard rise again? Someone questioned. A few experts contemplated for a moment. An ancestor eventually said, a glacier doesn't appear overnight. Some ancestors didn't look too highly on Mount Guard still. It wasn't easy for a sect to rise. This required generations of effort and more than just 1 or 2 masters. In order to reach the top, a sect needed many elite disciples. A mansion couldn't be built with just 1 tree. It's still too early to say. The key is whether they'll be able to traverse the oncoming storm. One elder gauged. They might have been too arrogant and reckless, showing a lack of patience. One high elder analyzed. Some agreed with this assessment. Mount Guard has offended 2 behemoths in the system today, a very unwise choice. No one else would pick this path. The crowd didn't believe Li Qie alone could oppose those 2 powers. They had plenty of masters, many of whom were Eternals. This ancestor could be extremely mighty, but 2 hands couldn't handle 4 fists. Mount Guard has been on a decline for too long, so it did need a boost like this. However, they might have picked the wrong targets. It won't be long until it turns to ashes. A true god wasn't optimistic about Mount Guard's chances. Humph. Pinnacle Sword Saint snorted after seeing this, very unhappy about the result and wanted to leave. You think you can leave? Li Qie chuckled. What are you trying to say? The saint stared at Li Qie with a changed expression, clearly apprehensive. He was a powerful ascender compared to the juniors, but not much more compared to Flame Banner Sacred Lord. The latter got annihilated by Li Qie, so he was no match either. Everyone speculated that Li Qie must be an Eternal. His kingdom had Eternals too, but they wouldn't come out for no reason. He was afraid but couldn't back down in public. Not much, I'll just be taking your dog life. Li Qie smiled. You. The Sword Saint stumbled backward, horrified. Fellow Taoist, we have no feud between us. He took a deep breath and said. The crowd didn't expect Li Qie to target the Sword Saint too. Indeed, but you're an eyesore, so I will kill you. Li Qie elaborated. This reason astounded the crowd. It was too illogical yet domineering. Is he insane? Mount Guard doesn't have enough enemies already. Someone blurted out. Fellow Taoist, you're being unreasonable here. The Sword Saint's expression became unsightly. He was relatively famous in the system and definitely a big shot in his own kingdom. Today, this contemptuous treatment from Wuxia was too much to take. So what? Everyone has their own position and bias, that's perfectly fine, but for a referee to do so. You threw away your own reputation along with the system's and its virtuous temperament. To be so blatantly impartial in an official duel, no other disciples will feel safe after this precedence. Thus, you have damaged the very integrity of cultivation and deserve death. Wuxia glanced at him and said. Numerous members of the crowd nodded their head in agreement. The Sword Saint did set a bad precedent for the system. No one would trust referees later on after this act. The Sword Saint turned red and white but couldn't come up with a retort. He was indeed wrong in this matter. In my eyes, you can only repent with death. So, will you end yourself or do I have to do it? Wuxia added. The Sword Saint stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. Humph, I'm not playing with you anymore. He waved his sleeve and decided to leave. He regretted lingering around to watch the show earlier instead of just leaving right away. It became so problematic. As I have said, you're not leaving this place alive. Wuxia suddenly appeared in front of his path. No one saw how he did it due to his impeccable speed despite still being in a wheelchair. The alarmed saint staggered backward. Two choices, suicide or be killed by me. Wuxia calmly sat there and threatened. Fellow Taoist, even if I was unfair in that fight, it doesn't warrant a fight to the death between us. The saint took a deep breath and composed himself before coldly uttering. It's nothing like that, you'll be the one dying for sure. Wuxia said. The saint found Wuxia's attitude exasperating. The guy spoke as if he was chatting with an ant. Alas, Wuxia was really stronger than him. Fellow Taoist, I admit my mistake and bias earlier. The saint conceded, not minding a momentary setback. He cupped his fist and continued, it's better to make a friend than an enemy. This meeting is a type of fate, my pinnacle kingdom welcomes you as a guest whenever. People could see that the saint was trying to please Wuxia by accepting defeat. There was nothing else he could do because of the power gap. Plus, he could have his revenge later as long as he can get through today. All eyes turned towards Wuxia now. In their opinion, Mount Guard was still too weak. It was better to make a friend instead of an enemy right now. Allowing the Sword Saint to leave could create a potential relationship between the two sections. That's not a bad thing at all. Don't make me repeat myself. Still the same two choices as before. Wuxia didn't bite. You. The saint didn't know what to do. He had accepted defeat in a humble manner, yet Wuxia still wouldn't let him off. Chapter 2758, Chapter 2758, Kill you with your own sword, looks like you just won't commit suicide. Wuxia looked disapprovingly at the saint, then get ready, survive one move and I'll spare your life. The saint's eyes were brimming with fury. Though he wasn't a peerless expert, he was quite accomplished on the Tao of the sword. Even the Eternals back in his kingdom didn't dare to look down on him or talk about taking his life with a single move. Wuxia, who seems to be a cripple, dared to mock him like this. He couldn't handle this humiliating insult. I see. The Sword Saint laughed wildly in response and sarcastically said, I'll have to see the amazing moves from the big shot of Mount Guard even if it means dying. Clank. He slowly took out the huge sword on his back. A while ago, he admitted fault in order to save his life, aware that he wasn't a match for Wuxia. But now, Wuxia didn't think a Sword Saint like him could stop a single move. He wanted to prove the guy wrong even if it meant risking his life. This was his bottom line, taking one move to preserve his dignity. He was undoubtedly a coward, always ready to submit in order to stay alive. Alas, Wuxia's arrogance was too much to take. Surviving one move became more important to him than staying alive now. That's more like it. You haven't thrown all the dignities of a sword saint away just yet. Li Qiye looked at the furious saint and said, "Very well, I will grant you a swift death because of this. Let's see how you're going to do that." The saint was ready to go all out, no longer as shackled by emotions as others. This bold feeling made him quite comfortable. "Go," Li Qiye said. Clank. The sword saint held his weapon with both hands. His vitality and true energy erupted like a soaring dragon. The hymn of his sword echoed repeatedly. He started rotating his sword, resulting in remnant images almost like the tail of a peacock behind him. These sword images multiplied and became a throne of swords. The actual one in his grasp had a majestic aura with enough energy to sweep through the entire world. Within the aura were numerous visual phenomena created from the Tao. Nice, pinnacle sword saint's Tao far exceeds similar level ascenders. Many ancestors nodded approvingly. Die. He unleashed a star-slaying slash that could end the sixth Tao and the reincarnation cycle. Yin and Yang were severed as he left behind an elongated wave of energy. This wave of energy looked like the image of a heavenly sword. People feel as if they have fallen into an ocean of swords. The cutting and culling would never end, always continuing indefinitely and virtually unblockable. Clank. Everything suddenly stopped. The crowd saw Li Qiye stopping the slash with his fingers. The ocean of energy filling the sky and the actual physical sword were nullified. The sword images behind let out their hymn and shot forward towards him like arrows. The two combatants were so close to each other. The incoming arrows crushed the void and the earth, wanting to grind Li Qiye down to nothingness. However, in this crucial moment, a deafening commotion could be heard as if millions of swords were unsheathing at the same time. The gigantic sword trapped between Li Qiye's fingers suddenly slashed backward, resulting in a tsunami of sharp energies. Rumble. This tsunami instantly wiped out the sword saint's sword images and didn't stop there. It continued to fly straight for the horrified sword saint. He instinctively bellowed, "No! Ah!" He tried to retreat but it was too late. The tsunami of swords minced him down. Not a single part of his body remained intact. Fleshy bits and blood stained the ground. The sword saint was no more to the horror of the spectators. Li Qiye said that if the guy could survive one move from him, he would let him leave. Everyone assumed that Li Qiye would use his own invincible merit law to take the sword saint down. They were very curious and wanted to see the ultimate move from this Mount Guard ancestor. Perhaps it could be something left behind by everlasting forefather. Alas, from start to finish, he sat in his wheelchair and didn't even stand up. He only slightly moved his finger and used the same style of sword Tao against his opponent. Flesh pieces were still falling on the ground. This made some spectators feel the urge to vomit. Not to mention others, the sword saint himself probably didn't expect that he would die to his own sword. This was quite a cruel end. Some got cold sweat while looking at the blade still gripped by Li Qiye's fingers. They touched their own weapons in response while trembling. For all cultivators, their weapons were meant for protection as well as taking down the enemies. Being killed by their own tools was quite terrifying. Clank. Li Qiye loosened his grip and the giant sword dropped to the ground. Time to rest. He didn't take a second look and closed his eyes. Jiehui and the others regained their wits and started pushing his wheelchair away. Though he was still a disabled man in a wheelchair, people still stared at his departing figure with trepidation. Just imagine, he could kill an ascender like a dog right now. What if he were to stand up one day? Perhaps even Eternals would tremble with fear before him. Who is this ancestor from Mount Guard? I've never heard about the existence of someone like this before. An ancestor found this unbelievable. I don't know. Ascenders from the previous generation stared at each other, thinking that Li Qiye was definitely an Eternal. However, an Eternal without any fame or reputation. That's exceedingly rare. Moreover, a third-rate sect like Mount Guard should celebrate having a being of this level. How was it possible that no one has heard of him before? Chapter 2759, Chapter 2759, Central Saintess Wuxia didn't return to the ancient walls but chose an inn instead, paying for a place with a private courtyard. In the past, Mount Guard had plenty of properties and estates in each of the cities here. Their disciples didn't need to stay in inns back then. Unfortunately, they have sold all of them. The current schoolmaster, Chen Weizheng, didn't mind finding a cheap place to stay. He found it wiser to be thrifty. After settling down, Wuxia glanced at the group and casually threw them a pouch of true stones. Go play outside, this is the rewards for your hard work. The group opened the pouch and became dazzled by the treasure lights stemming from the stones. They never have seen so many high-level stones before but were still aware of their worth. They stood there frozen, not knowing what to do. This was their first time seeing so much money. Thank your ancestor already. Weizheng was the first to calm down and glared at them. In fact, he felt the same shock because this was also his first time. Their sect right now couldn't afford this level of true stones. Plus, this was only spending money for the juniors too. That's the ancestor for you, Weizheng thought. His ancestor always did things in a flashy manner far beyond their imagination. The group hurriedly bowed towards Wuxia and became excited. They were rich compared to mortals but were impoverished compared to the disciples from bigger sections. This spending money left them ecstatic. They saw many things they wanted to buy ever since they got to this place. The lack of wealth stopped them from doing so, until now. Settle down. Be frugal now, you'll be spending a lot more money for other things in the future. Weizheng told the departing group. The group acknowledged and ran off with a big smile on their face. Weizheng was also happy and envious to see the kids being excited. Youth was indeed amazing, they didn't worry as much. Though he wasn't that capable, he was responsible for the entire sect, akin to walking on thin ice every day. He never dared to relax, always overwhelmed by anxiety. The death of Pinnacle Sword Saint and Flame Banner Sacred Lord created quite a stir in Reincarnation Mountain. These two weren't considered top masters or anything in Immortal Demon system, but their killer originated from Mount Guard. An ancestor from this shabby sect actually took down 2 experts. More importantly, they actually offended 3 lineages at the same time: Central Sacred Ground, 8 Trigrams Kingdom, and Pinnacle Kingdom. Remember, the former 2 were considered behemoths. Pinnacle Kingdom wasn't weak either, with plenty of masters. Now, the weak Mount Guard has offended all 3 while acting rather pompous. That's why everyone became confused. What was Mount Guard going to do against these powers? Were they not afraid of being destroyed? It shouldn't be hard for the 3 to defeat them, probably as easy as eating breakfast. Many older experts tried to connect Wuxia with an old sage or ancestor from Mount Guard. Alas, they couldn't come up with any historical figure that matches. On the second day, an imperious figure arrived in this particular city, a supreme beauty riding a phoenix carriage engraved with gold and jade. It had a regal presence, clearly belonging to the nobility. The carriage had 8 golden swans pulling it. Their spreading wings in motion emitted an incredible radiance. The carriage landed in the city and a supreme woman dressed in a red phoenix gown came out like a goddess from above. The glowing woman was also shrouded by auspicious clouds. She exuded a majestic and overpowering presence. She scowled after arriving. The sound of dissatisfaction could be heard across the whole area. Boom! She opened her fate palaces and released her true energy like waterfalls. Central Saintess. Many in the city recognized her right away. 11 palaces, 9th level ascender, so close to being an eternal. A youth curiously counted the palaces and said, "She's indeed more talented than others. I saw her several years ago and she was only an 8th level ascender then." It won't be long till she becomes an eternal. An older expert emotionally commented. She's so young still, there's a chance she'll become an everlasting. People approved of her power. Yes, blessed in both talents and looks. A prodigy became infatuated with her appearance. Forget about it because only the crown prince of 8 trigrams is worthy of a woman like her. His friend told him to drop this idea. The young prodigy sighed in agreement. Numerous youths admired her in the system, but only the crown prince of that kingdom could win her heart. They had no complaints because he is one of the best cultivators in these parts. She should be able to fight against a low-level true emperor. A high elder from an old clan commented. That depends on the emperor's background, one without any support or one from a famous power. An eternal present said seriously, she has supreme arts from a progenitor and possesses invincible weapons. An emperor from a humble background can't match that level of resources despite having the better grand Tao. No one really objected to this statement. Some might feel jealousy, but this was indeed the truth. The girl was blessed due to her background. Back during the foundation of her sect, her progenitor asked Everlasting Forefather to bestow a name for his sect. The Great Forefather gave it the name, Central, a very positive and auspicious title. The sect was clearly favored by the Forefather, albeit not on the same level as Mount Guard and Longevity Hall. Because of this, there were rumors about this sect possessing many merit laws and treasures from Everlasting Forefather. They have been passed down for generations. The long ages of accumulation improved the sect. This particular girl was a genius since youth, adored by the seniors in her sect. She cultivated the best merit laws and had the mightiest weapons. After the marriage alliance, she earned the love of 2 behemoths at the same time. One could only imagine her superior wealth and hidden ace cards. A true emperor hailing from a normal sect might not be as rich as her. The one who killed my attendant deserves death. Her authoritative and cold voice echoed, "Come accept the punishment and I might spare your sect. Otherwise, everyone related to you will die." Her ruthless declaration made people see blood in the upcoming days. Chapter 2760, Chapter 2760, Guejihue. At the gates of hell, people naturally shuddered at her bloodthirsty declaration and took it seriously too. After all, her words represented central sacred ground and to a certain extent, 8 trigrams kingdom too. Just imagine, these 2 behemoths enjoyed a great status in the system. Few powers were comparable to them. No one would dare to oppose them without thinking twice, then another time. Will Mount Guard be able to survive this? Discussions sprang all over the city. Hard, no, impossible. One ancestor shook his head, though they have that ancestor who called himself fiercest, he alone can't do everything. Central and 8 trigrams have plenty of powerful ancestors too, even everlastings. Yes, their true powers are unfathomable. Just having one strong ancestor can't protect Mount Guard forever. He can't compete with 2 sects that have dominated for so long. People agreed with his statement. The current Mount Guard had no chance against the 2 behemoths. They messed with the beehive this time, just surviving will be the best outcome thanks to the blessing of their past ancestors. I think this ancestor will bring ruin to them. A high elder added. People could see that this ancestor was very powerful and that Mount Guard had hopes of revitalization under his guidance. However, he was too arrogant and offended 3 powers at the same time. A third-rate sect facing enemies from all directions. It would be a miracle if it manages to stay alive. The ancestor from Mount Guard must come here and profess his sin and commit suicide for repentance. Otherwise, we shall destroy Mount Guard. She eventually added this death order to the dismay of the crowd. Okay, that settles it. Everyone came to the conclusion that Mount Guard was done for. Rumble. Explosions detonated all over the city, shaking the sky vault in the process. After her order, divine lights rushed out of a palace owned by Central Sacred Ground along with the roars of beasts. The place seemed to be storing primordial beasts at the moment. Clank. Defensive barriers were erected and the frames of the palace turned into metal, seemingly impenetrable. Beast roars occasionally came from inside. Their auras made passers-by shudder with fear and forced them to take the long way around. The Saintess came prepared this time. She brought along the army of Central Sacred Ground too. People were startled to see the palace turning into a war fortress. She truly wants to kill that ancestor from Mount Guard. He might be stronger than her, but if he dares to step inside that palace, the masters there will cut him to pieces. I'm sure they have their own ancestors coming to protect her. One big shot analyzed. Looks like the Mount Guard ancestor will die in this city. Another expert came to this conclusion. Back at the inn, Chen Weijing also heard the declaration from the Saintess. The frightened schoolmaster sought out Li Qie for guidance. Ancestor, how should we deal with this? He had no answer against a behemoth like Central Sacred Ground. Don't worry about mere ants. Li Qie said flatly. Li Qie didn't give a damn, but Weijing remained nervous. He occasionally looked outside and wondered, why are the brats not back yet? The seven haven't returned from their shopping trip, so Weijing was very worried about them due to the city's current climate after the Saintess declaration. The things we worry the most about, sadly enough, have a higher chance of happening. Bam! A bloodied figure was thrown into the courtyard. Who? Weijing rushed out and saw that it was Guo Jiahui. She had wounds everywhere, her 4 limbs were broken along with many other spots. Jiahui! Weijing shouted in horror. Tell the young no dash. She couldn't finish before trembling once and falling back on the ground. She didn't get up again, for death has come. Jiahui, the shocked Weijing bellowed for help, ancestor. Li Qie appeared before him, still in the wheelchair. He scowled and raised his hand. Her corpse then flew closer to him. He exuded a glow as if he came from an ancient era. He reached into the deepest crevice of the world, seemingly searching in hell in order to bring her soul back. Buzz. He grabbed a sliver of life and reserved time, severing the reincarnation cycle and stealing the fortune of the world. This was the ultimate profundity, the mystical process of deriving life, something beyond the reach of most progenitors. Finally, a soul flame lit up on his index fingertip. He then pointed at her forehead and the flame entered her ocean of memories. She twitched continuously as time reversed and life returned. Young noble, did I die? She slowly opened her eyes, still confused. She knew that she was dead earlier. Yes, you visited the gates of hell, but I've locked your true fate prior. No one in this world can kill you without my permission. This previous act allowed him to save her even when she was completely obliterated and her souls and spirits have scattered away. Very few beings in this world could actually take her down under this condition. Weijing's jaw fell to the floor. A wave of emotions overwhelmed him. He clearly saw that the girl was dead, and not that type of temporary or false death either. The person who did this didn't hold back, causing lasting damage to her souls. She was really dead earlier. However, Li Qie derived the meanings of life and brought her back. She really rose from the dead. Buzz. He raised his hand again and the Grand Tao turned into a cauldron. A majestic medical essence wrapped around her and pulled her into the cauldron for a refinement process. Her wounds healed in just a short time. Moreover, she had another physical transformation, her constitution became better than ever before. The others are in danger too. The girl woke up from the process and anxiously said, Young noble, masters from Central Sacred Ground took the virtuous crown and captured everyone. While they were shopping, the group also heard the declaration from the Saintess. They immediately ran back to the inn but were ambushed by people from Central. They were outmatched in both numbers and power. Her crown was taken while the rest was captured. They then threw her corpse here in order to intimidate Li Qie. Very well, it's time for a massacre. Li Qiye calmly said while his eyes flashed with murderous intent. Chapter 2761, Chapter 2761, Gate Guardian, killing a disciple from our sacred ground is a crime punishable by death. At noon, the perpetrators will face justice. Our dead disciple shall be avenged. Today, Central Saintess made another unexpected announcement. The crowd didn't exactly know what is going on just yet. Not long had passed since her previous message. The Saintess captured those disciples from Mount Guard and will kill them via immolation. Someone found out the story and it spread quickly across the city. Immolation, huh? She's very ruthless and domineering then, acting so fast after just arriving. An expert commented after hearing the news. Immolation meant burning someone to death but not with any ordinary flame. The flame used here was a type of samadhi flame. It wasn't a quick process either. This samadhi flame would burn someone inch by inch, penetrating into the bones and marrows. This agonizing experience instilled a pain. The victims would wish for death while screaming until their last moment. In short, this punishment was ruthless and painful. The crowd shuddered before the Saintess' efficiency and brutality. They got a better idea of her characters and methods. Mount Guard shouldn't have opposed Central Sacred Ground. The Saintess will show no mercy, it won't be long till they turn to ashes. An elder from an old sect shook his head. Will that ancestor retaliate? I can't wait to watch. Some were excited to see the ancestor of Mount Guard coming to the palace of Central Sacred Ground. After all, the ancestor's power was as clear as day while the Saintess was a tough character too. A conflict between these two would certainly result in a fierce battle. This ancestor might be bold enough to make this way in there, but I don't think he's leaving alive. The Saintess clearly came prepared with ancestors protecting her. One expert commented. The whole immolation punishment is meant to bait this ancestor there. If he takes half a step into that palace, the Saintess will flay him alive. They won't let someone who had questioned the authority of their sect run around unanswered. Another ancestor added. Everyone has seen Li Qiye's power but didn't think too much of it. The other side had the number advantage with an unfathomable background. The Saintess was clearly ready to kill this ancestor and take down Mount Guard after her recent moves. That ancestor is on the move. This news came out while many expected Li Qiye to not go save his disciples. Numerous cultivators came out on the street to watch the assault. They wanted to see his power and Central Sacred Ground's ace cards. Of course, they weren't optimistic about Li Qiye's chances. Wei Jing pushed the wheelchair with Jiehui next to him. Li Qiye seemed to be asleep, looking quite calm. This wasn't the aura of a general going into battle. The spectators held their breath, waiting to be impressed by the upcoming fight. It didn't take long before the three made it to the palace of Central Sacred Ground. It was black due to its metallic form and emitted a hardened affinity. The entire place was heavily guarded and seemed quite resilient. People would feel the pressure while standing in front as if there was an army waiting there. The wise choice would be to leave and walk the long way around. The Iron Gate Division is here. An ancestor noticed the defensive lines and said, they are guarding the palace so well, it's going to be difficult. The Mount Guard ancestor has to get through them if he wants to save his disciples. An expert nodded. Iron Gate was a major division of Central Sacred Ground, famous for its defensive abilities, extremely hard to break through after letting them set up. Boom! The ground shook due to the closing gates, unwelcoming to the trio from Mount Guard. A gigantic defender appeared in front of the gate. Each of his steps made the ground tremble. People needed to look up in order to fully see this person. He was 3 times taller than an average man with a full waist and broad shoulders. He wore a black suit of armor. His skin where visible was black as well, seemingly cast from black metal. He resembled a mountain of steel, exerting great pressure on the spectators. Gate Guardian, a capable assistant of the Iron Gate Lord. He's very resilient due to his physical prowess. Back then, he successfully guarded his sect against more than 10 experts who were stronger than him. This won him the title of Gate Guardian. One expert elaborated. The giant was a top 2 expert in Iron Gate. He came from a unique race allowing him to withstand weapon attacks with his body. State your name. He let out an ear-piercing shout. Ancestor of Mount Guard. Wei Zheng had to answer for the sleeping Li Qie. Please release our disciples. Ha ha ha. Gate Guardian let out a burst of thunderous laughter. You're the ignorant fools from Mount Guard. His expression changed to aggression right away as he continued. Your sect is but a worm in our eyes, yet you dared to kill a disciple of ours. Wait for your inevitable demise. So you won't release them? An insipid voice sounded. Li Qie had woken up. Release them. Gate Guardian snorted in response, in your dream. They'll be burned to death at noon today, their screams will echo across the city to let everyone know the consequences of opposing us. He then turned towards Li Qie and said, you're that ancestor, right? So what, just a leader ant in an ant's hill. Our saintess has given an order, if you sever your limbs and crawl inside to beg for forgiveness then kill yourself, she will be merciful enough to spare your sect. It was understandable for Gate Guardian to look down on the group. Their army was in the palace right now, killing this ancestor would be simple. Central Sacred Ground is overbearing indeed, very forceful in their decisions. People were moved to hear this. Alas, they had the strength to back it up so no one could complain. Beg for forgiveness? Ha, I'm here to kill everyone from Central and take your saintess head. That's the punishment for conspiring against my sect's disciples. Li Qie chuckled. Damn, that's a fierce retort. The crowd was stunned. Not too many people would dare to utter such a strong response against Central Sacred Ground. One needs to be able to back up their words with their abilities. He'll be suiciding going in there. One spectator said. Boasting so shamelessly, ignorant fool. We will flay you soon in a dash. Gate Guardian said. Sword. Li Qie interrupted him and stretched out his hand. Guo Jiahui placed her personal sword in his hand. I won't bully you. Survive one slash from me and I shall spare you. Li Qie pointed the sword at Gate Guardian and casually said. Chapter 2762, Chapter 2762, No one is invulnerable before me, just one move. Gate Guardian angrily glared at Li Qie in his wheelchair. Unrestrainable fury turned into laughter, ha ha ha. I see, a sword move that I can't handle, huh? If I successfully stop it, you will need to crawl and bark like a dog. His expression abruptly changed into aggression as he continued. Go. Li Qie said with disdain. Let's see you try to kill me with one slash. Gate Guardian snorted, not believing in defeat at all. His defenses were mighty. Not even the powerful ancestors from his sacred ground would be able to kill him so easily. Boom! His armor exuded a surging light. Divine walls erected all around him. Rumble! His activated vitality created runes around him, looking just like numerous attached talismans. His body seemed to be an endless source for these runes. After all the runes came out, his body started changing numerous times. The gigantic frame increased in size by more than half. The runes increased his vigor and toughness. He looked like a man made from steel with an unimaginable resilience. His race's special ability. Rumor has it that when these runes are activated fully, they can gain an indestructible body capable of withstanding any attack. One ancestor said. Of course, he was far from reaching a state of invulnerability. However, his body could really withstand many direct attacks from weapons. Boom! He then took out a massive shield and placed it forward. It smashed on the ground and made the area tremble. It was large enough to cover his entire body. It emitted the aura of an emperor. Deity Aegis. Someone recognized the shield and revealed, rumor has it that Central Sacred Ground spent a huge sum to get an emperor to make this shield specifically for Gate Guardian. Brat, today is your last. Gate Guardian was completely confident in withstanding one slash. He took out a monstrous mace as well in order to go on the offense. Die. Satisfied with his defenses, he roared and swung his mace forward with enough force to shatter mountains and rivers. I don't think one slash alone can take down Gate Guardian. People were skeptical. Clank. In this split second, Wuxia finally made his move. The slash was very casual and lacked any fanfare, only a flashing glint. The flash resembled a thief stealing one beat from time, creating a brief frozen phenomenon. Gate Guardian was confused for a moment. He regained his wits and looked around before pointing his mace at Wuxia. Ha ha ha, you lost, bark like a dog now. What happened? The same confusion permeated through the crowd. The slash didn't kill Gate Guardian nor made contact with the mace with sparks flying everywhere. The temporal phenomenon occurred too quickly. Maybe nothing happened at all. Ha ha ha, start crawling already, Gate Guardian guffawed. However, he couldn't finish before his body split in half. Blood and internal organs fell to the ground. The intestines were still wiggling down there. The two halves fell to the ground. His left and right eyes were wide open. He finally noticed his condition and saw blood spreading on the ground. He wanted to scream but nothing could come out. A hush fell over the scene along with disbelief. People thought they were seeing things. So fast, so damn fast, he didn't even know what hit him. A powerful Eternal gasped after seeing the incredible slash. Gate Guardian had no idea that he was already dead and even taunted Wuxia. It was already too late once he noticed. Ugh, someone couldn't help but vomit due to the gruesome and bizarre nature of the kill. Cultivators weren't strangers to death, but this was their first time seeing something like this. Too weak. Wuxia casually said, causing the crowd to shudder. Clank. He let out another move that looks like a regular spear thrust, nothing special about it. Boom. The great gates and the forward walls were blown into pieces. Rumble. Next, the surrounding walls protecting the palace crumbled as well. The perimeter defenses of the palace were gone in an instant, completely powerless before the might of the sword thrust. The crowd became astounded with their mouth agape. It was as if the palace didn't have any defensive line at all. Wei Jing then pushed the wheelchair into the palace. We've underestimated him. One Eternal stared at Wuxia's back and murmured, I think he's at least an Amaranthan Eternal. Amaranthan, some shuddered after hearing this. Most sects had ancestors of this level but they belonged to the highest echelon. On guard. With this command and loud explosions, more walls sprung from the ground. Each of them seemed to be made from the toughest immortal metal. Buzz. Next, a bloody glow appeared on their surface for what seems to be a refinement process. The walls changed into a ruby color with the reflection of various figures on them. These figures had boundless vitality. The walls seemed to have been blessed by millions of experts. They contained the vitality and grand Tao power of these cultivators. One could break down the walls but they would instantly come into form again a split second after. Thus, no one could really get through. Iron Gate's unsurpassable ruby walls that have been blessed by countless disciples. They're unbreakable. One high elder from a kingdom said. The defenseless palace became protected again by the famous high walls of Iron Gate. No intruders could take a step inside. Chapter 2763, Chapter 2763, Extermination / the crowd started contemplating. It appeared that Central Sacred Ground mobilized quite a few troops to this place. Judging by the walls ahead, perhaps all of the experts from Iron Gate were present. "Ignorant brat, it's not too late to surrender." Another deafening voice resounded. Everyone looked over and saw a man standing in front of the walls. He had an impressive stature. Of course, still far from being as large as the late Gate Guardian. He adorned bronze armors that had the immensity and weight of a mountain. Just a slight movement from him sounded like the march of a galloping cavalry. Impassable Aegis, Jiang Juanhao. Many recognized this armored man. He was quite famous as the Lord of Iron Gate. Both his power and defensive abilities were renowned. He fought Eternals before despite not being their match. Nevertheless, he lasted several hundred moves before losing. That's a battle feat worthy of pride. "Surrender. I'm about to kill all of you right now with another slash." Li Qie glanced at him and said. Juanhao's expression soured. The spectators from the distance also took a deep breath at the bloodthirsty declaration. "You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Our central sacred ground will crush you. Men, forward." Rumble. Numerous experts emerged from the ground, completely covered in armor plates. They postured and coiled on the ground, looking just like a ball of steel, or a hedgehog. Clank. Numerous sharp blades protruded from their armors. They had a crescent shape like the moon and shined like snow, acting like the quills of a hedgehog. Boom. Thousands of these experts began rolling at Li Qie. Some leaped to the sky and built even more momentum. These rolling balls came from everywhere. Their blades released sharp energy waves that cover the entire area. Not good. Wei Jing's expression soured because the energy waves targeted everyone, not just Li Qie. Rumble. At the same time, the ruby walls surged towards him too, acting like mobile shields. If the first wave of blades couldn't cut him to pieces, then the incoming shields would crush him instead. Die. Jiang Juanhao joined the mix. He turned into a bronze beam and soared forward like a shuttle piercing through the void. This was a three-layered ambush that focuses on killing Li Qie right away. People were surprised because they didn't think that the walls have offensive potential as well. Its defensive capabilities turned into a destructive attack like a tsunami of steel. This was a perfect example of the phrase, "Offense is the best defense." All three attacks headed for Li Qie at the same time, the rolling soldiers, divine walls, and Jiang Juanhao. Their teamwork was impeccable and surrounded him in unison. The sky turned dark because weapons engulfed the sky. This tsunami of steel left no room to run, impossible to block as well. It could permeate through the weak spots of anyone's defense. Boom! Li Qie's area got crushed and turned into fragmented space. So strong. Perfect teamwork too. One ancestor shuddered at this sight. A sure kill. Many nodded at this omnidirectional attack. No one expected for the Iron Gate division to have such mighty offensive potential as well. This changed everyone's impression of them. Clank. Li Qie made his move as his area crumbled. The sword hymned and illuminated the whole area with enough force to flatten the ages. Peerless, this word alone perfectly described the exterminating slash. Heavy rain started pouring down afterward. It's raining. Someone instinctively touched their face only to find it stained with blood. This was a rain of blood streaming down. The slash earlier massacred the rolling experts. The ruby walls were cut down too, failing to come together again. The various cultivators from Iron Gate fusing with the walls were dismembered. Their blood gushed out like the spring. The fusion of their vitality with the divine walls couldn't stop the might of the sword. It nullified the restorative property of the walls. Boom! Juanhao didn't escape either. The slash sent him flying after dealing enough damage. Blood and organs oozed out from the middle of the two severed halves. His bronze armors containing his two meat chunks heavily slammed into the ground. Carnage and blood resulted from this single slash. The thick stench of death permeated the air and made others feel as if there was something stuck in their throat, quite a nauseating feeling. "I can't believe it," someone shouted. One slash slaying an army, an ascender turned pale. The crowd realized that Wuxia wasn't just boasting earlier. His one slash had enough power to massacre everything. "It's over for Iron Gate." An ancestor shook his head. The experts and even the Lord of Iron Gate were dead now. Where did this powerful ancestor crawl out from? Everyone became intimidated. "He calls himself fiercest." They started murmuring and memorizing his title. In the beginning, they didn't think much about this particular title. Now, they have experienced its meaning with this gruesome scene. Chapter 2764, Chapter 2764, Wild Beast Lord 1/capable of exterminating a million, this flowery praise became a bloody reality today. Some felt nauseous but nothing would come out. Why do people like to seek death so bad? Does this tiny sect think it can kill me? Wuxia smiled and blew away the drops of blood on his sword. The crowd held their breath, speechless at this scene. "He's too strong, I think he's an epic eternal, not an amaranthan eternal." An ancient eternal put on a serious expression. "Epic eternal?" People gasped in response. An epic eternal was the highest level right beneath the everlasting realm. Even a mid-level true emperor would find it hard to compete with one. Just my opinion, hard to say if it's correct. Maybe I'm overestimating it, but we haven't seen his full power just yet. The Eternal elaborated. Intuition told him that this Wuxia fella was immensely strong and hard to fathom. "I heard Central Sacred Ground has an everlasting, is that true?" A spectator whispered. No one could give an exact answer. One ancestor finally said, "This was verified a long time ago, but the person hasn't shown up for several generations now. Perhaps he has passed away. However, I can confirm that 8 Trigram's kingdom has one everlasting, and a very young one at that, only achieving the realm in the last generation." The crowd shuddered after hearing this. Because of the marriage alliance, it meant that the Saintess also had an everlasting backing her up. I wonder who came with her this time. Ordinary Eternals will not be able to stop Fiercest, but their strongest ancestor. Fiercest will die against an everlasting. One elder speculated. The Saintess' bold actions thus far showed her confidence. Even if she wasn't a match for Fiercest, they had enough experts and ancestors from Central to stop him. "Go." Wuxia smiled nonchalantly. Wei Jing pushed the wheelchair deeper into the palace. He and Jiahui had a serious expression, unlike Wuxia who seemed to be asleep. The crowd thought that Wuxia had all the momentum right now. He could freely traverse the lair despite the dragons and tigers hidden inside. People also got the feeling that if anyone tries to stand in front of his wheelchair, they would still be flattened all the same. Just imagine him being able to walk. This question popped up. This made the crowd shudder. He could already massacre an entire division without needing to walk. What if this disability wasn't there? No, it's best that he can't. One ancestor quietly said. But how did he become crippled? Another expert wondered. After all, an Eternal was capable of recreating their body. This disabled state shouldn't be possible. It's definitely a wound. One Eternal thought he had figured it out, something caused by a stronger opponent that will always be there. It had harmed his true fate, so recreating the body is useless. Thus, he's not really a cripple in the mortal sense. His true fate is probably incomplete. I see. Another heaved a sigh of relief. A monster like him will cause carnages everywhere with a complete true fate. Many agreed with this sentiment as they watched him infiltrate deeper into the palace. The trio eventually reached an open training field. The sky suddenly turned dark after a loud stomp from a massive creature. Boom! It stood before the group, blocking their way. Everyone got a good look at the creature, an earth dragon with a frame big enough to shoulder the sky. When it raised its frontal claws in front of its chest, one could see their unstoppable sharpness. Rumble. 3 more massive creatures landed in 3 different spots. To the east was a blood-tusk elephant, to the west was an armored leo, and to the south was a bladed porcupine. The elephant was larger than the rest. Its 4 legs looked like pillars. One stomp from it could shatter the earth. Its ivory tusks had a bloody glow. The leo was covered with armors from top to bottom. Rocks were as feeble as tofu before its claws. The porcupine looked like a saber expert. It stood up straight and had a dual-wielding style. What are they? The spectators haven't seen these beasts before. Rumble. More beasts rushed out, resulting in an earthquake. They appeared so suddenly as if they were teleported here. The horde included fish and bird, massive serpents, tiger king with a frenzy bloodline, eagle king with an all-piercing beak. 10,000 beasts or so filled up the arena. Their march could trample anything to pieces. Where the hell did they come from? Many felt their legs trembling after sensing the bestial auras. Are we back in a primal world? Another fearful spectator said. Nothing but ashes will be left of those who kill our disciple. A colossal shadow loomed from above. Everyone noticed a gigantic eagle king with red eyes and sharp claws. The voice came from the bird itself. Wild beast lord. An expert shouted. So this lord is an eagle demon. A few people exchanged glances after seeing this. Don't look down on him. He can control these beasts and has access to the excellent 4 forms beast formation. His own power isn't that impressive, but he controlled this army of beasts and took down a kingdom before. A strategist said with a serious expression. Wild beast was one of the strongest divisions in Central Sacred Ground. The chaotic swarm of beasts, once commanded, could tear apart anything in a short amount of time. They were terrifying to face and have established numerous meritorious contributions to the sect. Who would have thought that the Saintess would bring them here today? She wants Fiercest to waste his vitality and power. An expert knew the Saintess' plan instantly after seeing the blockade. They'll throw bodies at him. Someone looked up and saw no end to the waves of beasts. It would take a very long time to force a path open through all of them. I wonder how long Fiercest can last. An Eternal wondered. In his opinion, this division wouldn't be able to stop him. Nevertheless, this primal tsunami could still expend a lot of his energy while the Saintess bide her time waiting for an exhausted enemy. Just wait till you see their ace card, the 4 forms beast formation, it's very hard to escape. One ancestor added. You're all courting death. Li Chiye opened his eyes for a quick glance. My beasts will stomp you down to a paste. The Eagle King up above shouted in response to Li Chiye's contempt. Chapter 2765, Chapter 2765, 1/ To end the stampede, come, the more the merrier. Li Chiye remained apathetic to his opponents. Oh. The Eagle King became furious and blew a horn. Boom. All the beasts moved at the same time. The first were the massive ones causing non-stop quakes. The entire city was affected. Rhinoceroses ran at full speed, using their horns like swords. One could even hear the hymn of sabers. Numerous sharp rays shot at Li Chiye, wishing to cut him to 8 pieces. Devil bulls came next with fiery clouds surrounding their hooves. The ground beneath them would burn from the high temperature. They advanced with incredible speed and their dual horns also acted as crescent sabers against Li Chiye. Screech. Flame birds joined from above. They spewed out true flames in an endless manner, wishing to drown him out. At the same time, large hedgehogs shook their body a bit and shot out a rain of sharp quills towards Li Chiye. Rumble. Next, giant tentacles drilled out of the ground with a big mouth at the tip that tried to suck Li Qie closer, wanting to wrap around him. In the distance were numerous coiling serpents the size of a mountain. They spewed out a miasma that killed any vegetation nearby. Rumble. These beasts attacked in a frightening manner at the same time. The battlefield turned into hell. The ground was crushed, the soil melted into lava. The spatial area above was lacerated and turned into a terrible storm. They came from all directions, the air, ground, and even underground. Anyone would be killed in the blink of an eye. The weaker spectators turned pale and trembled with fear, thinking about the sad end if they were in Li Qie's spot. They probably wouldn't even have the chance to scream. Numbers mean nothing, still just ants. Li Qie casually whirled his sword around. Clank. A circular sword energy rapidly expanded with him at the center. It looked like the sun and emitted boundless sword images. Millions of swords started sweeping through the area. Oh dash, pitiful shrieks echoed across the area, loud enough to blow away the clouds. Poof! Pillars of blood gushed upward in a magnificent manner, almost like an ocean being flipped over. The red liquid then poured down in a torrential manner and started accumulating on the ground, high enough to cover the corpses of smaller beasts. The slash that killed the Iron Gate members earlier only resulted in a drizzle, unlike the downpour this time around. The horde was annihilated, whether it be the mountainous serpents, armored rats, lightning-fast light birds, or poisonous ants the size of a finger. Not a single fish escaped the net. The ferocious and powerful ones also failed to withstand the energy, dying on the spot instantly. The stench of blood overwhelmed the nose. Courage was being tested before this hellish scene. Some failed since their legs were clearly trembling. Too brutal, not to mention the young, even the older experts who were Eternals shuddered inside. No. The Eagle King bellowed, but he couldn't save the horde. Keep in mind that he spent his entire life gathering this army of beasts. To do so again required thousands of years. Bastard, I will end you. He furiously roared with reddened eyes. Boom! A red radiance exploded around him, illuminating the sky vault with the same shade. He turned into a blood eagle. The flapping of his wings resulted in waves of blood. At the same time, the four main beasts on the ground also activated their skills and started glowing. Buzz! All 5 beasts sent out runes that imprinted on the ground. Arrays started moving and connecting with each other to form a great formation. Boom! The completed formation replaced the world with another. Li Qie's area turned into a primordial wildland with thick forests. They seemed to have been transported to the oldest age. Boom! A divine beast landed from above and instantly exerted its stately aura. It had the head of a Leo, body of a dragon, 4 limbs of an elephant, and 2 arms holding long sabers. The 2 sabers have changed, gaining a sacred glow in the process. Moreover, the beast also had a pair of wings that were as red as blood. The feather was sparkling, seemingly carved from rubies. This abomination released an oppressive domain. A halo appeared above its head, flawless and pure. People suddenly felt the urge to prostrate, not daring to have disrespectful thoughts. That's a divine beast. Someone murmured. No, it's the 4 forms formation of the Eagle King. One ancestor had seen it before and explained, their fusion could summon the soul of a divine beast and allow them to wield a mighty force. The 4 beasts and the Eagle King have successfully fused and turned into this ancient monster with an old soul. You're done for, brat. The Eagle King bellowed. Boom! The great beast glowed brighter, same with its halo. Millions of beast images appeared behind the beast. Each one was a king in their own right and possessed a regal aura. The primordial auras of these beasts empowered the main one. The beast changed again and had an ocean of runes imprinted on its body, granting it an endless source of grand ado power. The two sabers seemed to be made from perfect runes as well while exuding the light of the Grand Tao. 4 forms divine annihilation. The beast leaped into the air and unleashed 2 vertical slashes. Clank! The hymn of the sabers descended as the 2 slashes intertwined with each other. Their energy instantly engulfed this realm like a world-ending flood. Chapter 2766, Chapter 2766, 4 Forms Divine Annihilation, Clank. A saber hymn echoed through the ages. The divine beast in the sky unleashed 2 intercrossing slashes. Everything else became overshadowed, only the 2 slashes remained with radiance and heat more impressive than the sun itself. The sabers suddenly disappeared, leaving behind 2 spatial scars descending down with the holiest force intending on suppressing Wuxia. The sabers have turned into the heavenly scars with the power of judgment. Every other living being would need to prostrate and accept their punishment. Even the mightiest could only lean downward to await the inevitable decapitation. They came so fast and silently. Everyone felt this power imprinting in their heart and judging them. The weaker cultivators couldn't help but vomit blood. So strong, that's the power from that divine soul. A spectator shouted while the rest felt fear. Clank! Wuxia casually retaliated with a skyward slash. It instantly pierced through the firmaments. The flow of time came to a halt, seemingly affected by his sword thrust. When the crowd could see again, the casual thrust had pierced through the divine beast. Its blood slowly flowed down the blade. Crack! Crack! Next, the primal world and the great formation collapsed. The 5 beasts assumed their original form. Unfortunately, all had a gaping, bloody hole. Nothing was spared from the thrust earlier. The Eagle King's eyes were wide open. He couldn't see the move clearly at all. Just one flash and his heart got penetrated just like that. He was off to the Yellow River now. Wuxia pulled back his sword and loud explosions happened. The monstrous frames of the 5 beasts fell and piled up into a mound. Time started flowing normally again and the world regained its original appearance. However, there were more corpses this time around. They piled up like mountains and their blood flowed like rivers. This palace turned into hell. Wild Beast Division is finished too. Someone murmured. In just one day, he destroyed Iron Gate and Wild Beast. Wait, don't forget Flame Banner before that too. That's almost half of Central Sacred Ground's forces, they're hurt to the core. One expert shuddered. More eventually calmed down and exchanged glances of fear. Wuxia was just too strong and terrifying. Now this is a sword god. Other people aren't worthy of using the sword compared to him. One Eternal took a deep breath and praised. No one would refute this statement. From start to finish, Fiercest only needed 1 slash to take care of his opponents and settle any issue. Who else would be worthy of the title, Sword God, if not him? If the old men from Central Sacred Ground don't come out, no one will be able to stop him. They'll only come to die needlessly. Only ancestors can deal with him now. An ancestor solemnly said. At the start, the Saintess wanted Wuxia to waste his energy and vitality by throwing bodies at him. Now, in retrospect, this strategy seemed futile. Even more people would still be useless. Dumb. 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 Sonorous drums came from the depths of the palace. The central disciple still on the battlefield retreated like the tides after hearing the drums. The Saintess ordered a retreat, looks like she wants to come out herself. Everyone became excited. It's about time to end this. Wuxia wiped his blade with a handkerchief and smiled. Wei Jing pushed the wheelchair once more. This time around, he was completely calm. His legs no longer trembled even if they were heading into the lair of a dragon. What is the Saintess going to do? One expert wondered. Everyone thought that the ancestor would die for sure after coming into this place. However, many have changed their view. Perhaps the Saintess had no chance of dealing with someone so strong. She has to invite the ancestors. One Eternal said, I know that they still have several powerful ones, ranging from Aramanthan to epic level. Powerful indeed. The crowd shuddered. These ancestors were indeed the pillars of Central Sacred Ground. One ancestor alone will not be able to beat Fiercest, but several ones might amount to something. A sect like Central Sacred Ground definitely has aces up its sleeve. One knowledgeable ancestor said. It will be a brilliant fight regardless of the victor. The anticipation grew among the crowd. Once the trio made it far enough inside the palace, they saw a throne on top of many steps. The Saintess sat there and looked down at them, looking like a queen already with a royal aura. She had a cold aura and no signs of fear in her expression. Her courage earned some admiration from the crowd. They thought that if they were in her shoes facing this death god, their legs would be trembling with fear. To the left side were Li Jianquan and the others. They had visible wounds but at least they were still alive. 6 men stood next to them, each holding a cauldron with true fire. Just one command of her and they would pour the fire on the group, instantly turning them to ashes. I've still underestimated you. The Saintess stared straight at him, her tone full of bloodthirst. You won't be the first one. How do you wish to die? Li Qiye smiled and said. It's not too late to surrender now or I'll burn them to a crisp. The Saintess' eyes turned cold. She glanced at the 6 men. Just a nod from her and that would be the end for Jianquan's group. Pluff. Blood gushed like a spring. The moment she made her threat, Li Qiye swung his sword and the 6 men lost their head. How boring, trying to threaten me with this child's play. Li Qiye was bored. Activate. An Eternal suddenly ambushed the group. He appeared and poured out his true flame towards the group, wanting to finish the execution. Pluff. The flame couldn't reach them before he lost his head. Bam. His headless corpse fell to the ground. An Eternal was killed by a single slash. He was actually on guard yet it was still not enough. Let's play a game. I'll let this little girl join too. If you can hurt or incinerate the 7 of them, I will spare your lives. If you can't do anything before she saves them, then I'm sorry to say that this will be the end of your road. See, that makes this boring massacre much more interesting. Li Qiye grinned while sitting in his wheelchair. Chapter 2767, Chapter 2767, 1/stopping an army. Everyone held their breath, waiting for an answer from the Saintess. Humph. The Saintess snorted and opened her mouth, ready to answer. Do it. A cold voice accepted the bet in her stead. It was ethereal and indeterminate, no one could tell where or who it came from. An amazing ancestor from Central Sacred Ground has arrived. An Eternal carefully gauged but still couldn't figure out the position of this ancestor. The Eternals present immediately realized that the speaker was stronger than them. One thing was certain, this ancestor was at the top in Central Sacred Ground. Fine, a bet it is. The Saintess took a deep breath and said. Good, I'm a man of my words. Win and I will let you leave this place. Li Qiye smiled before turning towards Guo Jiahui. Girl, go, no need to rush and make it too hard for them. Jiahui nodded and had full confidence in Li Qiye. She was ready to hand her life over to him whenever. Begin. Li Qiye placed his sword on top of his knees and closed his eyes. Jiahui then turned towards her peers and nodded at them, letting them know that she was coming. She stepped forward without running since Li Qiye told her not to. Whoosh! 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 In the next second, a silver explosion detonated in the sky. Countless starry beams appeared and descended in a dazzling manner, not sparing a single spot on the ground. These beams were extremely fierce and fast, capable of turning the ground into a sieve. They flew straight for Guo Jiahui and the other 6. Just one beam was more than enough to slay them all. Pluff! A sword move cut through the galaxy and trapped all of the rapidly descending starlights. It then crushed them into nothingness. Next, the energy of the slash gathered again and shot through the sky. The entire sword move was perfect and smooth, starting from the overwhelming reach before gathering at a single point to turn into this shooting star. Blood gushed at its target point like a beautiful flower blossoming in the sky. Boom! A person fell down and slammed into the earth, a man dressed in silver, also with a pair of silver gloves. His forehead was struck by the shooting star earlier with blood oozing out. The guy was dead when he hit the ground. Man Tianxing, the Grand Protector of Central Sacred Ground. One expert blurted out. His offensive abilities were top-notch in the entire system. Normally, he could reverse an unfavorable situation. Alas, today just wasn't his day. Meanwhile, Jiahui was undeterred during the whole exchange. Kill him. The disciples in the palace to the left and right finally made their move. Their auras erupted as they unleashed energy waves towards Li Qiye with their sword and saber. Unique weapons and treasures flew straight for Li Qiye, including pagodas, bells, iron slabs. Their attacks resulted in bright lights and destructive pressure everywhere. The weapons flew chaotically in the air. No one could make head or tail of this battle. Clank! Another sword hymn sounded. Li Qiye used his sword again, releasing a horizontal slash. The bright lights instantly disappeared, replaced by a scene of red. Blood splurted upward like a pillar before scattering down like flower petals. During the chaos of the offensive waves, 3 phantom figures approached Jiahui's group. They were extremely fast. The weapons in their hands flashed, ready to sever the group's neck. Li Qiye slightly tilted his sword. The momentum of the previous slash didn't stop and actually became swifter. The glint of his sword illuminated the entire area. 3 more heads were flung into the sky. The stealthy combatants failed to assassinate the group. So it turned out that the disciples were merely distracting Li Qiye with the chaotic attacks so that these 3 assassins could get close to the group and deliver a fatal blow. Unfortunately, this little play couldn't trick Li Qiye, so their strategy failed. They're the 3 golden protectors. A noble from a kingdom recognized the 3 dead figures. These protectors have always hidden in the shadow and assassinated numerous figures. This battle didn't go as well as before for them. Buzz. The next stage started with the spatial area twisting in a bizarre manner. It started to melt from a high temperature. It wouldn't take long before the 7 die from this next attack. I see, a real master from Central is starting. An Eternal shuddered, aware of this move's potency. The clothes on Jiahui and the others began to burn as a result. A bit capable. Li Qiye smiled and thrust his sword with a meteoric speed again. Pop! It pierced through space and revealed a hiding figure. This person refining space couldn't dodge in time and became astonished. Go! A 3rd combatant joined in order to save this spatial master. A great cauldron slammed into Li Qiye's sword in order to buy time. Boom! Fiery sparks resulted from the contact. The cauldron was a heaven-defying treasure but still not enough to stop the thrust. It penetrated cauldron then the neck of the spatial master. This person couldn't believe that this was his end. Even the great ancestor of his sect couldn't save him. Void Meld Ancestor. That's an Amaranthan Eternal. An Eternal gasped after seeing the dead ancestor. Even those who haven't seen him before have heard of this title belonging to a very prestigious ancestor in Immortal Demon System. Bam! When Li Qiye pulled back his sword, the 3rd combatant's cauldron also fell to the ground. Not many of you are left. Li Qiye placed his sword on top of his knees again, eyes closed. There were piles of corpses in front of him now. Nearly all the experts from Central have been killed. From start to finish, Li Qiye only used simple sword moves yet still easily defeated the experts of Central Sacred Ground. The crowd realized that he alone was capable of stopping a 10,000-strong army and started sweating profusely. He just needed to sit there and no one would be able to take half a step forward. At this time, Jie Hui had untied Li Jianquan, Wang Xiehong, and Zhao Zhiding. Only 3 were left. The crowd stared at the saintess now. She was no longer sitting on her throne, needing to stand up. It was impossible for them to stay calm after losing so many capable combatants. Most of their forces have been slain already. Chapter 2768, Chapter 2768, Central Ancestral Monarch. The saintess had stood up and glared intensely at Li Qiye. Meanwhile, he was still sleeping with his sword placed on top of his knees. Nothing in the world seemed to matter to him. The spectators were focused on his sword. It didn't emit a flashing glint nor a sword aura. It appeared docile, looking very normal with its master. Nevertheless, this sword and its ordinary master became the ruler of everything, the decider of fate, exerting judgment with a single slash. Anyone else? Li Qiye opened his eyes and asked nonchalantly. His casual demeanor right now suffocated everyone. They felt as if there was an invisible hand gripping their throat while being nervous for the saintess. She looked quite imperious in the beginning. In fact, everyone thought that her sect would definitely be able to kill Li Qiye after he entered the palace. Who would have thought that reality would be so different? It looked like the ones unable to leave this place alive were the saintess and her men, not Li Qiye. All of the disciples from Central ranging from the saintess to the ancestors might not be able to leave this palace today. I'm coming. The saintess spoke with an austere expression. People worried about her even more. She clearly wasn't a match for him despite being a 9th-level ascender. He killed Eternals earlier so easily, so an ascender was nothing compared to his sword. Can she stop one slash? An expert murmured. They weren't looking down on her at all. It was just that the power disparity was so blatantly clear. Remember, Voidmeld Ancestor was so many times stronger than her. He even had the help of an even stronger ancestor, yet he still died to one slash. Maybe she can struggle for a bit. One Eternal hesitated for a moment before answering. Despite her low cultivation, she had access to top merit laws and maybe an ancestral weapon. She should have ways to defend herself. As the successor of Central Sacred Ground, she should have plenty of treasures and unique advantages. However, this still shouldn't be enough for her to survive. The Eternals in the crowd thought so too. You will die after one slash. Li Qiye glanced at her and chuckled. A character like her became so insignificant before him now. His words seemed to be the judgment of life and death. We'll find out soon enough. She spoke coldly and had prepared for death. This person had killed so many members of her sect. There was no going back on this irreconcilable feud. They needed to destroy Mountguard in order to have a place in the system. Otherwise, their reputation and prestige would be gone. As the Saintess of Central and the future Queen of 8 Trigrams, she couldn't back down and lower her head in front of Li Qiye. She was responsible for the glory of 2 great powers. She would rather die before doing anything that could harm her sect's reputation. She put on a serious expression and started walking down the steps, fully aware that this was a path of no return. I will take on your slash. She glared at him after reaching the base, ready for a fight. Boom! A third party descended from the sky and interrupted the battle between the two. He stood before the Saintess as his robe fluttered to the wind, looking just like a supreme deity. His gray hair was shiny as if they were silver threads. This made him look even more magnificent and mighty. He seemed like a massive mountain. No one could get through him to get to the Saintess. Ancestral Monarch. The Saintess shouted in astonishment. Central Ancestral Monarch. A spectating ancestor said, "Okay, that's one of the strongest ancestors from Central." He was already an Aramanthan ancestral since the previous generation, a great genius back then too. Many Eternals have heard of this particular ancestor. They didn't expect to see him today. So he's still alive. Someone else commented. You interfered earlier. Li Qiye didn't think his arrival was a big deal. The monarch's eyes narrowed. His opponent didn't care at all despite knowing his power level. This was a hint to the guy's real power. He realized that their sect had kicked an iron plate. Thousands of disciples have died for naught today. He couldn't back down and needed to demand an answer from Li Qiye. Since when does Mount Guard have an ancestor like you? His eyes became resplendent, seemingly going back on the river of time in order to understand Li Qiye. Unfortunately, regardless of the Tao derivation in his eyes, he couldn't see a single clue about Li Qiye's identity. He racked his brains and couldn't connect Li Qiye to a famous ancestor from Mount Guard either. Mount Guard had produced many powerful ancestors before, but this person didn't resemble any of them. The world is full of surprises, it's no big deal. Li Qiye smiled. Very well, I will accept your slash. The monarch made up his mind. Boom. His 12 palaces shot to the sky and turned into a simple yet pure grand Tao. This was at the level of temporal search. He seemed to be standing on the river of time and could reach any era he wanted. An Amaranthan Eternal is indeed very strong. The other Eternals became envious after he activated his power. You are insufficient to stop my sword. Li Qiye smiled. The monarch was under great pressure. He suddenly realized that he had no chance of stopping Li Qiye. Ancestral monarch, I'll go first. The saintess said with a heavy tone. No, child, you are not his match. It is futile. The monarch shook his head, aware of her intention. Chapter 2769, Chapter 2769, Immortal Lariat, Ancestral Monarch, I'm aware, but this is my responsibility and duty. I have been fortunate enough to receive the love of the ancestors and the support of my peers. I should be the one to face this problem head-on. The saintess stood behind him and spoke with determination. She paused for a moment before continuing, I can't shame our name even if it means dying. I rather die here than to live a borrowed life. That's the role of a saintess, always maintaining the sect's prestige and honor. Many nodded in agreement and respected her words. Regardless of her actual characters, this aspect of her was worthy of admiration. She didn't run from trouble and chose to face the enemy in order to fulfill her duty. Very well. The monarch gently sighed and also put on a solemn expression, Child, you're the pride of our sect, a role model for the rest. You have lived up to your status as our saintess. The monarch retreated and began to prepare for his incoming fight. The saintess stood before Li Qiye and said, I will take your slash even if it means death. A bit interesting. Li Qiye looked at her and said, I know you want to buy time for your ancestor, but it doesn't matter. He'll die either way. Li Qiye spoke as if both the saintess and her ancestor were already dead. However, I do enjoy your courage. Li Qiye continued, I will give you a chance to attack first while I just sit here. If you can wound me, then I shall spare you. The crowd couldn't believe it. This type of challenge was a bit too careless. Even the strongest wouldn't dare to claim to be indestructible. After all, the saintess had an ancestral weapon on her. The probability of taking one unharmed was exceedingly low. Are you certain? She stared intensely at him. Rest assured, I'm a man of my words. Being able to wound me will show your abilities. Don't waste this chance of being the only one able to leave this place alive. Li Qiye chuckled. I see. She took a deep breath and focused up with her eyes wide open. She resumed her confident and imperious temperament, still an untouchable saintess and a future queen. Start. Li Qie smiled and closed his eyes again. He really was just sitting there, giving the Saintess a free attack. Excuse me then. The Saintess cupped her fist towards him, putting all personal vendettas aside. Facing a powerful monster like Li Qie was worthy of her full attention and respect. However, her opponent seemed to be sleeping in his wheelchair right now. Buzz. She summoned a long rope as her weapon of choice. It seemed to be the tendon taken from a dragon combined with various metals. It exuded a bright metallic glow along with a draconic aura. It was as if a true dragon with golden scales was coiling around her arm. The weapon possessed a free and unrestrained presence. Immortal Lariat. An Eternal said, "It's left behind by a progenitor, one of the strongest treasures in Central. I can't believe they gave it to her." An ancestral treasure, a different ancestor praised the rope in her hand, so the rumor is true about her having one. According to the legends, this progenitor made it from dragon tendons and metals. It is too tough to sever. No one can escape once tied up. An expert aware of its effects was shaken. Not only that, but he also created a perfect technique to go along with it named Immortal Containment. When used with the rope, no one will be able to escape. One Eternal said with a serious expression. Yes, it is heaven-defying. The victim will lose all strength, even someone with great cultivation. They won't be able to perform any technique and become completely helpless. Another ancestor became afraid. Immortal Lariat was left behind by Everlasting Forefather, a perfect treasure for subduing an opponent. Buzz. After the Saintess revealed her weapon, the monarch behind her also took out a tripod. It landed on the ground and started to pulsate brightly with progenitorial laws. They drilled into the ground, allowing the treasure to connect with the Tao land of the system in order to borrow a majestic power. The holy radiance stemming from it made death seem insignificant, salvation from the mortal coil. Any combatant basked in this light would be able to go to a heavenly realm after death. Holy Tripod. Central sacred ground brought two ancestral treasures here. An ancestor took a deep breath and said, "They have so many resources." The majority of the crowd became envious. Few sects in the system were able to muster up two ancestral treasures. No wonder why they were so imperious before. No one else would have been able to leave this palace alive against two treasures. Unfortunately, their enemy was a monster like Li Qie. She wants to buy time for the monarch. Everyone understood her intention right away. She wanted to throw her life away so that the monarch could have time to prepare a full-force attack. "I'm starting," the Saintess said solemnly. "I've been waiting." Li Qie maintained the same posture. The Saintess started glowing, a sign of her gathering vitality and true energy. Boom! She didn't waste any time as she created the Grand Tao and various laws. The rope in her hand turned into a true dragon lunging straight at Li Qie. In this split second during the dragon's descent, its Tao trajectory became extremely unpredictable and profound. It coiled above its victim before trapping them in a flawless and omnipresent manner. Movement techniques or retaliatory arts were useless. The dragon would always find and coil around its target. That's immortal containment for you. An ancestor was amazed at her technique. Even though the rope wasn't aimed at them, some of the spectators felt their soul being lassoed and taken away. Their Grand Tao was bound so they couldn't move at all, losing all strength. So frightening. Watching alone was scary enough, just imagine being the victim of this rope. They would become completely helpless, a fish on the chopping board. Amusingly enough, she wasted her time performing this flawless art because Li Qie didn't move at all. He let the rope coil around him without resisting. The rope tightened, he shouldn't be able to move at all. The Saintess heaved a sigh of relief while thinking that she worried too much about her technique not being able to capture him if he were to dodge. However, Li Qie simply didn't try to evade, so she didn't need to use immortal containment at all. Just throwing the rope on him would have been enough. Chapter 2770, the rope wrapped tightly around Wuxia, rendering any escaping technique useless. That's a smart move from the Saintess. One expert became excited after seeing this. Indeed. Those who worried before gave her a thumbs up. Even with an ancestral treasure, injuring him was still rather unlikely. Plus, it would accomplish nothing in the grand scheme of things. Thus, she took advantage of this opportunity and immobilized him with the rope. The ancestor from Mount Guard is too careless. He probably didn't expect this outcome. Another ancestor emotionally added. Immortal lariat and immortal containment are both things left behind by the great progenitor. The two of them combined are even more impressive. It's probably impossible to get out unless he has trained immortal containment too. An Eternal said. Titan. The Saintess commanded. The rope dug deep into his skin, seemingly wanting to cut him apart. Quite strong. Wuxia slightly grimaced, the geezer's creation is no joke, it'll cut my bones soon eventually. Success. Everyone felt that Wuxia wouldn't be able to escape. This fiercest was too careless. This wrong step might make him lose everything and become a prisoner of Central. What a shame, he had all the momentum too. A big shot shook his head while pitying Wuxia. Humph. This is the downfall of arrogance. He deserves it for being so careless. Another sneered. The Saintess felt much better to see the rope dig in deep. It seemed to be effective against this master. She needlessly worried before then, an ancestral treasure was strong beyond her imagination. Boom! Meanwhile, the holy tripod behind her continued to emit boundless light. This holiness immediately soared to the sky vault, resulting in a spatial opening in the shape of a gate, revealing a supreme kingdom. It had plenty of citizens and none of them was ordinary. They looked like deities with their own divinity and pureness. Their majestic auras could refine the entire world. Their light started pouring down into the palace. The palace was filled with corpses and blood. However, the lights from above began to purify the impurities and ugliness here. A miracle happened next, the mountains of corpses also lit up. Faint figures emerged from the corpses. They looked like the troops that have died in battle, seemingly saved from damnation. They started floating into the sky and eventually reaching the Holy Kingdom, becoming part of its people. What's going on? Some found this strange and magical scene creepy. It's a crossing. An old true god explained, this tripod is a super treasure meant for crossing specters over to the other side. It had saved billions of specters and refined them into a part of the tripod, empowering its power. When it was passed down to Central, it became a very powerful weapon too. Using the forces of that kingdom could amplify the user's power in the blink of an eye. His expression became austere after stating this. Back in the old eras, Everlasting Forefather had crossed over some extremely powerful specters. This made the tripod very impressive. If Central Ancestral Monarch were to grab a hold of this power, his personal abilities would reach the next level. Perhaps he would even be at the level of an epic Eternal. Looks like your monarch is ready, my turn now. Wuxia's voice interrupted the contemplating crowd. Plus, Guo had saved everyone already by this point. You, the Saintess shuddered after hearing this. As a 9th level ascender, instinct told her that danger was coming. The tied-up Wuxia actually grabbed the sword resting on his knees. Impossible. One true god cried out. How can this be? The aghast Saintess couldn't believe her own eyes. She had tried it before on her ancestors. None of them could move after being captured by the rope. But now, Wuxia was completely unaffected even though the rope was biting into his skin. Take this slash. He casually unleashed a vertical cut at the Saintess. The frightened Saintess retreated with her fastest movement technique while activating numerous defensive arts. Boom! True dragons emerged and coiled around her in order to stop the incoming slash. She didn't stop there either. Thick plates of armor covered her body, massive and ancient shields blocked in front. The combination eliminated all openings. However, the slash decapitated the dragons and shattered the shields. The horror of this slash left the saintess pale. "Stop it right there." The monarch finally joined in at this decisive and fatal moment after sufficiently preparing. A holy light covered the saintess and materialized into sacred walls spanning for millions of miles and crossing through the ages. Everything fell into stagnation, the spectators felt their hearts skipping a beat. Their eyes were wide open in order to capture every minute changes in this scene. Crack. The walls in front of her had cracks before completely crumbling. They could see a tiny wound on her forehead with blood streaming down. Boom. Her body split into two halves before they could react. Blood and organs splashed to the ground. Chapter 2771. The saintess still found it astounding during her last moments despite being mentally prepared. She didn't expect it to come so fast. No. A few young cultivators screamed, especially her fans. A supreme beauty was going to turn into a skeleton soon. Her splendor and looks would cease to exist. You. The monarch turned frenzy at this sight, his fury erupted like a storm. Isn't this the expected result? What's there to be angry about? Li Qia's sword was back on his knees and somehow, the rope had loosened and fell into his grasp. The crowd shuddered in horror after taking it all in. The rope had no effect on him and his slash was still as dominating as ever. An ancestral treasure had zero effect on him, one ancestor felt his hair standing on ends. Many of his peers felt the same way. The masters present would never take the risk of toying with the rope. They weren't confident in breaking free at all, let alone doing it like Li Qia. The strongest Eternals here including Central Ancestral Monarchs certainly couldn't do it. "We swear to never let this go until there is nothing left of you." The monarch roared while glaring with great hatred. Li Qia didn't only kill their disciples and experts but also their successor. The monarch watched the girl grew up and considered her to be family. Their relationship was strong and now, he had to watch her die in front of him. He wanted to save her but couldn't. The feeling of helplessness fueled his anger and hatred. "I'll be waiting but your sect doesn't have the power to do so. I can go there and annihilate everything with a single slash." Li Qia chuckled and playfully waved his sword. The crowd became speechless and startled from this nonchalant comment. In this split second, they could actually imagine him doing so, entering the central region while wielding his sword and leaving oceans of blood in his wake. In the end, the entire sect turned into ruins filled with corpses from a single slash. They eventually regained their wits and shuddered in fear. He can actually do it. One Eternal didn't question Li Qia's power. Everyone underestimated him. Another ancestor murmured. "It is time to send you on your way now. Unfortunately, you all still didn't know what you have done wrong." Li Qia pointed his sword at the ancestor. "We've done nothing wrong. No mercy to those who kill a member of our sect, this has nothing to do with right and wrong." The monarch's murderous aura engulfed the sky as he retorted. "Not a bad response." Li Qia smiled, "But you simply don't understand that it is a blessing to the entire world when I don't come out searching for trouble yet your sect dares to provoke me? That's just asking for a massacre. We're wasting our breath, let's fight already." The ancestor shouted with an ugly expression. Boom! The ground seemingly sank from the impact. Rumble! More explosions occurred, even the air started trembling. People looked up and saw the heavenly kingdom slowly descending. However, its actual speed was incredibly fast. It floated above the monarch's head for a moment before fusing with him. The process looked like a lake engulfing over the monarch and took the crowd by surprise. Buzz! The monarch sucked in the water in order to take the kingdom inside. Boom! Once he fully absorbed the power of the kingdom, a flame erupted around him. The holy light was no longer gentle like before. It became fierce like the most terrible storm and instantly ravaged the world. This, in turn, transformed the monarch into a destructive deity. Numerous sharp pairs of holy wings grew on his back with enough force to sever the reincarnation cycle and yin and yang. The glowing wings blotted out the entire sky. A slight flap of them created massive tornadoes. 108 pairs of wings. Someone counted the wings made of light behind the monarch. This is a spirit of vengeance, a holy angel that should invincible and comparable to a progenitor. Those wings are immensely brutal. A well-read ancestor put on a serious expression. Can it kill fiercest? Someone else asked. This made people glance at each other. In fact, the crowd knew that the current monarch was terrifying. All of them combined couldn't take him. Even an epic Eternal might not be able to match him. Hard to say. The strongest Eternal among them couldn't come up with a conclusion. The problem was Fiercest's heaven-defying abilities. His devilish sword made him unbeatable from start to finish. He never used more than a single slash to defeat anyone so far. Thus, they didn't have a good judge of his actual power. You deserve death. The monarch seemed to be above the 9 firmaments. His words turned into thunderous mantras. Such mighty divinity paralyzed the weaker members of the crowd. The monarch didn't need to do anything else to suppress them. Die! He murderously roared and the 108 pairs of wings behind him started fluttering. Clank! They turned into sharp blades and slashed directly downward in order to sentence Li Qie to death. Each wing slash left behind a terrible scar in the sky. Moreover, they intertwined with each other and formed an inescapable net. Escaping to the horizon was still useless. Boom! This ultimate move didn't end there. The monarch's tripod became massive and fell downward in a suppressive manner. The area around Li Qie turned into a powdery void right away. So strong. The crowd was astonished. This attack made Reincarnation Mountain City look so tiny in comparison. The whole mountain range was on the verge of collapsing. Weak disciples fell to their knees, unable to get up because of the pressure. This attack has the power of an epic Eternal. An Eternal analyzed the attack. Chapter 2772, The dominating move from the monarch severed space and suppressed the entire domain with enough force to slay the gods. Other Eternals felt their souls shivering, unable to compete nor resist. The rest of the crowd shouted in astonishment. The monarch's fame was well deserved. He was one of the strongest ancestors from Central. This move of his was enough to sweep through the system. Li Qie made his move in this blink of an eye, holding the sword on his knees. Clank! Its hymn echoed across the 9 skies for a reverse upward slash. It looked like a waterfall shooting at the sky or a star changing its trajectory. A great amount of radiance and star powers accumulated in the slash. It cut through both the mortal and celestial world. Nothing else was worthy of being called a sword slash compared to this devastating slash. The gods and emperors seemed insignificant in comparison. Boom! No one could see anything in front of them due to the blinding radiance. After an ephemeral blast, the dazzling light was replaced by overwhelming darkness. They felt their soul leaving their body due to fear. It was as if the sword didn't just strike the monarch but also the karmic ties, 7 emotions, and 6 desires of everyone present. Everything was wiped out. Normal light from the sun returned and they saw a magnificent scene of the sky vault split in half, the same with the galaxy after it. The devastated sky was accentuated with the rain of blood stemming from the monarch whose body was also split in half. The 108 pairs of bright wings behind him were severed as well. The remnant particles scattered downward while issuing melodious sounds. The holy tripod was blown towards the horizon like a shooting star before disappearing completely. The crowd couldn't believe it. Even Central Ancestral Monarch couldn't handle a single slash from Fiercest. His end was the same as those before him. Eternals turned pale since the slash left behind an indelible scar in their mind. It looked like even the strongest Eternals would still turn to ashes when fighting against Fiercest and his sword. Truly unbeatable, this was the only phrase people could come up with to describe Li Chia and his sword slashes. No other phrases were as accurate. It seemed that no one could last long enough to see a second slash. Finally, the monarch smashed into the ground, his blood stained it red. No one had a thing to say since they were completely intimidated. The monarch was a big shot in not just immortal demon system but all of immortal lineage, yet he still couldn't stop Li Chia. Why do non-believers pop up everywhere? Li Chia chuckled and gently blew the blood off his sword. He seemed so cool and collected, as if he didn't just kill a monumental figure. I can't believe it. All the ancestors shuddered. Some started celebrating since they didn't try to take the crown from Mount Guard. Otherwise, they would also be dead just like the monarch right now. It's over, utter defeat for Central Sacred Ground. Someone sighed. No one could have expected this result. Central Sacred Ground sent 2 divisions here on top of the monarch and came out with nothing. Li Chia alone could deal with all the disciples and experts from there. Their treasures couldn't compare to his sword. It's not too late to surrender. Li Chia glanced at the lucky survivors from Central. Among them were some tough experts and a few elders. The neutral spectators stared at the sword resting on his knees with an expression of fear. They wondered what these lucky survivors would do. We only have fallen warriors in battle, no cowering dogs that beg for forgiveness. One elder stood up among them and uttered coldly. That's right. Only fallen warriors, no cowering dogs. Many disciples started shouting. Avenge the ancestor and the saintess. This elder sonorously roared and rushed forward. He summoned a cauldron that poured out endless sunfire towards Li Chia. Kill him. The rest of the disciples took out their strongest weapon and utilized their best moves while lunging for him. Rumble. Treasures of all forms emerged in the sky, resulting in a colorful and bright spectacle. These disciples swarmed at Li Chia like angry bees with their nest broken. It's useless, they're suiciding. An ancestor from a big sect shook his head. The spectators knew that this was a futile attempt. I'll send you all on your way then. Li Chia chuckled and grabbed his sword. Whoosh! A sword glint swept through the world like the rippling waves, turning nights into days. Heads started to fall and springs of blood gushed out before splashing downward like blossoming flowers. Rain of blood descended first before the headless bodies fell as well. If one were to look down from above, they would see many fresh flowers spreading their petals at the same time. Blood eventually streamed together and formed huge puddles with corpses scattered everywhere. Well, they do look like members of a great sect, just a bit stupid though. Li Chia smiled and gave the sword back to Jiahui. The sword still looked as normal as ever, not like a weapon that had just killed thousands. Meanwhile, the crowd trembled after seeing more corpses piling up in that palace. Tell their sect to come to pick up the corpses. Li Chia left this message before leaving with his group. The spectators watched his departure in total silence while trying to calm down. Fiercest is a monster. Eventually, an ancestor quietly said. People finally realized the bloodthirst and brutality accompanying this title. He's really vicious. Another expert shuddered. From now on, just this title alone was enough to scare the ones present today. Chapter 2773, Today, the normally rowdy Reincarnation Mountain fell into a hush. This was as abrupt as a hot summer invaded by cool weather. However, instead of it being a pleasant surprise, everyone was intimidated by recent events. The stench of blood still permeated the air in this place. Central Sacred Ground has sent people to come to pick up the corpses and wash the palace. Alas, the repulsive smell remained. It served to remind people about Fiercest and his unstoppable sword. This invincibility left a lasting impression on everyone. As long as he had his sword, he would be able to kill any deity or conqueror in the world. I think Mount Guard might actually be able to rise again with an ancestor like this. Older experts gathered and chatted in secrecy. No one dared to talk about Fiercest in public, not even the arrogant true gods nor the excellent geniuses. They exercised prudence while having these discussions. Is it actually possible for them? They have been down in the trench for so long now. An ancestor wondered. 8 trigrams and Central will definitely carry out the most brutal vengeance against Fiercest. One Eternal answered, if Fiercest can get through this, then yes, Mount Guard will be up there again while the other 2 sects will start declining. Those 2 great powers declining? A member of the group found this unbelievable. One ancestor stared at the distance and recalled the past. It's not surprising since the peak doesn't last forever for anything. This is an eternal law. 8 trigrams and Central have enjoyed their prosperity for a long time now, a decline is inevitable. Perhaps, but Mount Guard will fall if Fiercest can't handle the next attack. One big shot wasn't too bullish on Wuxia and just wanted to watch. Sure enough, it wasn't long until explosions ravaged the outer area of Reincarnation Mountain. Boom! 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 The cities could hear the loud blasts. They came out and saw the sky turning black due to a colossal battleship floating above. It finally stopped over the air space of the largest city in this region. The city was named Ancestral, existing in the center of the mountain range. It was massive and stretched over numerous mountains. Boom! A figure from the sky landed on the street, fully adorned in armors. His battle spirit was at an all-time high, evident by the fierceness in his eyes. He held a spear with a chilling tip. His gaze swept by the crowd as if he was attacking them with the spear. It had enough force to destroy everything. Yi Wei. The crown prince of 8 trigrams. Someone sighed and said. He was the fiancé of Central Saintess who was killed by Wuxia not long ago. Rumble. Next came a series of crashes. More armored troops jumped out of the battleship and landed around the crown prince, forming a great formation. Thousands of them crowded the city with great momentum. They looked like a tsunami of steel, capable of breaking down any fortress. Their strongest legion, Absolute Formation, is here now. Looks like 8 trigrams is determined in avenging the Saintess and wiping away the humiliation prior. Someone took a deep breath. Absolute Formation isn't enough either. One Eternal thought, the disparity in power can't be made up with numbers. It is an uncrossable canyon. Right, so which big shots are here from the kingdom then? The Crown Prince and this legion alone will only be suiciding. An ancestor agreed with this assessment. Everyone knew that the Crown Prince had become an Eternal several years ago. This was very impressive given his age. However, Fiercest easily killed an Amaranthan Eternal like the ancestral monarch. The prince had nothing to deal with him. I will avenge Fian, blood for blood. His voice filled with hatred and bloodthirst echoed across Ancestral. He was naturally referring to his fiancée whose name is Shangguan Fian. Unfortunately, the majority of the listeners didn't take him seriously. Everyone could tell that this exceptional youth was no match for Fiercest. They believed that unless 8 trigrams brought more big shots, this legion and the Crown Prince couldn't amount to anything. The murderer of our future queen deserves to have his 9 clans exterminated. A decree suddenly descended from the battleship. Boom! The scroll opened and true runes oozed out to form golden characters brimming with divinity. Each strand of divinity could crush the firmaments. The voice from the scroll also emanated to every living being in Immortal Demon System. The content of the scroll imprinted itself into the heart. One didn't need to listen using the ears nor read with their eyes. Boom! Light oozed out of every inch of land in the entire system, an awakening of sorts. This majestic power of the Grand Tao drowned out everyone. They felt as if they were lost in an ocean, a feeling of insignificance. So strong. People were suppressed right away after hearing the voice of the decree. Some immediately fell on the ground. Who is this? Even the ancestors felt their legs giving in against this supreme force. Zhang Cangsheng of 8 trigrams. An eternal recognized the voice, he's come out again, that's a grand completion everlasting. People were scared out of their mind after hearing this name. Yes, that's him, the previous teacher of the state for 4 generations. One ancestor elaborated with a pale expression. He was one of the few everlastings in Immortal Demon. He served as the state teacher and eventually retired. However, whenever the kingdom was in trouble, they would ask for his assistance again and again. He ultimately served for 4 generations to help the kingdom's descendants. Thus, the first thing the kingdom thought of was him whenever they needed help. The guy was also mighty enough to resolve any crisis in the past. His status was supreme in the heart of the disciples in 8 trigrams. Today, people thought that 8 trigrams were sending one or several ancestors to avenge the saintess. Who would have thought that Zhang Cangsheng himself would come? Chapter 2774, Zhang Cangsheng's arrival intimidated everyone. They looked up at the battleship with nothing but awe in their eyes. An everlasting, Zhang Cangsheng himself, this is escalating really fast now. An ancestor said with respect. I heard that he's at the grand completion level and should be unbeatable. Even the peerless emperors treat him with respect. One expert became curious. Indeed, a grand completion everlasting stands at the peak of immortal lineage world. An ancestor who has seen Zhang Cangsheng in action spoke with reverence. So is he the number one in our system? A junior asked while becoming a fan of a true master. Not necessarily. The ancestor hesitated before answering. In the recent eras, we'll have to bring up Everlasting Jiang when talking about the system's number 1 spot. Everlasting Jiang. The junior also felt admiration for his person. Is he still alive? Rumors say he has been gone for several eras now. Everlasting Jiang was renowned in Immortal Demon and earned the respect of other masters, only second to Everlasting Forefather. Famous it may be, Everlasting Jiang wasn't actually his real name. His name at birth was Jiang Ba, but no progeny remembered his name later on. People only knew him as Everlasting Jiang, the most brilliant everlasting of them all. Not to mention Immortal Demon, he was a shining star hanging high above the river of history in immortal lineage. Plenty of tales were sung about him. He became an everlasting at the age of 12. Next, at 25 years of age, he defeated a progenitor at the myriad level, True Fire Progenitor. These achievements were insane and unprecedented. That's why he was considered as part of the Decemvirate. In fact, some believe that he was among the top 5 of that list. Who knows? Even the ancestor showed great reverence when referring to Everlasting Jiang. There are rumors of him breaking into the Fardao level and becoming a supreme being, and that he had left immortal lineage already. Conversely, some say that he passed away in an unknown location from not being able to break the next bottleneck. Fardao, the true gods nearby had nothing but respect after hearing this. Fardao was a title of a realm but also referred to one extremely brilliant person. The realm of Everlasting had several levels: Half-Step Everlasting, Grand Completion Everlasting, Pinnacle Everlasting, and Supreme Everlasting. In the past, this realm stopped at the supreme level at the highest. For many eras, no one could exceed this ultimate level. This concept stopped because of the appearance of Fardao. This wondrous man concocted a miracle and surpassed the supreme level. However, the thing that stirred people the most was his victory over an immortal level progenitor, God-Eye Progenitor. He was the only person to defeat an immortal level progenitor while being at the true God realm. There have been plenty of everlastings in history. Some of them have defeated progenitors too, but these progenitors were only at the myriad level. Fardao broke this convention and future generations learned about the level above that of a supreme everlasting. This level was eventually named Fardao Everlasting. This name was chosen to show respect for Fardao, the person who started this possibility. The atmosphere became solemn and dignified after Everlasting Jiang and Fardao were brought up. Anyway, Zhang Zhangsheng is the #1 person in 8 trigrams, this fight will be spectacular. The ancestor steered the conversation back. Right, this shows the vengeful determination of that kingdom. A king sentimentally said. Everyone understood that the death of their future queen was a great blow to their reputation and prestige. Perhaps people would even think that a decline wasn't far off for both 8 trigrams and central sacred ground. Now, Zhang Zhangsheng's arrival was a message from 8 trigrams to the rest of the world. They wanted to announce that they were still the strongest kingdom in Immortal Demon, not someone to be trifled with. 9-clan extermination is the punishment for killing our disciples. Another thunderous voice resounded across the system. Boom! An incredible image of central sacred ground appeared in the sky. This sect seemed to be in front of everyone. One just needed to reach forward to touch it. A white-haired old man full of wrinkles walked out of this image. He looked decrepit and on the verge of death. People were afraid of him tripping and falling to his death. Central sacred ground was very far from Reincarnation Mountain. However, he just needed one step to arrive at the battleship hovering above Ancestral City. Who is he? People didn't recognize this seemingly near-death old man. They didn't know which ancestor from Central he was. Welcome, Venerable Xian. Zhangsheng greeted this newcomer. I know who he is now. That's an everlasting from Central. An Eternal shouted in astonishment. I thought he was dead long ago. One ancestor became surprised. That's why everyone wondered whether Central still have an everlasting or not, and they were primarily thinking about Venerable Xian. We have our answer now. The Eternal said. Venerable Xian has lived for a very long time now. He was at the half-step level. His power was inferior to Zhang Zhangsheng but was top in the seniority ranking in Immortal Demon. People thought he had passed away a long time ago due to a depleted lifespan. Now, they realized that Central Sacred Ground must have paid an insane price to keep him alive. After all, prolonging the life of a peerless everlasting required an unimaginable amount of resources. Of course, this was still worth it. Having an everlasting was very significant for a lineage. One with and one without weren't on the same playing field at all. The former could easily annihilate the latter. 2 everlastings are here. People took a deep breath, feeling that the air was becoming thin. The increased pressure stemming from the 2 masters above became suppressive. Can Fiercest do this? All eyes were on Li Qie now. They weren't strangers to his abilities now, especially his invincible slashes. They believed that the 2 sects would have immense difficulties trying to get their revenge against him. However, they didn't expect 2 everlastings to come at the same time in order to avenge the juniors. Masters of this level would never come out unless it was a sect-destroying calamity. They treasured their lifespan and considered their time to be priceless. Thus, the death of a junior normally couldn't invite one out, let alone 2. This mobilization from Central and 8 trigrams was monumental and shocking. Chapter 2775. The 2 everlastings have yet to exert their auras and pressure, but everyone in Reincarnation Mountain could sense their might already. This faint presence was suffocating, akin to having a boulder pressed down on one's chest. All became worried for Fiercest, thinking that he was outnumbered and outmatched this time around. He had no advantages to speak of against 2 everlastings, this might be his end. Good. Li Qie's leisure voice reverberated through the sky. Killing a few everlastings should be enough to warm up. Insane. The crowd became stunned while exchanging glances. Such a domineering statement about killing everlastings should only come from a progenitor. Confidence is oozing from him. Is he actually that strong? Someone else took a deep breath. Humph. A snort erupted and blasted away the stars above. 1,000,000 miles radius in space, and the grand Tao there turned into smithereens. The crowd could finally sense the billowing divinity suppressing them. Some got down on their knees. The fury of an everlasting. Even the Eternals present turned pale. Zhang Cangsheng has made blood and tears run like rivers in his fury. His kingdom turned to darkness as he annihilated all of the invaders. One ancestor shuddered uncontrollably as if he had fallen into an ice pit. You deserve death. Another distant voice came. It was Venerable Xian this time around. Though he didn't show his fury like Cangsheng, his voice sent out a cold wave and actually froze some people into ice sculptures. That's horrifying. Many immediately fled and hid in their houses. These two are gonna flip the sky over. Can anyone in our system take them both on at the same time? One expert wondered. The two of them together should be able to fight a myriad-level progenitor. One Eternal said. So is fiercest enough to deal with them? The crowd has gotten a taste of the power from two everlastings. Killing evil is our responsibility. The Crown Prince, Yi Zhaowei, began to read the declaration of 8 trigrams. Mount Guard School violated the ancestral creeds and has fallen into the evil path. They relied on this villain to massacre thousands of innocent disciples from central sacred ground and harm the system. We, 8 trigrams kingdom, are willing to take charge in removing this evil. I, Zhaowei, will overestimate myself and fight this devil and humbly ask the heroes of the world to help me activate the longevity plate. This message arrived at many sects at the same time. The various ancestors began contemplating activating the longevity plate. They knew that a big event was on the horizon. Is this necessary? An old ancestor hesitated. The plate is only meant for removing evildoers and external enemies. Is it proper to use it against Mount Guard? The ancient clans and powerful sects had internal debates. The activation of the plate will result in the destruction of Mount Guard and the death of Fiercest. A big shot's expression changed. Even the kingdoms with strong ties to 8 trigrams took this matter very seriously. The longevity plate was the ace card left behind by their progenitor, the mightiest trick for the system. People believed that the plate carried a force comparable to the strongest blow from the forefather. Remember, the forefather was an immortal-level progenitor. His strongest blow would be insanely destructive. He left the plate along with 18 marks divided across 18 powers. In order to use the plate's full power, all 18 marks must be activated. That's why the activation of the plate also symbolized the solidarity and will of the entire system. The plate was rarely used in the long history of Immortal Demon, only against foreign invaders or when the heretical Tao took over. Normally, it couldn't be used on another member of the system since this wasn't the forefather's aim. Thus, everyone hesitated when 8 trigrams brought up the plate. Boom! The hesitation was interrupted by a deafening blast. Boundless runes emerged in the sky of the system, almost like an ocean. The longevity plate, everyone became aghast after seeing the ocean of runes. Rumble. Waves billowed in that ocean. In the northwest direction, a series of runes were imprinted into the sky. Clank. 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 These runes started glowing and became incalculably heavy like divine mountains. One would find that the ocean of runes looked like a large plate. All the runes have already been engraved on it despite being able to move. The ones glowing meant that they were activated. 3 spots are glowing now, so 3 marks have been added. Someone shouted, feeling that something bad was coming. That's the 3 marks from 8 trigrams. Another important character said. As stated previously, the forefather left the marks to 18 different powers. As time passed, the marks had different masters due to the rise and fall of these original sections. The losers had their marks taken by the invaders. 8 trigrams possessed 3 marks as the strongest kingdom of immortal demon. Clank. 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 More runes started glowing brightly as if they were being carved into the sky. 5 now. The spectators couldn't avert their gaze. It must be the 2 marks from Central Sacred Ground. Someone speculated. This was to be expected since these 2 powers were working together. 8 trigrams and Central together, that's 1/3 of the system's power. One expert became startled. Chapter 2776. The longevity plate loomed above the system with 5 marks lit up. Everyone felt as if there was a divine sword right next to their neck and could decapitate them at any given moment. This is not a good start. A few old ancestors became worried. It'll set a terrible precedent. The plate will become a tool for personal vendetta. Whoever is in charge of it will act lawlessly with wanton regards for anything. One of them said. However, worrying about this didn't accomplish anything. 8 trigrams and Central Sacred Ground were the top sects right now. Clank. The sky lit up once more due to another section of runes. That's 6. Finally 1/3 now. Someone shouted. Which sect added their mark? This question popped up. However, whichever sect did this remained hidden and didn't declare their intention. Nevertheless, they have answered the call of 8 trigrams. I'm sure this party has reached an agreement with 8 trigrams and Central, probably getting something good in the process. Many great powers understood right away. This is going against the unspoken rule of our system that has lasted for millions of years. An ancestor said with concern. This type of clandestine act when using the plate was extremely dangerous. Anonymity absolved responsibility, a very dangerous path. Clank. More runes were lit up. 7, no, 8, the crowd noticed. Wait, that's another one, 9 now. The sects without these marks became nervous. The atmosphere of the system worsened. Which ones this time? People wondered about the next 3 marks. However, these sects still remained anonymous after adding their marks. Everyone thought that they have reached an agreement with 8 trigrams as well. Okay, I get it. 8 trigrams kingdom doesn't only want revenge, they want to establish their status as the leader of immortal demon with this battle too. A wise man commented and became worried, they're using the plate to order the rest of the world, forcing everyone else to listen. Once successful, they would obtain newfound authority. Many big shots became alarmed after realizing 8 trigrams' true intentions. The ones possessing the marks were the strongest sects in immortal demon. If they listened to 8 trigrams, it showed their support of 8 trigrams' quest for supremacy. With that, the leader of immortal demons would become clear. At that point, 8 trigrams could give any orders they want to the rest of the system. Clank. More runes started to glow again. 10, 11, 12 out of 18. An ancestor gasped after the light had subsided. 2/3 now. The spectators were shocked. Outside of Longevity Hall, I think there are still 2 neutral sections. Which ones? An Eternal murmured. Longevity Hall had 4 marks, so the remaining 2 spots should belong to 2 more sections. 12 marks, Wei Jing turned pale after seeing the sky. Ancestor, if 8 trigrams attacks now, the result will be very close to a move from the progenitor, more than enough to destroy this area. He became worried about the ancestor and the rest of Mount Guard. The incoming move would have a terrible destructive capability. Let them keep going. Li Qiye remained carefree, only giving it a quick glance. Back in our prime, we also had 4 marks just like Longevity Hall. We eventually lost them later on. He smiled wryly before sighing with disappointment. The awakening power froze the world. Everyone held their breath in anticipation. However, it seemed that no more runes would light up. With the exception of Longevity Hall and 2 unknown sects, the rest are following 8 trigrams right now. Looks like they are really about to establish their sovereignty. One Eternal was moved, knowing that 8 trigrams was using Wuxia and Mount Guard as stepping stones towards the throne. Aren't they the strongest kingdom already? One disciple didn't get it. Don't forget about Longevity Hall. As long as Longevity Hall is around, 8 trigrams can't carry out its ambition, but now, they are certainly trying hard. The marriage alliance between 8 trigrams and Central Sacred Ground happened for a reason, allowing them to have 5 marks. That's a starting advantage against Longevity Hall's 4. The Eternal solemnly explained. They're ambitious indeed. The juniors nearby got a better understanding of the situation after listening to their senior. After the 12 marks have been lit up, the Crown Prince of 8 trigrams emerged again and declared, Mount Guard is nothing more than a lair of evil now, and a monster like Wuxia deserves death. The world will come to understand the gravity of the situation and our deeds will go down. Okay, enough. Wuxia swiftly interrupted him, I will kill all of you fools here tomorrow. Bring all of your everlastings and so-called masters to save me some time. The crowd was stunned to hear Wuxia calling out the everlastings. That's why he's fiercest, not just fierce. One expert was impressed by the domineering statement. Tomorrow, Ancestral City, till death. A mantra poured down from the sky and exploded in everyone's mind. It came from Zhang Sangsheng. Good, wash your neck tomorrow in preparation for the decapitation. Wuxia chuckled in response. Humph. Humph. Both the everlastings on the ship scowled. People could sense their rage. So the ultimate battle will take place tomorrow. This news eventually spread across Immortal Demon. Who will be the victor? Gambling halls got involved. We bet on 8 trigrams. Many placed bets for 8 trigrams victory. Right, they are definitely the favorite with 2 everlastings and the longevity plate. Mount Guard only has fiercest, and you know, one single tree can't make a house. Someone pitted the underdog. Chapter 2777, The 2 sides have agreed to a match tomorrow at Ancestral. It didn't take long before everyone became eager for the show. Buzz. A golden maelstrom suddenly emerged before the date of the battle, made from numerous small streams gathering then rotating. It didn't have the same terrifying visual as a regular maelstrom. The formation of this particular one was actually gorgeous, like the accumulation of all that is pretty in the world. This maelstrom looked like it was going to send down the heavenly treasures. A second buzz sounded and the tiny streams of water drooped downward and twisted together to form a sky stair. This golden stair eventually connected with the main city. A guest from outside our system? This was the first time the young ones saw something like this. No, that's someone from Longevity Hall. An older expert shook his head and said with respect. Longevity Hall. The juniors here shuddered while also feeling the same reverence for this title. How rare for someone from there to come out. A sect elder said, they haven't shown themselves for a very long time now. It makes sense though. One Eternal said seriously, 8 trigrams have activated the plate, this is a big deal for our system, so Longevity Hall has to make a move too. 8 trigrams is challenging their position. True, I wonder what kind of attitude they will bring. One old master nodded in agreement. Longevity Hall was one of the oldest lineages in Immortal Demon. They existed back during the era of Everlasting Forefather and carried out his orders while sweeping through the myriad realms. They had a supreme status with full authority during this golden age. Later on, Everlasting Forefather stopped reincarnating, but they still maintained the same prestige, still in charge of the system. As more time passed, they eventually disappeared from everyone's eyes, no longer interfering with the system's matters. Nevertheless, the disciples and descendants still kept Longevity Hall in a special place in their heart. It was hard to change this line of thinking. Mount Guard School was far inferior in this respect. In the present day, 8 trigrams had amazing military potential and resources. They were considered the greatest kingdom, but most thought that they weren't qualified to rule a mortal demon. They needed to defeat Longevity Hall in order to become the crownless king. Otherwise, they would always live under Longevity Hall's shadow. That's why they were so eager to activate the plate. This was a once-in-a-million-years opportunity for them to re-establish their status as the new top dog. Buzz. A portal opened among the maelstrom and multiple people walked out. This group had the same color robe, looking very simple. However, they had a dignified aura to them as they wielded their staff. They certainly looked like the ones in charge. It was as if they represented the will and sovereignty of the system. People were fixated while watching these experts leaving the watery vortex. In fact, even the ones from 8 trigrams didn't dare to relax. Just one little thing could trigger a fight between 8 trigrams and Longevity Hall right now. I didn't expect this at all. A member of a kingdom choosing to support 8 trigrams regretted his decision. After all, standing with 8 trigrams meant opposing Longevity Hall. Which big shots will come now? People wondered while watching the robed men lining up side by side. 8 trigrams and Central brought 2 everlastings, so Longevity Hall needs to have at least 1-2 in order to make it look even. A youth said. Maybe everlasting Jiang himself will arrive. A master became excited. Yes, the greatest eternal in history came from Longevity Hall, everlasting Jiang. I highly doubt it. One ancestor shook his head, everlasting Jiang disappeared long ago. Plus, he wouldn't need to show up for something like this. Just one word of his is enough to settle this matter. No one in our system dares to oppose him. Many agreed with this logic. Everlasting Jiang was second to only everlasting forefather. Zhang Cangsheng and the others would need to tuck their tail between their legs in his presence. Meanwhile, Cangsheng didn't reveal his attitude back on his battleship. He was indeed afraid of everlasting Jiang, but if the guy didn't come out, he wouldn't mind going all out against Longevity Hall. Fiercest is here too. While all eyes were on the portal, someone noticed Li Qie. All eyes turned towards the gate of Ancestral. Another group was slowly arriving with Li Qie in front. He didn't have a sword on top of his knees this time around, so people heaved a sigh of relief. He seemed to be sleeping right now as well. No one dared to mock his appearance anymore or thought that he was a cripple. The guy was more than capable of massacring everyone here with a single hand wave. The experts in the city made way for him, whether it be the top geniuses or powerful Eternals. They receded like the tides to the left and right. The group was heading straight for the ancestral temple in the city. This architecture was massive, its main hall above many stone steps was open to the public. To the top of the hall was an old throne. No one has sat there for who knows how long. Nevertheless, it still had a pure luster to it. To the front of the temple stood a massive statue looking like heaven's equal. People couldn't help but look up at it. The statue was naturally everlasting forefather. His actual appearance was shrouded by mystical arts. Numerous experts have activated their heavenly gaze to forcefully see the forefather's features. None were successful. The old statue still had a majestic and supreme aura. Millions of years failed to weather it down. In fact, the aura became thicker as if the providence and fate of the entire system had gathered here. Many felt the urge to kneel before the statue. In fact, most visitors did just that. When Li Qie got close to the statue, he gazed profoundly at the statue, piercing through the shroud to see the old man's appearance. A while later, he turned his attention towards the throne at the top of the main hall. Chapter 2778, Push me up, I shall sit there. Li Qie withdrew his gaze and pointed at the throne. What did he say? A clamor erupted among the crowd as they stared at him. Their eyes moved between him and the throne, realizing that he wasn't messing around. How arrogant. His status right now doesn't qualify him to sit on the ancestral throne. Someone blurted out. The ancestral throne belonged to everlasting forefather. Later on, several other ancestors have sat here too. However, these ancestors had distinguished contributions to the system and earned unanimous recognition. The most recent person who had sat on this throne was Everlasting Jiang. Of course, people didn't oppose it either because he was the most excellent cultivator in Immortal Demon after Everlasting Forefather. Today, a young ancestor like Li Qie wanted to sit on it. Though he seemed to be unstoppable right now, the crowd believed he needed more time and polishing. His current status was far from enough to warrant this action. Humph, who does he think he is? So outrageous. A clan elder scowled at this situation. Yes, already so full of himself after a few personal accomplishments. The big shots didn't like it at all. He hasn't done anything for the system yet. He needs to look in a mirror first. Ignorant brat. One dissatisfied ancestor snorted, only a person of virtue and prestige with numerous accomplishments can sit there. Wei Jing felt his head tingling after hearing Li Qie's command. He knew the significance behind that throne. In fact, only a few sages from Mount Guard were qualified to do so. Li Qie's act seemed to be antagonizing the entire system. Ancestor, maybe this isn't the right time. Wei Jing put it delicately. It's the right time. If I want to sit, then I'll sit. Li Qie ignored him. Wei Jing didn't know what to do and felt a headache coming on. He felt that his ancestor was just like a fearless child doing whatever he wanted. Ignorant fool. A loud snort could be heard. An old man moved out of the crowd and coldly glared at Li Qie. The ancestral throne is the ultimate symbol of glory in our system. Only the truly worthy and capable are deserving of sitting there. Who the hell do you think you are to demand the throne? Know your place. He wore an extravagant robe with a bright radiance behind his head. This improved his stateliness and gave him a dignified appearance. It seemed as if he could pluck the stars and master the universe, an aura of invincibility. That's Pinnacle Ancestor. An Eternal shuddered after seeing the old man. Who are you? Li Qie wasn't angry and slowly turned his head to glance at the speaker, not really giving a damn. I am Pinnacle God Monarch. The old man's expression soured from being treated with contempt. Wei Jing trembled after hearing this title. The strongest ancestor from Pinnacle, I think he's either an Amaranthan Eternal or maybe an Epic one already. The spectators were moved. He was indeed a famous character in the system, most likely on the same level as Central Ancestral Monarch. Never heard of you. Li Qie waved his hand and said, stand to the side instead of killing my vibe. You. The monarch's expression became extremely unsightly. As the strongest ancestor of Pinnacle, he rarely showed himself, but when he did, the entire world took notice. Many juniors would kneel before him, the other masters treated him with respect. However, Li Qie waved at him like swatting away a fly, insulting him in front of everyone. So arrogant. Those who have seen Li Qie for the first time disliked his attitude. Do you not know that he killed Central Ancestral Monarch with a single slash? An old man who saw the previous fight smiled wryly. Even if Pinnacle Monarch is an epic eternal, he is still not enough to enter fiercest sight. Only everlastings can do so. Those who knew about Li Qie thought that his arrogance was justified. Even though I'm just a nobody, I will still stop you since you don't deserve to be on that throne. You haven't contributed to the system, so it doesn't matter how strong you are. An egoistic master sitting on there will only be besmirching the progenitor's glory and bullying our system. A person like that is our enemy. The monarch gave a moving speech and gained the approval of many among the crowd. He's right, the ancestral throne is our ultimate symbol. We can't allow just anyone to sit there. Many became emotional right away. It's not hard to sit there. First, he just needs to sweep through the entire world undefeated, then come back and sit on the throne. Right now, no one will accept it. Someone from the last generation added. Scram, This hall isn't a place for you to do as you please. You think you're all that just because you're strong. Not everything will go the way you want. An excited youth started yelling at Li Qie. Everything will go the way I want because I'm strong and unbeatable. Li Qie retorted. Some of the crowd were angered by this response. Pinnacle Monarch loved this development. He wanted Li Qie to antagonize the entire system. You need to earn everyone's recognition before sitting there. Otherwise, we'll all try and stop you, especially Longevity Hall. One prestigious Eternal joined in with a serious tone. He was smart enough to bring Longevity Hall in the mix because it was the strongest lineage in the system. That should be enough to deter Li Qie. Who says our Longevity Hall does not agree? Suddenly, a pleasant yet authoritative voice interjected. Everyone turned towards the source of the voice. A person came out from the portal in the maelstrom and slowly walked down the golden stair, a woman around the age of 30. She had the charm of maturity on her side, ripe like a honey peach with full breasts, round and ample buttocks, and a thin waist. Her figure was perfectly sculpted, nothing too much and nothing too little. She wore a long dress and looked like a noble. This trait only added to the temptation. People couldn't look away. Longevity King, the older experts quickly bowed. That's the king. Everyone shuddered after hearing this. Even Pinnacle Monarch was startled. It is our pleasure to meet you. Many bowed to greet her, even the prideful ones. The king is really peerless, a young male was completely infatuated. Idiot, that's an everlasting that has reigned for 2 generations, stop dreaming. His senior immediately slapped him behind the head. Wow! This junior became sweaty and got down on his knees right away. The other young ones stopped having romantic thoughts as well and also got down on the ground. Chapter 2779, Longevity King, Dan Tai Miao, served as the current Lord of Longevity Hall for 2 generations now. No one in the present day knew her given name anymore, only her title and position. Most importantly, she was already an everlasting during the last generation because of her brilliance, the youngest one too. She was praised as the next ultimate genius in Longevity Hall after Everlasting Jiang. However, she didn't come out in this current generation. Some believed that she was undergoing an important cultivation session that could determine life or death. The hall didn't refute these rumors. Today, her appearance shocked many cultivators. They found life worth living after seeing such a brilliant and most gorgeous woman from the last generation. The Eternals from the last generations were moved. She was still the same as before while they had gray hair and wrinkles now. Her previous peers became quite sad. She was an everlasting while they were still stuck as ascenders. They made their debut at the same time so the current disparity was too much to take. All in all, her supreme temperament, mature style, and an air of nobility took the men's breath away. Lotus blossomed beneath her feet as she walked towards Li Qie. We shall be the first to support your wish of sitting on the ancestral throne. She bowed before getting on one knee. Dan Tai Miao represents Longevity Hall in giving you our sincerest reverence. You may rise. Li Qie was calm as if she was only a regular disciple of immortal demon. This scene naturally astounded the crowd, leaving their mouth agape with incredulity. The Lord of Longevity Hall was a supreme being and an everlasting. Someone like her was superior to Venerable Xian and Zhang Cangshen. Nevertheless, she still performed such a grand gesture towards Li Qie. This was simply unimaginable. The only person worthy of this treatment from her was probably the legendary everlasting Jiang. What's going on? Even the Eternals were confused. An ancestor of Mount Guard didn't warrant this because Longevity Hall was more prestigious even back during Mount Guard's prime. Hall King, I don't think this is appropriate. A famous Eternal said seriously, the ancestral throne pertains to our system's glory, it's not a trivial matter. Please reconsider. Our longevity hall will bear all responsibilities. Feel free to voice your concerns. The king was undeterred. Everyone could see by her unyielding attitude that she has made up her mind. No one would be able to convince her otherwise. This sparked widespread confusion. No one knew the relationship between Wuxia and the king or Wuxia and Longevity Hall. Why was this sect fully supporting Wuxia? Even if it wanted to oppose 8 trigrams and central sacred ground, it didn't need to be so respectful towards Wuxia and help him sit on the throne. Wei Zheng and the others felt the same confusion, not expecting the king to be so subservient towards their ancestor. Young noble, would you like to sit now? The king bowed, awaiting Wuxia's command. Push me up. He casually ordered as if she was a maid, to the astonishment of the crowd. Excuse me then, young noble. She picked him up from the wheelchair and started walking towards the throne. He used her full breasts as a pillow, feeling very comfortable in this state. Meanwhile, the crowd was still speechless at this development. Of course, some were jealous and envious too. He was the only one who could enjoy this treatment from her. It didn't take long before they were almost at the top. Suddenly, 2 figures landed from the sky. They had immense vitality. They activated their force with enough power to blow away an ocean. The king and Wuxia didn't falter at all, looking just like an immovable mountain. The spectators were in awe of these 2 newcomers due to their power level. Zhang Cangxing of 8 trigrams and Venerable Xiang of Central. Someone shouted. The auras of 2 everlastings suffocated the crowd, gripping them by the neck. Halt, Hall King. Venerable Xiang spewed out mantras. These characters formed a great wall to stop the king. Venerable Xian, you can't stop me. Her eyes shined like the stars. A noble aura from her erupted and became visible. Others couldn't help wanting to prostrate. Hall King, I also will not allow this. Zhang Cangxing spoke. His words full of conviction made it hard for others to say no. The 2 of you together. The king still felt confident against 2 everlastings. She stood there with the bearing of an unbeatable master. That's the greatest genius from the last generation. A spectator smacked his lips and praised her. Hall King, please wait, the 2 ancestors bear no ill will. Pinnacle God Monarch hurriedly jumped up and mediated. We need to have more discussions about who is eligible to sit up there. Hall King, you know that only the greatest sages are qualified to do so. How can a normal person deserve this glory? Please don't let emotions affect your decision and ruin your sect's illustrious reputation. Venerable Xiang slowly said. Yes, please consider, Hall King. Many Eternals from the last generation said. Put me down. Wuxia smiled and interrupted the dissenters. The king hesitated for a moment before letting go. She stared coldly at the group and said, You all are courting death, no one can save you. She then moved to the side. Wuxia stood upright and surprised the crowd. Everyone here, including those from Mount Guard, thought that he was disabled and couldn't stand on his own. That's why he needed a wheelchair. Okay, those who think I'm not qualified to sit on that throne can step forward now. Don't worry, I'm very lenient even when dealing with objectors. Wuxia revealed a kind expression. The crowd assessed the situation. A while ago, many would pick 8 trigram side due to its advantages. They seemed to be on the verge of obtaining full authority while Wuxia was all alone. This was no longer the case because he had Longevity Hall backing him up now. My Pinnacle Kingdom does not agree to this. Pinnacle Monarch had joined 8 trigram side. Wuxia had killed their Sword Saint, plus they always had a good relationship with Central Sacred Ground. This choice wasn't surprising in the slightest. Chapter 2780, Many became confident after Pinnacle God Monarch stepped up to oppose Wuxia. Plus, Zhang Cangxing and Venerable Xian were there too. What was there to be afraid of? Only those who are accepted by everyone in Immortal Demon are qualified to sit on that throne. One ancestor joined in. He chose his words well to express an impartial stance, not clearly standing on 8 trigrams side nor provoking longevity hull. In the case of a full conference, Li Qie wouldn't be able to sit on it anyway. True. Many big shots agreed, it has to be accepted by everyone in Immortal Demon. We can support this. Everyone clearly thought that he wasn't qualified to sit there. It was reserved for wise sages like Everlasting Jiang. Li Qie was young and didn't accomplish anything yet. What a joke about wanting to sit up there, you're nothing more than a murderer of the innocent and should be persecuted by all in order to maintain justice in the system. Everyone is responsible for taking down evil. Zhang Cangsheng was more aggressive with his words. Oh. Is that so? Li Qie smiled, that's all right, I have no plans on becoming a virtuous person and don't need any other reason to sit up there besides wanting to. He continued on while glancing at the 2 everlastings, come, I don't care if it's for revenge or to stop me from reaching that throne. Today will be the last chance for any of you to voice your dissatisfaction. I will start massacring anyone who does it after today. That's a bold declaration. Pinnacle Monarch shouted back, do you think you're invincible and that the countless experts of Immortal Demon will let you do as y-? Precisely so, I can do whatever I want. Not convinced. All come together, I just need one hand to take all of you down. Li Qie interrupted him. With that, he reached one hand forward and moved the other behind his back while leisurely staring at the crowd. The truth is always unpleasant to hear, but come, just one hand. I don't care for your intent, whether it be for revenge or just to get rid of me to sleep well, or maybe you didn't like my declaration earlier. The more the merrier, and only blame your lack of skills when you fall to the ground, humiliating your forefather in the process. He posed there facing the crowd in an arrogant manner as if he alone was invincible. Everyone didn't know what to do, feeling both annoyance and helplessness. Annoyance stemmed from his arrogance and blatant contempt for the rest of the world. Helplessness came from the fact that he was indeed very strong. Few people here could withstand one move from him even if he only used one hand. Perhaps only the Everlastings could do so. You said it, not us. The monarch shouted in response, unconvinced. Of course, they wouldn't accept the claim that he could beat everyone here with one hand. The monarch wanted to use this chance to get rid of this powerful enemy. Yep, just one hand against however many armies you can muster. Li Qie leisurely smiled. The monarch had an unsightly visage. This was his first time being treated in this manner. Keep your words. Venerable Xian scowled. Don't worry about it, if I can't win with one hand, it will be my loss and I'll surrender. Li Qie said. His opponents including the 2 Everlastings exchanged glances. They had a complicated look on their face. No one could handle such arrogance and disdain. Plus, this was a godsend opportunity to kill Li Qie. Why would they keep waiting? However, they contemplated about his actual strength and felt dread. Just how strong was the guy to be so confident against them? Nevertheless, they still made up their mind. Okay, no take back then. Zhang Cangsheng spoke, if we can't defeat you right now, 8 trigrams will leave. All of our previous feuds will be erased. Same with our central sacred ground. Venerable Xian agreed. Ultimately, they didn't think they would lose under these conditions. They have never faced someone making this claim before, let alone a junior. Normally, masters felt trepidation before their presence due to their lifelong conquests. Being looked down upon wasn't a good feeling. Boom! Runes appeared around Zhang Cangsheng, each one the size of a mountain. They engulfed the area like multiple tsunamis and made the crowd feel their immensity. Many couldn't stand up straight. These runes above him came together to form a supreme grand Tao in the form of the 8 divinatory trigrams. He suddenly became the ruler of the world that should be worshipped by all. People finally understood why his full title was Zhang Cangxing of 8 trigrams, after seeing the images above. He gave the feeling of total control, grasping life and death in his palms. Venerable Xian started channeling his power too. Space trembled with a buzzing noise. Immortal strands of light started oozing from him like the opening of a sacred treasury. His body seemed to have endless resources and treasures. We wish to assist you, seniors. Pinnacle God Monarch also roared and released all of his vitality with a bang. Rumble. Bright lights covered the sky. A visual phenomenon took place, numerous divine peaks appeared. Each could be an independent world. This was a sight akin to an often used description, 3,000 worlds. These peaks soared to the sky and lingered above the city's air space. This increased the already existing pressure in this area. The peaks poured down chaos energy and the might of a progenitor. What is that? The peaks arranged themselves and looked like gigantic palms. People started gasping for breath, unable to move. The power of a progenitor. One old ancestor's expression changed. Rumor has it that the progenitor has left behind a palm print in Pinnacle Kingdom. This palm print eventually turned into an ultimate technique in the form of these peaks. They protect the kingdom and guarantee prosperity. I can't believe the monarch is capable of controlling it. No wonder why he's their strongest ancestor. In the beginning, everyone knew that the monarch was strong, just not on the same level as Li Chia. Now, after seeing this particular technique, they thought that maybe he could put up a fight. He possesses the power of one palm strike from the progenitor. That's quite hard to beat. An Eternal commented with respect. Yes, an all-destroying palm. Many ancestors nodded, no wonder why he dared to come here. The guy was prepared. The trio surrounded Li Chia after finishing their preparation. Chapter 2781. The trio surrounded Li Chia so a fight could break out at any moment. The crowd held their breath and became nervous despite not being part of it. They knew that this fight might change the direction of their system. If Zhang Cangxing were to win, his kingdom's status would be solidified. It would be able to give orders despite not having the official reign. If Li Chia were to win, it meant that the currently prosperous central sacred ground and 8 trigrams would start declining. Mount Guard, on the other hand, would rise again. That's why everyone gave their full attention. It pertained to their sect's survival and interests. Who will win? One restless spectator quietly asked. 8 trigrams will win for sure. Those on the side of the kingdom said. He's a grand completion everlasting on top of being a national teacher for 4 generations. He weathered so many storms and problems successfully using his might and intelligence, not something a junior can compare to. Plus, Venerable Xian is on his side too. 2 everlastings should be unbeatable. One person started waving their fists in order to show their support and confidence in those 2. It's hard to say. One ancestor not on 8 trigram side mused for a bit before speaking. Fiercest of Mount Guard is unfathomable. Of course, no one can underestimate the other side either. The problem is, he's too careless with that declaration earlier of using just one hand. I don't know who will win. The crowd nodded after listening to this ancestor. Normally, a combatant would prepare meticulously before fighting 2 everlastings at the same time. Fiercest's careless style was too rare. Only a mighty progenitor would act in this domineering manner. Look, Longevity Hall is on Fiercest's side. Since when does this sect help an outsider? And you're right, Fiercest is simply unfathomable. One Eternal was afraid of Li Chia's power. I won't deny his heaven-defying abilities, but the guy is just too arrogant. He underestimates his enemies too. If he uses both hands, then maybe I would have bet on him, but it's precarious for him right now. This expert bet on 8 trigrams. Whispers could be heard despite the tense atmosphere. Most believed that Li Qiye couldn't win using just one hand against his opponents. They already attributed his downfall to arrogance. Start. Li Qiye posed coolly with one hand forward. Die. Venerable Xian started the match. He placed his palms together and the sky turned dark after a loud explosion. A lightning tribulation emerged. Lightning bolts started descending towards Li Qiye, wanting to break him to pieces. Torrent tribulation strike, the ultimate art of Central. A startled spectator said. Clank. Li Qiye didn't bat an eye and retaliated with a finger flick. This initiated a divine sword flying through the sky. This sword move severed the myriad Dao and instantly flattened both the incoming bolts and the tribulation up above. Myriad Dao breaker. Zhang Cangsheng performed various mudras. Boom! The trigrams hanging above him turned into a heavenly fist aimed at Li Qiye. The destructive attack crushed space and the yin and yang. Those standing in its trajectory would instantly turn into bloody mists without being able to resist. That's horrifying. Even the Eternals present were alarmed. Scram! Li Qiye didn't turn around to look at the attack. He waved his sleeve with enough force to block out everything. The sleeve looked like a boundless sky blocking the incoming punch. Pinnacle Monarch finally attacked. The area trembled with loud explosions. Numerous divine peaks descended for Li Qiye just like meteors. He waited until Li Qiye was preoccupied with Zhang Cangsheng before unleashing his move. Li Qiye didn't panic. He simply spread his fingers and unleashed billowing sword energies. A dazzling bronze sword leaped into the sky. Its size was beyond imagination. It just needed to move ever so slightly to sweep through everything. In the next second, Zhang Cangsheng's punch landed on Li Qiye's sleeve and came to a halt. Meanwhile, the massive sword made of bronze easily crushed the mountains coming from above, resulting in smokes and debris blotting out the sun. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The trio didn't hold back at all and attacked in unison. The first exchange ended and they retreated while exchanging glances once more. These moves were simply exploratory. They hoped to figure out Li Qiye's true power. However, the guy had no problem dealing with their attacks. His other hand was still placed behind his back. Who won? Their speed was too fast and virtually indiscernible. The weaker or younger cultivators couldn't see the course of events. I don't know. One ancestor didn't dare to give a definite conclusion despite seeing it clearly. Fiercest is very strong, but they were just testing each other, still hiding their ace cards. The crowd became more excited, knowing that the fight was about to escalate and become far more brilliant and brutal. The trio had an austere expression, realizing that Li Qiye's power exceeded their estimation. There's something you should know. Our kingdom's army had mobilized for mount guard. Your sect is done for. Telling you now is a courteous gesture so that you can stay in the loop. Zhang Cangsheng smiled. Next, he pressed his palm in the air. Buzz. That area was refined and turned into a spatial mirror. The scene in that mirror shocked the crowd. Majestic mountains could be seen. This was clearly Mount Guard. However, it was surrounded completely now by armored troops. All the entrances and exits have been barricaded. No one could get out of Mount Guard. The banners of this sieging army belonged to 8 trigrams. The Crown Prince and Absolute Formation Legion. A spectator said in astonishment. Yes, Crown Prince Yi Zhao Wei and his legion were ready to assault Mount Guard. They planned to not leave a single soul alive. No, our school. Wei Jing was scared out of his mind and nearly became paralyzed on the ground. He was too far away, and as the adage goes, water from afar can't put out a fire nearby. Chapter 2782, Ancestor, What Should We Do? Wei Jing was out of his wits and asked Li Qiye for help. Hu Jiahui and the others were naturally frightened as well. Even if they wanted to grow wings and fly back to be with their fellow brothers, it was impossible. Reincarnation Mountain was too far from Mount Guard. If they were to go back right now, they would find nothing more than ruins. Thus, Li Qiye garnered everyone's attention again. So merciless. An expert understood Zhang Cangsheng's intent. He wished to distract Li Qiye, clearly a part of his overarching plan. First, he sent the Crown Prince to surround Mount Guard before this battle. Li Qiye would certainly be distracted because he was an ancestor there. He couldn't just watch his sect be destroyed and must go back. However, he was surrounded by 3 masters. In this scenario, it didn't matter whether he wanted to force a path out or focus on fighting, his mental state was definitely affected all the same. This resulted in a weakening of his battle abilities and Zhang Cangsheng's odds looking much better. Perhaps victory was within their grasp thanks to this diversion. Ginger only gets hotter with age. An ancestor reflected, the 4th-generation teacher of 8 trigrams is far more capable than a regular expert. He saved that kingdom many times before. Everyone was impressed with the guy's merciless plan while keeping an eye on Li Qiye. However, Li Qiye was only standing there, completely nonchalant and indifferent to this development. Dum. 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 The drums of war have finally sounded. Ready. The soldiers shouted and were well prepared with their swords drawn and arrows ready to fire. The army of 8 trigrams was on the verge of sieging. Ancestor, what should we do? Do you have a plan? The pale Li Jianquan panicked. Mount Guard was their home and they would have nothing left with it being gone. Be quiet. Wei Zheng had regained his composure and controlled the group. Let the ancestor concentrate on the battle or we'll lose everything. Wei Zheng also understood 8 trigrams' plan, wanting to distract Li Qiye. If Li Qiye were to lose because of this, they wouldn't be able to save their sect anyway. Everyone would die here too. The only thing he could do was pray for Mount Guard's defensive lines to withstand the assault, hoping that Li Qiye could defeat the enemies and return to Mount Guard. Of course, he knew that his sect was no longer the same. The foundation was still there but they lacked true stones and resources to support the incredibly powerful defensive measures. Thus, it wouldn't last long before the great army of 8 trigrams, maybe less than 15 minutes. A miracle needed to happen for success. The rest of the group finally realized the gravity of the situation and no longer dared to disturb Li Qiye. They also started praying for a swift victory from their ancestor. What's your choice now, fellow Taoist? Venerable Xian started laughing. Though Li Qiye seemed unaffected, the trio didn't buy his act in the slightest. What's there to pick? I'll just kill all of you then that army, as easy as pie. Li Qiye chuckled, still as carefree as ever. So calm, I see. We'll see how long you can keep that smile on your face. Attack. Zhang Cangsheng smirked back. The army back in Mount Guard could clearly hear his command. The command horns sounded and the soldiers unsheathed their weapons. Meanwhile, the disciples from Mount Guard were scared out of their mind. They couldn't do anything except to fight to the death now. Defensive lines. One elder from Mount Guard shouted. Buzz. The sect lit up with a majestic aura brimming with the breath of a progenitor. Divine walls erected all around the sect to form a formidable defense. The place looked like an impregnable fortress in no time. The method of the progenitor. Many ancestors were impressed to see these walls. This fallen sect still had a strong foundation. No wonder why it used to be so glorious. Alas, Wei Zheng wasn't as optimistic. He knew that these tough divine walls wouldn't last long due to a lack of resources to empower them. If they were richer, these walls could last against any enemy. Unfortunately, the sect couldn't be poorer right now. Attack! Yi Xiaowei commanded and rushed forward himself. Bam! He summoned a whip and flicked his wrist. It roared like a fiery dragon before hitting the divine wall. His army also joined in. Numerous spears, sabers, and pagodas were part of the offense. Brilliant colors from treasures illuminated the area. Waves of non-stop energies aimed to break down the divine walls. Rumble. The walls were unbreakable despite the torrential attacks. Powerful treasures didn't even leave a single mark on the walls, let alone breaking them. It became clear that this force couldn't take down Mountguard's defense. So tough, that's the progenitor for you. Many ancestors praised the walls and became envious. Meanwhile, Li Jianquan and the others heaved a sigh of relief. It looked like their sect would stay safe. Only Wei Jing felt nervous as if he was hanging on for dear life, nearly falling off a cliff. This was only the beginning since the walls wouldn't last long. Sure enough, after several waves of assault, the walls dimmed down and began to shrink. Boom! The thin walls cracked after withstanding more attacks. What's happening? Li Jianquan didn't know what was going on. Our true stones are depleting, we don't have that many in the first place. Wei Jing said with a dejected expression. Get ready for battle. The elder of Mountguard commanded after seeing the failing walls. Fellow Daoist, we should start too. Zhang Cangxing smiled and said, of course, we have plenty of time. Let's fight and watch at the same time. Go. Li Qiye insipidly said. You're going down. The trio simultaneously attacked. Concurrently, the walls back at Mountguard have completely collapsed. Kill them all. The army of 8 trigrams rushed in like the waves. Chapter 2783, Battlecries and Bloodthirst permeated Mountguard School. The disciples of Mountguard maintained their positions and posts, ready to fight to the death. They really had no other choice since behind them was their home. From the elders and protectors down to the lowly disciples, everyone had red eyes and became fanatic due to the perilous situation. Though they knew they weren't a match against the invaders, they still wanted to protect their home with their lives. Failure meant that their families and friends would be killed. Nothing would be left of this place. Thus, they were ready to spill blood in order to protect what's dear to them. Ah! Screams echoed around the area as experts started to fall. Both sides had casualties but Mountguard suffered much more. The army of 8 trigrams invaded from all directions in a torrential manner. They came prepared to sweep through Mountguard like a storm. It didn't take long before many Mountguard disciples fell down into their pool of blood. Keep going. Despite losing many peers and seniors, the disciples here didn't falter and tried to think of ways to kill their enemies. Boom! Meanwhile, Cangxing placed his palms together again. The trigrams above turned into a yin-yang symbol. It shot down at Li Qiye with great momentum and refined everything along the way. Even an epic eternal would be destroyed by this yin-yang attack. Pinnacle Monarch also joined in. The mountains above him once again turned into a massive palm strike and headed straight for the ancestral city. It carried the power of a progenitor. The progenitorial laws surged and bullied the firmaments. Venerable Xian summoned a tripod that flew with unstoppable momentum. It could pierce through everything including the stars in the sky. The worst part about it was the flame pouring out from within. The flame could meld everything. Just a spark touching the ground would turn the area into molten lava. The trio tried hard this time around, utilizing the psychological effect of Mountguard being invaded as well. This was the perfect timing for them. Li Qiye should definitely be distracted. He could either go save Mountguard or try his best to retaliate in the current battle, but the latter would result in Mountguard's destruction. This would be a great blow to his state of mind. All of this happened so quickly and the spectators became completely immersed in the flow. Li Qiye's palm danced and reached a state of apogee, changing the momentum of everything with the slightest touch. The yin-yang attack from Zhang Cangxing had its trajectory changed and started heading for the massive palm strike from the monarch. He then leaned to the side by just the perfect amount and evaded the tripod before grabbing the treasure. He spun it around and took control of its momentum. After a full circle, he flung it back on its original path. However, this meant that it was heading straight for Venerable Xian. The speed this time around was more than 10 times faster and stronger. It exceeded the limit of time and space. Boom! To sum it up, the yin-yang attack struck the palm strike, resulting in a massive explosion in the sky. Pinnacle Monarch was blown flying while vomiting blood, while Zhang Cangsheng staggered backward due to the power of the progenitor. Meanwhile, Venerable Xian saw his own tripod flying straight at him with more force than ever before. He became aghast and summoned multiple powerful weapons to stop it. Unfortunately, the flames from the tripod incinerated these weapons and broke through his defensive treasures. The old man couldn't dodge in time, so it smashed into his chest, causing blood to splash everywhere. The tripod pierced through his chest, leaving a gaping wound. In the preceding moment, Li Qiye's hand refined the void. This made it possible for him to cross through the realms. His hand immediately appeared in the sky above Mount Guard. His 5 fingers then shot out countless sword rays. Clank! They looked like beautiful and dazzling flowers, albeit full of bloodlust. Pluff! 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 The rays flew into Mount Guard right when the army of 8 trigrams had broken through the first layer of defense. The bloodthirsty soldiers were ready to massacre everyone here before being interrupted by the bright spectacle. They looked up, confused, before seeing the last thing in their lives. Their heads started flying off, so they watched blood gushing from their neck. The same thing was happening to their peers and seniors too. Streams of blood gushed up around the entire sect, looking like rainbows of blood under the sunlight. The army fell to the ground in a magnificent manner. These victims wanted to scream, but no sound could come out. The strongest among them was their leader, the Crown Prince. Yi Xiaowei bellowed in fear after seeing an incoming ray shooting straight at him. He took out his strongest treasure in order to stop it. Unfortunately, this wasn't enough to stop a death sentence from Li Qiye. No one was to be spared. Pluff! The sword ray pierced through the treasure and continued straight at him. Watch out! Zhang Cangsheng cried out at this crucial moment. He broke the spatial fabric and sent his trigrams through the void with incredible speed in order to save the Crown Prince from that sword ray. Scram! Li Qiye's hand turned into a fist to stop the trigrams. Bam! The space between Mount Guard and Reincarnation Mountain crumbled into a terrible black hole. Zhang Cangsheng failed to save Xiaowei. The youth suffered the same fate as his men, having to watch his own death. His wide-open eyes depicted the terror of death, but it was too late for regrets. Bam! Bam! Zhang Cangsheng was forced back after being struck by the punch earlier and spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 2784, Reincarnation Mountain City was in a state of awe and shock, the same with Mount Guard. Everyone stood in a daze, their wits have yet to return. Most were horrified, even the disciples from Mount Guard that have just been saved. The powerful Eternals and knowledgeable ancestors felt the same way, completely empty-minded. The vigorous army consisting of 1,000,000 troops from 8 trigrams were nothing more than bleeding corpses now. They couldn't even be considered ants, more like specks of dust. Li Qiye swiftly repelled the trio and massacred the great army of 8 trigrams despite being realms away. This all happened in the blink of an eye, and sure enough, Li Qiye was true to his words, using only one hand from start to finish. The other hand remained behind his back. Such a terrifying and peerless power level, using one hand to sweep through his enemies. The suffocating force earlier from the pressure of being in the presence of many masters turned into a chill. Everyone shuddered while drenched with cold sweat. 2 everlastings and 1 invincible god monarch lost to Li Qiye and became seriously wounded. This was an incredible battle feat. Who in this world could actually take him on? Legs were trembling in the crowd. The weaker cultivators lost control of their knees and fell to the ground. They didn't even have the courage to stare at Li Qie. He stood in the sky basking in the wind like a supreme lord. He successfully traumatized everyone in the crowd. Just the mentioning of his title alone later would frighten them. Undebatable. One Eternal eventually calmed down and said a single word. This word alone was the only thing he could use to describe Li Qie's power and style. Everything else seemed inadequate. They courted death. The Hall King wasn't surprised at all to see this. They're saved. Wei Jing also regained his wits and became ecstatic. The invasion horrified him. He thought that Mount Guard was done for this time. Who would have thought that the ancestor could destroy an army simply by spreading his 5 fingers despite the considerable distance? He did it. Jinquan's group started crying from happiness. The great ancestor is unbeatable and peerless in all of history. The disciples in Mount Guard started kowtowing while chanting. The great ancestor is unbeatable and peerless in all of history. They repeated this phrase echoing through the valleys and mountains. The great ancestor is unbeatable and peerless in all of history. Wei Jing and the juniors back in Reincarnation Mountains got on their knees too with tears streaming down their cheeks. Everyone watched in silence, feeling that the chant wasn't outrageous. Unbeatable seemed to be the right word to describe him right now. No big deal. Li Qie posed coolly as his sleeves fluttered to the wind. He then stared at his enemies. The trio turned pale, not expecting this terrible development. They once again found themselves to have underestimated him. Unfortunately, there was no jumping off this path now. Don't waste my time anymore, let's end this. Li Qie had no visible aura, seemingly a little weakly like a young scholar. However, this appearance of his was so intimidating. Gods and devils would tremble while looking at him. Activate the longevity plate, use it now. Pinnacle Monarch was overwhelmed with fear and shouted while faltering backward. Activate the longevity plate. Zhang Cangsheng and Venerable Xian shouted at the same time. Buzz. 5 marks became resplendent on the plate above. 8 trigrams and central were the first to start. A while later, the other parts lit up as well after loud buzzes. The kingdoms and sects on their side hesitated for a moment, but they had no other choice. They could only hope that this plate would be enough to kill a monster like Fiercest using the strongest blow of a progenitor. Otherwise, allies like them wouldn't fare well either after the defeat of 8 trigrams. They must stake everything on this attack. Incurable fools. The Hall King noticed 12 marks activated in total and sneered. She already knew the future of these sects aiding 8 trigrams without needing to watch. Well, the plate still needs more time to gather energy. Li Qie didn't have a problem with this at all and smiled, go ahead, entertain me in the meantime. The trio's expression soured since they needed to last long enough. The plate's attack was immensely powerful and couldn't just be used whenever. The kingdoms and their respective marks needed to work together. Rumble. Venerable Xian and Zhang Cangsheng exchanged glances. They unleashed their vitality and showed off their individual 12 palaces, ready to perform their strongest move. Looks like you still have more things to show, I'll let you use them. Li Qie didn't try to stop them. Let's start with you. Li Qie then glanced over at Pinnacle Monarch. The monarch was horrified since the guy wanted to fight him first. An eternal like him was far weaker compared to the 2 everlastings on his side. The only thing he could rely on was the great palm in the sky left behind by everlasting forefather. Senior Cangsheng, Venerable Xian, let's take him on together. He hurriedly called out for help. However, the other 2 ignored him because teamwork was useless. They were from different sects and didn't prepare a proper combination attack. This lack of teamwork meant limited efficiency, so the 2 just wanted to use this time to gather Grand Dao power for their own ultimate technique. Seniors, we fully supported your sect. Hell help me. He bellowed again. You can only rely on yourself during crucial moments. Li Chia chuckled, you're nothing but an ant with a little value to be taken advantage of in their eyes. Right now, Venerable Xian and Zhang Cangsheng didn't even know if they could survive this battle. Why would they waste precious time on Pinnacle Monarch? They didn't give a damn about the guy. The crowd knew that this particular alliance was only using each other. If one party were to lose its value, it would be abandoned right away. Chapter 2785, What do you want? The frightened monarch screamed as Li Chia, step by step, approached. What else but your life? Li Chia smiled. I'll take you down with me. The monarch was stuck in an impasse since his allies had forsaken him. He felt nothing but regrets, thinking that he shouldn't have gotten himself into this mess by associating with 8 trigrams. In the beginning, he thought that the 3 of them would be able to win for sure. Thus, he intended on currying favors from Zhang Cangsheng and Venerable Xian in order to gain more benefits for his kingdom. Who would have thought that this would be the result? 2 everlastings were insufficient and made him the cannon fodder. Unfortunately, no medicine could cure his feelings right now. He made up his mind and gathered his vitality again. Flames erupted around him before soaring to the sky. Brothers, help me. His voice rang across the system. Creak. A gigantic mirror flew out from the distant Pinnacle Kingdom. The body was made from polished profound crystals. The mirror itself could gather numerous lights. Boom. The kingdom gathered a massive amount of Tao power at an incredible rate. Everything was accumulating at the center of the mirror. A loud explosion ensued. The mirror instantly spewed out a wave of dazzling brilliance. This thick pulse pierced through space and hit the monarch with haste. The monarch became the focus of the kingdom's foundation and power. His own flames became brighter and ravaged the sky like a tsunami, instantly drowning many stars in the process. His power naturally soared as well. Now the bright flames around him had lightning crackles coursing through them as well. Go to hell. The empowered monarch roared. The divine peaks on top of him turned into a massive palm again. This time around, the peaks have completely disappeared, replaced by a perfect palm strike. It poured down a heavenly aura brimming with progenitorial power. The monarch took the initiative and sent that palm down straight at Li Chia. Its destruction could crush everything beneath. This resembled the palm of a progenitor and instilled fear and awe into the spectators. People stood there and watched, completely captivated by the scene. That palm strike can destroy a kingdom. The king of an archaic state turned pale. Li Chia, on the other hand, didn't have a big reaction. He leaped upward and punched in retaliation, break. Boom. The force looked like a rainbow going from one edge to another or a true dragon crossing the sky. It pierced through the myriad realms in an unstoppable manner, certainly capable of thrusting through the chest of a god or emperor. Boom. 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 A series of crumbling noises detonated in a tight rhythm. The first victim was the palm formed from the myriad peaks. It instantly crumbled. The force of the punch didn't stop there, still full of energy. It pierced through Pinnacle Monarch's chest and crossed through billions of miles to reach the massive mirror back in Pinnacle Kingdom. Boom! It penetrated the earth there too, leaving a terrifying abyss at the Imperial Palace. Just like that, the resources and foundation beneath the earth of Pinnacle have been destroyed. Rumble! More explosions occurred over the horizon. The spirit energy and Tao power in the palace area oozed out to the sky before scattering everywhere. Everyone in various counties of Pinnacle looked up at the sky. Auspicious dew poured down like the rain. The worldly essences of the world and Tao energy bathed the earth, a feeling akin to the return of spring. Many citizens in the kingdom unknowingly celebrated. They absorbed these worldly essences and energy, gaining great benefits in the process. Even the mortals would live much longer afterward. This punch of Li Qie defeated three things at once. It put an end to Pinnacle and their legacy as well. Quite a shocking feat. After a while, the monarch looked down at the gaping hole on his chest. His eyes became agape. He then turned around and looked back at his own kingdom and saw the palace being penetrated along with the broken foundation. Various forms of energies were surging out of it. Everyone knew that the destruction of a sect's foundation meant the end of it henceforth. Their kingdom has been built across many generations and stood strong. Who would have thought that a single punch would herald the end of them today? No. He screamed, but it was too late. He fell down backward and met his doom. His eyes remained open, for it was an indignant and unwilling death. He had dragged his kingdom down to hell with him. I can't believe it. The crowd was naturally astounded by the power of that punch earlier. The long distance didn't diminish its power in the slightest. At this moment, they could see the consequences of opposing Li Qie. If he wanted to destroy someone's sect, he didn't even need to go there in person. Just one spatial crossing punch was enough to turn their sect into ashes. A progenitor? An Eternal started sweating and wondered. But one hasn't come out this generation. Plus, I haven't heard of a progenitor like him before. A new progenitor successfully proving his Tao should be public knowledge. An ancestor murmured. This punch had shattered Li Qie's previous image. Everyone placed him on a higher level now. He's at least a heaven-defying everlasting, perhaps a pinnacle or supreme everlasting. Let's not rule out the Far Tao level either. A trembling Eternal said. Meanwhile, Venerable Xian and Zhang Cangsheng had an ugly expression. The murderous glint in their eyes intensified. They needed to kill Li Qie at all costs right now. Failing to do so meant leaving a walking calamity around for their sect later. This calamity would, sooner or later, destroy 8 trigrams in Central. They would be powerless to stop him too. Pinnacle Kingdom was a prime example. Thus, these two masters became more determined. Today, only one side could survive. Your turn now, how's your preparation going? Li Qie turned towards the duo and asked. The plate still isn't coming down, just a little more time. I'll send you 2 off first. He then glanced at the sky. The plate didn't have all 18 marks, so it needed more time to be fully activated. Chapter 2786. The everlasting duo wasn't used to this disdainful treatment since they were only inferior to progenitors. Normal emperors weren't on the same level as them. A swift shift from being revered and worshipped by all to this contemptuous attitude from Li Qie. The two of them became furious. Nevertheless, they restrained their wrath because Fiercest was clearly superior to them. The only thing they could do to appease their emotion was successfully killing him. Talks were meaningless. All eyes were on these two, awaiting their ultimate move. Can they do it? The perception has shifted. Most believed that these two wouldn't be able to match Fiercest despite the latter only using one hand. Prior to this, they considered Fiercest's choice to be ignorant and arrogant. Now, arrogance has turned into admirable confidence. The duo has become huge underdogs in no time at all. The crowd was completely deterred, shocked by what they have seen so far from Li Qie. Rumble. The entire system lit up after loud explosions and was filled with the aura of the progenitor. Each inch of soil poured out grand Tao power. Those who weren't watching the fight could sense the changes. They knew that a powerful existence was channeling the Tao power of their system. Venerable Xian and Zhang Cangsheng have gathered more than half of the power in the system. The Tao force and foundation of immortal demon accumulated around them. The only thing they couldn't do was controlling the Tao source. Of course, they had no way of doing so. No one knew the location of the Tao source. Some believed that it was in the possession of Longevity Hall. Nevertheless, two everlastings channeling the power of their system were quite mighty. This scene was magnificent with Tao power surging towards them from all directions. The entire system was engulfed by this process. Substantial changes manifested on the duo after the full absorption. They became significantly younger. The aged Venerable Xian looked quite spirited and turned into a middle-aged man. The influx of Grand Tao power has taken them back to their peak state. They were brimming with vitality. They stood there and one could already feel the forces hidden in them. They could raise one finger and there would be a loud thunderous bang. Just one palm from them could destroy the entire world. They're very strong now. Everyone couldn't help becoming afraid. Every disciple in the system could borrow the power of the system. However, only a few could reach this level of the duo. They were virtually borrowing everything from the land. It's time. The duo finally stopped and shouted. They have gathered the very limit of Tao power and felt as vigorous as ever. Their age was no longer a disadvantage. I've been waiting for a while now. I'll still use just one hand to kill you too. Li Qiye smiled and said with one hand behind his back. The crowd didn't find this ridiculous at all and gave the upper hand to Li Qiye. The duo had a serious expression as well despite Li Qiye's self-imposed handicap. Go! Venerable Xian roared. A boundless and majestic land appeared behind him. It was covered in clouds and mist, looking just like the land of immortals. Central sacred ground. Many recognized this area right away. Boom! An ancient pond filled with black water came into sight. The water poured out and revealed themselves to be runes. They billowed with a massive momentum capable of flattening everything. The roaring runes looked like a true dragon crossing through the area. However, it didn't emit a draconic aura but rather a progenitorial one. It seemed that a progenitor had turned into this dragon. Clank! The runes attached themselves onto Venerable Xian and turned into armor plates. With this new armor on him, exuberant rays shot out, seemingly tearing the world apart. This light of a progenitor made him massive. More importantly, a peerless figure loomed behind him. This figure was identical to the statue in front of the ancestral shrine. The progenitor. The crowd became afraid. Some actually got on their knees to worship the figure. Clank! Clank! Venerable Xian raised his hand and numerous sword rays flew out of central sacred ground, culminating in an ocean of blades. The sword suddenly changed. The end of the hilt suddenly curled and touched the tip, resulting in a circular shape of yin and yang. Clank! One ultimate sword of them all flew out of this ocean. It was the Lord of the Blades. Just one thrust from it could pierce through the high heaven. It emitted a supreme aura, untouchable across the ages. Venerable Xian held it and gained the aura of a progenitor. Incredible, the rumors are true. One shocked ancestor said, the progenitor really gave central sacred ground a peerless armor and a supreme sword. These two things combined should be unmatched. Such glory and honor, the big shots became jealous after seeing Venerable Xian and his equipment. From this, one could see how much everlasting forefather like central sacred ground back then. He named it on top of passing down these ancestral weapons. It looked like only Mount Guard and Longevity Hall enjoyed a similar treatment. Good sword, decent armor too. Li Qiye smiled and said, Longevity forefather doted on your sect. It's a shame that its descendants are so worthless. Rumble. Meanwhile, Zhang Cangsheng also had explosions stemming from his body. Supreme laws from a progenitor were crushing the area nearby. Chapter 2787, Buzz. A light illuminated the heaven and earth along with the river of time. Its appearance made everything else seem pale in comparison. This pulsing ray could illuminate the ages and trace back to the past, capable of finding out anything. It originated from an old mirror floating above Zhang Cangsheng. It was made from bronze and has seen better days. The actual mirror itself seemed hoarse, not something that could reflect an image. It was in the shape of a trigram. The corners were done terribly, a sign of shoddy craftsmanship. However, upon closer inspection, these flaws made it seem natural, as if it came into being this way, not a man-made entity. The flawed outlines no longer seemed ugly when viewed with the above perspective. It became natural and peerless. What is that treasure? Even a fool could tell that all-illuminating mirror was a wondrous treasure. 8 trigrams mirror. One eternal put on a serious expression, another great treasure bestowed by the progenitor, the defining one of 8 trigrams. In fact, it plays a role in his title. So that's the mirror. This was the first time many have seen this mirror. Despite not knowing about its power, they knew that a gift from the progenitor would be incredible. Plus, 8 trigrams had plenty of treasures, but this mirror became its defining one. It must be very important to the kingdom and extremely powerful. Die. The mirror shined on him, giving him a snow-white radiance. He flipped his hands and summoned a mountain seal. Boom! The seal launched towards Wuxia. This was a very common offensive seal, but still looked quite impressive when used by Zhang Cangsheng. All existences needed to pray for mercy. It wielded the power of 3,000 worlds, seemingly unstoppable. The seal was accompanied by a boundless light. This light came from the mirror itself and amplified the power of the seal, seemingly duplicating it countless times. The original one was already powerful enough, but this empowerment took it to the next frightening level. Rumble. Thousands and thousands of these seals descended. Everything else was on the verge of becoming ashes. No one would be lucky enough to survive. The Eternals here didn't have enough power to stop the incoming onslaught. Break. Wuxia didn't bat an eye and retaliated with his fist. Boom. It destroyed the myriad laws in a simple yet brutal manner, clearly more powerful than the mountain seals. Meanwhile, Zhang Cangsheng took control of the mirror and added his power inside. The mirror became more resplendent, all of its runes lit up. Boom! The mirror actually created an apocalyptic punch, exactly identical to Wuxia's attack and not weaker in the slightest. The strangest thing was that Wuxia's reflection in the mirror was the one punching. It aimed straight at the real Wuxia. The crowd was stunned. It was one thing to make many copies of the mountain seal. Who would have thought that this mirror would be able to duplicate Wuxia as well in retaliation? This was akin to 2 of him fighting each other, quite a magical yet unbelievable spectacle. At the same time, Venerable Xian also unleashed a vertical slash, splitting the heaven and earth into 2 halves. The 3,000 worlds were immediately opened. Even the hardest thing in existence would fall victim to this slash. Time itself wasn't spared. Zhang Cangsheng released an ultimate punch while Venerable Xian mustered an incredible slash. It would be difficult for anyone to handle this type of pincer attack. Even a progenitor could lose this battle. Wuxia didn't turn around to face the slash. He swung his hand, causing his long sleeve to flutter like a true dragon leaping into the sky to stop the sure-kill slash. At the same time, a glow encompassed him and made him look like an indestructible diamond. Boom! The 2 punches finally collided. Just imagine, it was Wuxia fighting against himself, so it was impossible for there to be a victor. The only loser here was the crumbling spatial area caught in the explosion stemming from the point of impact. This time around, his sleeve couldn't stop the ultimate slash and was cut through. Severed pieces of cloth scattered chaotically. Since his punch was cancelled out by the mirror again, nothing was left to stop the incoming mountain seals. Thus, these mountains smashed mercilessly on his body since he made no attempt to stop this brutal hit. Boom! Boom! Heaven fell and the earth broke down by this violent impact. Debris and mud splashed everywhere. Wuxia was completely covered in dust and mud. The crowd was completely impressed by the apogee of this move, simply beyond imagination. So that's why he has that title. People finally understood the meaning of Zhang Cangsheng's title. It had nothing to do with his status as a big shot in 8 trigrams but because of the mirror above him. As long as this mirror was in his possession, he had the power to control and lord over everyone else. The mountain seal from him and the ultimate slash from Venerable Xian were certainly impressive. However, that mirror created a perfect reflection of Li Qie and the resulting punch carried the same force as the real thing. This was the most frightening piece of that 3-layer attack. It didn't matter how strong one may be. They couldn't best themselves. Is he dead? The crowd's vision was obscured by the falling debris. He must be wounded, at the very least. He only used one hand that whole time still. An eternal murmured. Everyone thought that even if Li Qie were to survive, he must be grievously wounded. No one in this world could come out of that exchange unscathed. Chapter 2788, The dust dispersed and Li Qie came out, still as nonchalant and cool as ever. It was as if he was only a spectator, not the target of that move prior. He had no signs of wounds, not bloodied and mangled like everyone's imagination. The mountain seals failed to crush his flesh. The only visible damage was his shirt sleeve caused by the sword slash. This made everyone gasp in response, including Venerable Xian and Zhang Cangsheng. Remember, their move earlier was as murderous as can be. How could someone in this world come out unscathed? This was before taking the fact that he was one-handed and not using any treasure or weapon into account. Those capable of this doing must at least be the brilliant progenitors at the immortal level. The spectators, whether it be the powerful ancestors or the brilliant geniuses, were pale after seeing Li Qie. He stood there in a casual manner but everyone felt that his stance was enough to suppress the firmaments. His ordinary presence devoid of any suppressive aura and bright divinity still left behind a shadow in everyone's mind. They would never be able to forget it, nightmares would plague them later. Is he still a human? A peerless eternal shuddered, not believing his own eyes. When I get serious, I myself become afraid. Li Qie said while posing there. This joke made everyone tremble. It revealed many things and made his power level even more unfathomable. What else do you got? Go. He glanced at the duo in a carefree manner. Zhang Cangsheng and Venerable Xian instinctively staggered backward. They suddenly felt fear towards this man standing before them. Something like this was ludicrous to think of just a while ago. Zhang Cangsheng had plenty of achievements in his life back in 8 trigrams, saving the kingdom multiple times. As for Venerable Xian, he had lived long enough to meet progenitors and train emperors. They have seen magnificent scenes and perilous periods before without feeling the same type of dread right now. They felt like they have made the wrong choice in opposing Li Qie and that they have underestimated his power at the start. Their initial plan actually didn't focus on killing an arrogant junior like Li Qie. The main goal was to build up 8 trigram status in the system and gain more authority in the process. Who would have thought that 2 everlastings like them couldn't take on Li Qie? They barked up the wrong tree this time around. I see, it's my turn then if you won't do anything. Li Qie smiled and said to the 2 frozen combatants. Boom! His first move was waving his hand and making a half circle. It didn't look that special at the start but it instantly took in the heaven and earth then created the primordial chaos. Next came the yin and yang along with a cosmic stabilization. This casual wave could create and destroy an era. He became the decider of life and death. Everything became trapped within the cycles of this untouchable half circle. The duo became frightened by this shocking move. Activate. Zhang Cangsheng released all of his vitality and grand Dao power. He became resplendent and sent all of his energy into the trigram floating above him. Buzz. A bright mirror appeared in place of the trigram. Li Qie's reflection was on its surface. This figure also waved in the same manner. Another half circle appeared and pushed towards Li Qie. It had an identical amount of power as well, with all the same oppressive affinities. Everything else became trapped in the same motion. The mirror is really incredible. Many were in awe after seeing this treasure in action. It seemed that possessing the mirror meant being unbeatable because it could always duplicate an enemy's technique. Thus, regardless of the enemy's powerful merit law and profound technique, they would never be able to win while fighting against themselves. This allowed the user of the mirror to be unbeatable. Of course, not just anyone could control a treasure of this level. Only Zhang Zhangsheng could duplicate an attack from Li Qiye in all of 8 trigrams. Venerable Xian didn't sit idly by either. He roared and his sword became blindingly bright. Clank! A sharp glint gathered before he thrust his sword forward in a simple manner. There was no technique and variation, but it had the accumulated power of the sword Dao and sharp energies from all over the world. It pierced forward with a peerless speed. Remember, this was the blade of a progenitor. Its power was not to be trifled with. It had the same fatality effect as the stinger of a scorpion as it pierces through the victim's throat. The thrust came at the exact same time as the duplicated move from the mirror. This was an example of great timing and teamwork. It left behind an indelible mark as it crossed through the sky. Meanwhile, the half-circle technique destroyed the area, then rebuilt it, resulting in an unimaginable force. This move should be enough to push Li Qiye towards his death. Anyone else wouldn't stand a chance at all. Just right when the sword and half-circle were about to hit him, he slightly moved and his body dimmed down. The world also quaked once in response. Everyone felt time slowing down. The most powerful masters actually felt it reversing. This reversal only lasted for a split second, virtually undetectable. His reflection in the 8 trigrams mirror also dimmed in the same manner. Meanwhile, the real Li Qiye disappeared from sight. The sword thrust couldn't pierce him because he had reversed time and was no longer in the same time-space. It suddenly changed direction and aimed for the reflection in the mirror instead. Both Venerable Xian and Zhang Zhangsheng couldn't stop their attack on time. Boom! Fiery sparks from the impact destroyed the stars above. They exploded like fireworks during the night. The 2 ancestral weapons struck each other in a shocking manner. Chapter 2789, Boom. The entire reincarnation mountain seemingly got lifted off the ground from the vibration due to the impact. People were scared out of their mind after the soul-crushing blast. The power of this exchange was apocalyptic. If this area wasn't blessed with defensive measures, so many buildings would have collapsed already. The ancestral sword and 8 trigrams mirror didn't hold back on each other at all. The fiery sparks stemming from the point of impact instilled horror into the crowd. This force swept through the world, suppressing the firmament like a cataclysmic storm. Many suffered from the pressure and were forced to the ground, unable to get up. Boom! The duo lost control over their weapons. The ancestral sword and mirror were damaged by the progenitorial force and got blown towards the horizon. They no longer obeyed the duo and fled away with haste. Return! The 2 started chanting summoning mantra. However, the weapons disappeared from sight, no longer to be seen again. They were personally made from everlasting forefather and had their own spirituality. The considerable damage frightened them. If this kept on going, both would be destroyed. That's why they wisely disregarded the summoning. The situation worsened for Zhang Zhangsheng and Venerable Xian. Their complexion turned whiter as a result. For Venerable Xian, he had plenty of artifacts but not one of them was on the same level of this ancestral sword. As for Zhang Zhangsheng, his very title originated from the mirror. This was a great blow to them and heavily decreased their battle potential. What a shame, you 2 can't fully control those weapons and have been abandoned. Li Qiye's leisure voice sounded. Everyone looked over and saw him standing in the same spot as if he didn't move at all. How can this be? The juniors didn't understand at all. The mirror had a perfect duplication, but it was suddenly nullified. His speed is too fast, enough to reverse time, albeit only for a split second, but he still reversed time. One powerful Eternal said, "He's capable of doing that, but not the mirror, so it couldn't reflect that action." At the same time, the ancestral sword thought that the reflection was him, resulting in friendly fire. So heaven-defying, it's such a clever way to beat the mirror. People started praising Li Qiye after understanding the events. Many believed that the duplication from the mirror was unbeatable. Who would have thought that Li Qiye could redirect the sword slash using his speed? So scary, we haven't seen his arts and weapons yet, still just one hand so far. All existences had fear in their eyes while staring at Li Qiye. Time to end this? Li Qiye smiled at the two. The duo couldn't help but look up at the plate in the sky. These techniques made the crowd think that a lot of time has passed due to their anxiety and anticipation. However, only a few seconds have actually gone by with these fast moves. The plate wasn't fully lit up yet, only a few places were finished by this point. It still needed more time before delivering its ultimate attack. Take him down. The duo knew that they must buy time. Perhaps the plate would be able to kill him, so delaying this until a full activation was essential. Clank! 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 Countless swords flew out from central sacred ground like an ocean. It aimed straight towards Li Qiye. They crossed through the far distance and instantly made it to Reincarnation Mountain. It was as if Li Qiye was only a few inches away. Venerable Xian had a bloody glow since he started burning his true blood. Sharp rays emanated from him as he turned into a bloody sword. Clank! A straight slash came down with a red glow. The world turned into an ocean of blood and nothing inside would be spared. One gigantic sword along with countless little ones was definitely a murderous move. At the same time, Zhang Cangsheng roared and spewed out a blinding heatwave. He also burned up his true blood and gathered Dao power from immortal demon system. This resulted in an explosion of 10,000 suns. This heatwave could burn everything in this world. The gigantic battleship hovering above also emitted a frightening light. Bright saber slashes split out the sky and sent down strands of primordial chaos. It looked like an unsheathed divine saber capable of severing the azure along with the golden river below. Its sharpness was unimaginable. The ship was no longer there, replaced by this great saber. The crowd became astonished after seeing this. So that is a saber, not a battleship. I see, a junior murmured after calming down. Clank! This snow-white slash should be a sure kill against anyone and successfully intimidated the crowd. It could destroy the world and slay gods and true emperors. These were the strongest move from Venerable Xian and Zhang Cangsheng without their ancestral weapons. Moreover, they normally couldn't perform these slashes, not even in their peak state, since they wouldn't burn their true blood. Everlastings like them didn't have much longer to live, so their true blood was very precious. They would never use them under normal circumstances. Alas, they had no other choice since they would die in the next second if they didn't put up a good fight. Burning their true blood now, albeit begrudgingly, could save them from death by allowing them to use these incredible slashes. Break! Li Qiye didn't care at all and shouted. A golden brilliance poured out as if a great Buddha was reincarnating. He then unleashed a fist strike. Chapter 2790. The punch created an echoing blast and crushed everything into dust. Space, time, and Grand Tao turned into nothingness. After a loud explosion, the thousands of swords, the monstrous bloody one, and the saber crumbled into golden powder and scattered downward. One could hear the faint noises from them, something similar and pleasant like a rain of treasures. However, this result was anything but pleasant, only pure destruction in war. Pluff! The duo spat out blood all over the sky and eventually painted the ground red. Boom! They smashed heavily into the ground like two meteors and left behind craters. Once the dust settled, the frightened spectators could see terrible wounds with blood everywhere. The two have suffered grievous injuries. Two everlastings, or rather, two living legends have been defeated. Their invincible image in the eyes of the crowd has been shattered in a shocking manner. For many people, becoming an everlasting meant being untouchable. So many tried their entire lives and couldn't become one. However, two everlastings today using their most powerful move have lost to Li Qie, who was only using one hand. This punch of his indirectly hit everyone's chest and robbed their breath away. They've lost, two everlastings lost to a single punch. The ancestors present felt chills all over. Others' legs trembled uncontrollably. Boom! After a long while, rocks and mud were blown flying. Zhang Cangsheng and Venerable Xian climbed out of the craters, completely bloodied at the moment. The former had his chest caved in with all ribs broken. The latter's ancestral armor didn't save him. The impact crushed his bones beneath the armor so blood flowed out of the gaps. Oh! Everlastings aren't too bad, capable of surviving one punch of mine. Li Qie chuckled, seemingly amused. This appearance of his made people wonder if that attack earlier was his full force or was it just a casual punch. Their scalp tingled and their hair stood on ends as a result. Staring at Li Qie made the duo narrow their eyes, feeling trepidation. They were truly afraid of him right now. At their level, they believed that even a progenitor couldn't crush them with a single punch like this, but Li Qie did it. He still didn't use any merit law or technique either. They have overcome difficulties in the past, but today, they knew that they wouldn't be able to get through this trial. Fiercest would become their destroyer. Is this it? One ancestor murmured. Buzz. Just when everyone thought that the end drew near, the sky suddenly became blinding. This light illuminated the entire system. A complete plate finally emerged, albeit not entirely lit up. Nevertheless, the light stemming from it was still enough to shine all of Immortal Demon. Everything else seemed pale in comparison, even the stars up above. All disciples in the system bathed in this supreme light. They felt protected by its wondrous power. Danger and darkness were instantly expelled. The foundation and resources of the system were all awakened at the same time. The crowd could sense the Tao source surging and erupting. Clank! The noises of laws resonated as if a colossal giant was waking up, perhaps the progenitor himself. The plate is attacking. Everyone became excited, especially the disciples from 8 trigrams in central sacred ground. It's fully activated now. They all sensed the supreme aura of this plate, the power of their progenitor, and felt nothing but respect and awe. Alas, though it was activated, the plate had limited power because not all 18 marks were active. Buzz. The plate seemingly opened in order to release the oldest and most supreme light. This incoming ray came from the chaos and acted as the shaper of the heaven and earth. Now! Zhang Cangsheng shouted while looking at Venerable Xian. The two of them instantly took action. Boom! They performed an impressive technique, but it wasn't meant to kill Li Qie. They used a boundless force to refine the area and Tao around Li Qie, turning the place into an invisible cauldron to trap him inside. This cauldron naturally couldn't kill Li Qie, but because the affinities around him have been refined, his surroundings turned into an indiscernible quagmire. Time slowed down, so even if Li Qie wanted to run, his speed would be extremely slow. Boom! The ray from the plate finally shot down. The duo was afraid of Li Qie running away, thus they needed to use this trapping technique first. He wouldn't be able to escape or dodge the ray due to the current spatial stagnation. The incoming ray actually betrayed everyone's expectations. It didn't look like an ultimate killing technique from their progenitor. It didn't emit his invincible aura either. The light simply became the only light in existence, everything else turned into darkness, even the brightest star. A holy saint would no longer have their bright glow either. This ray seemed to be eternal, existing from the very start of time even before the formation of the heaven and earth. Perhaps it was the first light during the start of everything. What is that? Many progenitors in immortal lineage took note of this event. The fight between Wuxia and the duo took place in Immortal Demon. Because of the system's power covering the land, not many outsiders could sense the shockwaves within its territory. However, progenitors everywhere else could sense the incoming ray because it felt as if the ray were also aimed at them. They couldn't help but stand up in order to calculate the relevant karmic ties. Back in Reincarnation Mountain, everyone was blinded by the attack. No one knew the result of the impact on Wuxia. Chapter 2791, Silence and Peace returned once the light dispersed. The longevity plate also disappeared from the sky. One thing left behind was a terrible scar. The sky was divided into two halves. This scar could probably remain there for an eternity. The ground had a terrible fissure as well as if the sharpest saber had just slashed through it. It was bottomless, also separating the system into two sides. Wow, the crowd was horrified due to the destructive capability of the slashing ray. No one could have survived. They realized why the plate hasn't been activated in a long time. It had too much power and could probably slay a progenitor. For some of the spectators, this was their first time witnessing this attack. Of course, they would never forget it either, forever traumatized by the experience. Incredible, Zhang Cangsheng and Venerable Xian shuddered like the rest with goosebumps all over. They were the ones who activated the plate but they haven't seen its power before. This was the most terrifying ray they have ever seen. They knew that they wouldn't have been able to survive it either. Is he dead? People stared at the great fissure and saw no signs of Wuxia. The ray earlier was too bright so no one got a good look at the result. They carefully searched for him to no avail. It seemed that he had turned to ashes, gone from this world forever. I'm sure he's dead. This thought became commonplace among the spectators. He's dead, absolutely dead. Venerable Xian took a deep breath and finally smiled. Yes. Zhang Cangsheng said coldly, no one can survive the wrath of the progenitor. He can't challenge the progenitor's prestige in this system. Zhang Cangsheng was trying to build confidence and assure himself because if this move couldn't kill Wuxia, they couldn't imagine something else capable of doing so. That's why they made these statements as if Wuxia's death was a foregone conclusion. Otherwise, what else were they going to do? Okay, there's no way he's still alive. The crowd thought the same way while looking at the massive scars. Boom! The fissure slightly loosened as a figure leaped out causing debris to splash everywhere. Fiercest! Someone shrilly screamed. Fiercest! Others shouted as well. To be perfectly frank, some might have soiled their pants after seeing him again. He hovered in the sky, covered in dirt and seemed to be in a sorry state. His sleeves were bloody too but the person itself was still as spirited as ever, no signs of major wounds. Not bad, old man. Wuxia stared at the great statue before the ancestral shrine and smiled, that primordial light is almost a perfect imitation. Unfortunately, it's still just an imitation, not the real thing or it might have been able to slay me. You couldn't obtain this item but it is in my possession now. The longevity plate unleashed a power named primordial light. Of course, it wasn't the real thing. Everlasting Forefather simply used a brilliant method to imitate it. The real light was powerful beyond imagination. Few have actually seen it in person, Wuxia was one of them. It's a shame that the plate didn't possess the actual light. Otherwise, Everlasting Forefather might not have lost in the past. Impossible, impossible, the duo was overwhelmed with fear. They staggered backward and trembled from top to bottom. The only reason why they were still standing was due to their high cultivation. As Everlastings, they knew just how horrifying that light was earlier. Thus, Li Qiye's survival carried great significance and implication. How can someone like this exist? The masters among the crowd were intimidated, no longer daring to look at Li Qiye since being the object of his gaze would be too much to take. He's invincible. One old ancestor finally concluded. Unfortunately, that wasn't enough to kill me. It wasn't bad, just lacking a little bit. Li Qiye stared at the duo and smiled. A real primordial light could have killed Li Qiye or anyone else in existence, unlike this imitation. Who are you? Zhang Cangsheng tumbled backward. Immortal demon system shouldn't have someone of this level. Right now, he would gauge Li Qiye around the same level as Everlasting Jiang. However, a second Everlasting Jiang should be very famous, not an unknown character like Li Qiye. Li Qiye, fiercest. Li Qiye revealed a soft smile. Fiercest, this title became carved in everyone's mind, not just the duo. Alright, time to end this. My turn. Li Qiye concluded and punched again. Boom. The punch was as simple as ever, but it instantly crushed everything in an unstoppable manner. Zhang Cangsheng and Venerable Xian knew that they had no chance of stopping this punch. Nevertheless, survival instincts made them take out multiple treasures and activate boundless Grand Dao in a final desperate attempt. Boom. The punch still pierced through everything. The duo was pushed deep into the ground, seemingly carved down in there like two works of art. Blood slowly seeped into the ground. People could see that their chest has been penetrated completely. The punch also destroyed their true fate, resulting in a swift death. The corpses embedded in the ground still had their eyes wide open, filled with despair and unwillingness. They were respected conquerors for a lifetime, but today, they met their end at the hands of a junior. Their most powerful treasures and profound laws were useless against his one punch. Resistance was completely futile. The crowd stared at the corpses, utterly spooked out of their mind. Chapter 2792, The chills of horror bit bone deep like 1,000 needles. The death of Venerable Xian and Zhang Cangsheng traumatized the rest of the crowd. The everlasting realm was unreachable for virtually everyone here. They could try for a lifetime and never find success. This realm was the peak of true gods in many's beliefs. It meant being invincible, not counting progenitors. However, 2 everlastings have fallen today and didn't even put up a good fight. Li Qiye was clearly superior in all regards, a one-sided domination. It became obvious that Li Qiye's actual realm was also unreachable to the spectators present. They would never be able to see his true capabilities. So our system has another Fardao everlasting. One true god stared at Li Qiye with reverence. If the everlasting realm was the peak in the eyes of the commoner, the Fardao realm was the true pinnacle, the desired limit of all true gods. It served as a measuring pole of the Tao. Many have tried, but only a few have reached the top. Numerous ancestors and Eternals exchanged glances of reverence. Fardao everlastings were exceedingly rare in immortal lineage. In Immortal Demon, the only person in this realm was Everlasting Jiang. He was considered to be the number one in the system after the great progenitor. He should be unbeatable with his peerless Grand Dao. Thus, if Li Qiye was proven to be a Fardao everlasting, it would be way too shocking. Not just Immortal Demon but all of immortal lineage would be shocked by this. It meant that Immortal Demon had 2 Fardaos, allowing it to stand against any other system, whether it be Dragon Palace, Immortal Cauldron Mountain, or the Academy of Light. Either he's won already, or he isn't that far away as a Supreme Everlasting, a peak one at that, only one step away from being a Fardao. An experienced Eternal speculated. No, this can't be. Laments could be heard all over the mountain. The death of the 2 ancestors left their disciples in shock. They couldn't accept that their unbeatable ancestors have been killed by Li Qiye. Thus, they cried and bellowed in horror while being filled with despair. They didn't even have the courage to look at Wuxia, let alone wanting revenge. They were nothing more than ants in comparison. Even those wanting revenge were powerless like a struggling ant. The only thing they could do right now was lament, not only because of the dead ancestors but also because of their sect and their own fate. However, the other spectators only stared at them emotionlessly. No one tried to console or show them any sympathy. This scene where the strong eat the weak was too common in the cultivation world. Most wouldn't care if Central and 8 trigrams were to be destroyed. After all, for many millions of years now, 8 trigrams and Central have ended numerous lineages and taken their territories. A cycle of rise and fall was the order of things. Please sit on the throne, young noble. The Hall King remained calm, seemingly expecting this outcome. Wuxia smiled and walked towards the ancestral throne. His pace looked weak and feeble, unlike that of an invincible existence. He resembled a feeble scholar that needed to take a break after every few steps. The Hall King came over to help him climb up the stone steps, not caring about her power and authority as an everlasting and the leader of Longevity Hall. She stayed humble and assumed the role of a maid. Everyone watched with full attention while she respectfully helped him climb up the stairs. They suddenly felt that this was how it should be. Any existence needed to show reverence in Wuxia's presence. So many ancestors were sighing, extremely impressed with the king's foresight. She had vision and insight beyond anyone here. She showed her support in the very beginning and even threw away her noble pride to carry him up. This initially perplexed the entire crowd. Why would she do something like this, they thought. Now, they understood that it was the difference between them and her. Venerable Xian and Zhang Cangsheng didn't have the same vision either, hence their unsightly death. Worthy of being a ruler for 2 generations, capable enough to have full reign. One ancestor praised, admiring her wise conduct. Fiercest's power became as clear as day. Mount Guard was going to rise at an unprecedented rate. But now, it was too late to curry favors after Wuxia had shown his abilities. Sycophants wouldn't gain his grace right now. This wasn't the case for the Hall King. She chose him when he was the underdog and showed full sincerity and respect, certainly winning a favorable impression. Perhaps Fiercest wouldn't do much for her on a personal level, but the benefits for Longevity Hall were considerable. On the other side, 8 trigrams and Central have chosen to antagonize Fiercest without holding back. This meant that on a bad day, Fiercest could decide to destroy both of them. This resulted in people being envious and jealous, not because Fiercest was enjoying this gentle treatment from a beauty. They were actually jealous of the Hall King for having this chance of making Wuxia happy. They weren't qualified to do so anymore since the opportunity was gone now. Wuxia sat down on the ancestral throne, looking quite normal. This throne served as a supreme symbol for the rest of the system, but it was just another chair to him. Anyone else objects? He asked while peering at the crowd. People shuddered in response, especially those who have voiced their dissatisfaction earlier. This group started sweating, their legs trembled uncontrollably. They were afraid of retribution. It wouldn't be hard for Wuxia, if he were petty enough, to destroy their sections. You are the real deal, young noble. We are utterly convinced about your worth. Someone immediately shouted. I wholeheartedly agree. The others joined in with the initial dissenters being the loudest. Chapter 2793, Wuxia ignored the chants and gave them the side eye. He didn't care about others' opinions and approval. He shifted his attention towards the statue in front of the shrine. The face of everlasting forefather remained shrouded. Strangely enough, when sitting on the throne, one could look up and nearly be face to face with this statue. This didn't make its feature any clearer though, since it was hidden behind a supreme method. Nevertheless, Wuxia found the statue's appearance to be all too familiar. The crowd didn't dare to utter a single sound, not even breathing loudly lest they disturb him. Seconds passed by and the staring contest continued. Time seemed to be coming to a halt due to a lack of movement from everyone. What's there to look at? It's just a statue. They wondered. Some have seen it so many times in the past. It was just an ordinary statue with no hidden mysteries. Li Qie started floating and flew towards the massive statue before the perplexed gazes. Boom! The statue suddenly erupted with a blinding wave of light. Particles pulsed outward, seemingly able to turn the mountain range into bits. The particles spread across the system before jumping into the rest of immortal lineage. This statue exuded its might. All other auras paled in comparison like a tiny creek compared to an ocean. The might of a progenitor. The statue managed to exude the majestic aura of a progenitor but not the same type as one would find from a treasure or weapon. The aura here was pure and boundless as if the progenitor was here in person. O great progenitor! Everyone in Immortal Demon got on their knees, both cultivators and mortals alike. They felt as if their progenitor was standing before them right now. Our progenitor is back. A kneeling Eternal looked up and saw the massive statue slowly lowering its head. Its size was unimaginable with celestials rotating around its head. All things were born from his grand Tao as if he was the sole creator. This statue's face became clear, a transcending old man with a pair of eyes filled with wisdom, able to see everything at once. Great progenitor. People finally realized that this was another manifestation of their progenitor. All eyes were on him while tears streamed down their cheeks. His light didn't only illuminate Immortal Demon but all the other locations. This particular system had its own spatial dimension. The light from the progenitor was resplendent and traveled through space. The innate power protecting Immortal Demon could no longer contain this light. Why? Because this was the world he created. It couldn't go against his wish. Which progenitor is this? How can such a strong being still be around? Other progenitors in immortal lineage became startled. They started gazing towards the source of the radiance and found the result surprising. Meanwhile, Li Qie was facing the awakened progenitor. The two of them returned to the distant past, an age of legends. Everyone else in Immortal Demon prostrated beneath the pure aura of their progenitor. They were overwhelmed with emotions, speechless. Being able to see their progenitor was the greatest honor. After a long while, Li Qie withdrew his gaze and shook his head, very similar, but still not right. He floated down and sat back on the throne again. The light from the progenitor slowly dispersed and the statue returned once more. The sky seemed the same as always as if nothing had happened. The statue was still made of stone and had the same pose. Everything felt like a dream. That's the achievement of numerous reincarnation cycles. A progenitor concluded with a profound gaze, the accumulation of life turning into such a realistic avatar. Such an incredible Tao. This entity wasn't actually a statue but it wasn't everlasting forefather either. Nevertheless, it still possessed his power. Li Qie closed his eyes again, realizing that this wasn't his old friend. His goal in coming here has been fulfilled. A knot on his heart has been untied. After all is said and done, the old man still left his marks in this world. As for the rest of the people present, they thought that it was their progenitor just now, that he was still alive. We pay our respect to you, great ancestor. The Hall King regained her wits and kowtowed towards Li Qie. She was the first to offer her respect. The other experts eventually realized the significance behind it all and also prostrated. Greetings, great ancestor. They shouted respectfully in unison. A while ago, though no one dared to stop him from sitting on that throne, some weren't that convinced by him. They were simply afraid of his power. They didn't think he had the status nor was qualified to sit up there. But now, there was nothing but admiration left. They have finally recognized his prestigious status. The progenitor himself came to meet Li Qie earlier. No one has earned this honor for millions of years now. Not a single disciple got an audience with the progenitor until Li Qie. This meeting was indicative of his skills and peerlessness. What was more glorious than earning the recognition of everlasting forefather? Nothing. He was the creator of the system. Earning his recognition meant being recognized by this land. Li Qie might be able to control its Tao source too. Thus, Li Qie had all the necessary qualifications, power, status, and approval. He became the apex of existence in Immortal Demon in no time at all. Everyone else had nothing but adulation for him. Li Qie glanced at the kneeling experts without showing any emotion. In fact, this was completely insignificant to him. "Rise, there's nothing else to see here, leave," Li Qie said. The kneeling experts bowed their head towards him one more time before quietly dispersing. The place was filled with people, but their departure was completely silent in order to not disturb him. Chapter 2794. After the mass dispersed, Li Qie gazed towards the horizon, seemingly recalling something. He treated events across the years as trivialities. Only very few things could linger on his mind. Immortal Demon system is no longer at the peak like it was before, but with your longevity all around, the sect still has hope of staying relatively strong. It doesn't need to rely on your progenitor to guard you for generations. Eventually, he told the Hall King who was standing next to him. "Thank you for your praise." The king bowed deeply. "Our ancestor sends his regards to you with the highest reverence. His grand Tao is exceptional, perhaps a miracle is possible if he keeps going." Li Qie smiled. "Thank you, young noble." She bowed again. The king knew nothing about his background and identity. His cultivation and characters remained a mystery too. However, she didn't need to pry nor discuss these matters. They weren't even on her mind. She just needed to serve Li Qie well since it was her duty. "Go, time to rest for a bit. This is a good place, so I'll stay here for a while," Li Qie ordered. The king had no objection and pushed Li Qie into the ancestral shrine. Fear permeated across the Immortal Demon system at first because of the great battle. Silence came next. The death of two everlastings has firmly established Li Qie's supremacy. Dread, confusion, disbelief, some even felt as if their parents have just died. The latter were members from sects like 8 Trigrams and Central Royal's Sacred Ground. Ominous clouds loomed in the sky. Ordinary ancestors lived in fear, thinking that Li Qie might annihilate them at any moment. Their allies were afraid as well. They didn't announce their identity after adding their marks into the longevity plate. However, the plate only had 18 marks. It would be too easy to figure out who chose to help 8 Trigrams. The hopeless days weighed heavily on them. One sect finally sent their ancestors and fellow disciples to confess outside of the ancestral shrine. The rest took note of this and realized that they couldn't hide their involvement forever. Thus, they also came to prostrate outside, hoping for a light punishment. Lastly, ancestors from 8 Trigrams and Central also came to beg for forgiveness. It became an ocean of kneelers outside the ancestral shrine in no time at all. This was a scene of gray because the majority of the strongest ancestors in Immortal Demon was present. Li Qie had no interest in dealing with them. He told the Hall King to deal with them instead. He didn't see anyone else and focused on dealing with the supreme existence locked in his Tao heart. At this moment, the existence has weakened due to the continuous refinement. The dark evil energy has been erased, revealing its true form. A creature that has never been seen before, even for Li Qie. Some ancient scrolls contained brief descriptions of it before, but they were considered legends. It had a pair of golden horns with a violet glow, looking quite delicate and ancient. The horns seemed to be polished by the breath of the ages, brimming with temporal power. Anyone could tell at a glance the might of these horns. No other weapon could compare. It had 3 eyes. The left and right decided the yin and yang, and the third was in charge of the samsara. If I was in my prime and my eternal life wasn't destroyed by them, you wouldn't have done anything to me. Your body would have been mine. The ancient sounds coming from the creature might not belong to any modern language, but listeners still understood. If Li Qiye was the lord of all in his Tao heart, no one could resist his wish or escape from the fate of demise, especially under the suppression of the primordial will. This particular being was powerful beyond imagination. Unfortunately, it had fallen into Li Qiye's trap. It doesn't matter how you all hide and fight, only destruction awaits. Terror is coming. We will not miss this delicious feast. The being threatened. I'll be waiting. Li Qiye remained calm, completely unaffected. Have you never thought about eternal life? True immortality. Its third eye stared at Li Qiye. I have eternal life right now. Li Qiye smiled. No, our definition is different. The being shook his head. Your so-called eternal life is restricted to your own world. You're nothing more than a speck of dust or a blade of grass, just one that can last a bit longer than the rest. But, what if one day, you will cease to be grass? Right now, it doesn't matter how healthy you look and how strong you grow, you can't outrun fate. An ox will still devour you one day. Why not jump out of it and become something greater? You will not only be in charge of your life and this plane but also everything else. After reaching this next point, all mysteries and profundities will be insignificant, just one glance and you will grasp them all. Yes, nothing is more beautiful and tempting than eternal life. The being tried to tempt him. Yet you're still stuck in my trap. Li Qiye laughed. You said that everything else is only a delicious feast to your kind. Well, you're a sumptuous meal right now. You don't understand, and I don't blame you because you are stuck in this mortal world. Your intelligence and vision are restrained. The being didn't become angry. Eternal life will grant you boundless accomplishments. Only when you have it will you realize how wondrous it is and that you must always have it. Everything else can't reach the apex. And Li Qiye remained unmoved. I know that you will sooner or later destroy me. I don't question this intent of yours in devouring my everything. But, certain things must be passed by words, such as the mysteries of life. I can divulge them to you. It continued. Not interested. The mini Li Qiye in his Tao heart chuckled and closed his eyes. You have toiled your entire life in order to save your world. The being seemed bored despite suffering great pain due to the suppression. Unfortunately, I'll have you know that no one can save it, not in the past, present, or the future. People will never abandon the joy of eternal life. My death, no, even the demise of everything up above won't stop anything. Trust me, someone else will walk on the same path and repeat the same thing again. Li Qiye ignored the being this time around. Chapter 2795. Though Li Qiye was cultivating inside the ancestral shrine, he wasn't actually there right now. His body was inside a boundless ocean. However, it wasn't filled with surging water but rather the energy of the world, the essences of the Tao and dense true energy. The waves were made of runes containing profound mysteries. Each rune was part of a greater text, all were supreme merit laws. The sky here had shimmering stars. Their illumination made this place beautiful and full of life. However, these stars were actually Tao laws. When they fell down into the ocean, they would turn into runes. This was a cyclical world with constant gestation. Time and space didn't seem to exist here, so one would reach the mythical state of immortality. It was the Tao source of immortal demon, their foundation and everything. This place remained a mystery to its descendants. Some said that 8 trigrams had control of it once, the same for Mount Guard. A more popular one stated that the source has always been under Longevity Hall's control. That's the reason why this sect always had everlastings and maintained its authority over the system. In reality, the source never belonged to a single person or sect. It was special and independent, continuing to gather the faith and determination of the system members for generations. This eventually gave birth to the avatar in the form of the statue outside the ancestral shrine. The boundless Tao power and worldly essences surrounded Li Qie. Every inch of his flesh was brimming with power. Of course, he wasn't trying to take it for his own or becoming one with this Tao source. He simply intended on borrowing its power in order to accelerate the internal refinement process. Everlasting Forefather was an incredible being, so the Tao source he created was immensely heaven-defying as well. Though the system was no longer in its golden age, its Tao source didn't weaken in the slightest. Its actual potential exceeded everyone's imagination, so it was very helpful for Li Qie. Such pure power from the Tao source couldn't be obtained for most people. Given the opportunity, most would absorb this force and take it as their own. Some would even think about combining themselves with the Tao source in order to use it to gestate their own power. Li Qie had no such thoughts. Plus, this was the life work and legacy of Everlasting Forefather. Li Qie had a fateful connection to both Everlasting Shao and Everlasting Forefather, so he wouldn't take their legacy. Meanwhile, the entire system was in a lull, more peaceful than ever before. In fact, nothing big had happened in Immortal Lineage world recently. Because people of this, some have forgotten about the prophecy, the heavenly change heralds a monster. A dark ray crossed through the sky today while everyone was deep asleep. Not to mention ordinary experts, even progenitors couldn't spot it. It had a flickering golden glow. The black and gold kept on interchanging and twisting, seemingly competing with each other. None had the upper hand. Li Qie inside the Tao source opened his eyes and activated his heavenly gaze, instantly locking onto this darkness. This is. His eyes narrowed and sent out a terrifying radiance. Each strand of light could cut out a new world. You should be familiar with this presence. The existence on the verge of death inside his Tao heart was still very sensitive to this dark ray. Boom! It smashed into a desolate location belonging to the Academy of Light. 1,000,000 miles around the crash point instantly melted into lava with a dark shade. The place became evil, as if devils could come out at any moment. In the next second, strands of sacred light drilled out of the ground and began refining the dark land. At the same time, Li Qie's body flashed and he crossed through numerous realms and domains, instantly entering the Academy of Light. Boom! A shockwave emanated from the area and alarmed numerous top existences, such as progenitors. One progenitor stood up and surveyed the world. He didn't know where it came from just yet, but still exercised caution. How can this nefarious intent be here? Another progenitor calculated the event. His expression soured as a result. He then activated his heavenly gaze in order to find the exact landing location of this darkness. All of these great beings were slower than Li Qie since he had already made it to this remote region. He saw the black lava instantly incinerating anything that comes in contact with it and the sacred lights from the ground trying to fight back. The latter seemed to be endless and relentless. They seemed tiny compared to the gushing lava, but giving up didn't seem to be a part of their nature. One wave came after another. If this continued, they would certainly be able to purify this evil land in time. A saint or devil? Li Qie became sentimental during his observation. No wonder why the old man said that he used to be a man of light before succumbing to the darkness. His sacred self still eventually faltered to the unending tides of darkness. Or, maybe his light originated from a survival standpoint, a last-ditch effort in trying to save himself from the darkness. No one had an answer because no one knew the state of mind of the progenitor from the Academy of Light during that moment. It comes down to a single thought. Li Qie shook his head and entered deeper. Chapter 2796. The ground turning evil was quite frightening, indicative of the darkness might. Just this tiny thing alone had this effect, now imagine a full-scale assault. The entire world would succumb right away. Of course, this had happened before during Li Qiye's arrival at Immortal Lineage. The Supreme Existence infiltrated his Tao heart and the entire world felt this devilization process. Because of this, Li Qiye was very familiar with this densely packed dark affinity. Clearly, the dark power inside his Tao heart and this new one came from the same source. Looks like chaos is coming. Li Qiye was unaffected by the darkness while walking there. The end is near, all existences will only struggle in futile. The existence in his Tao heart calmly said, "You need to make a decision now. Seize the initiative and gain eternal life, this will allow you to stand at the apex and have the same status as the rest. Otherwise, your fate looks grim." Is that so? I don't need to have the same status. The only thing I need to do is kill, leaving nothing left but ashes up there. Li Qiye smiled. Commendable courage, albeit a fool's dream. The existence laughed, but this laughter quickly subsided. The suppression power in the Tao heart intensified and nearly crushed it so it couldn't speak anymore. Li Qiye ignored the thing and walked through this afflicted land. His pace seemed slow but he was actually moving at a shocking pace. The deeper he got inside, the more serious the devilization process. After reaching the next area, the dark power here was as thick as ink. It seemed that he wasn't walking on the ground but rather in a pool of ink. However, this process was far scarier than a pool of ink. The darkness continued to infiltrate the body and try to corrupt his Tao heart. Merit laws and defenses couldn't handle the tides of darkness. It would corrode these lines until a complete takeover. The Tao heart would suffer greatly. For example, the emotions and desires buried deep in the heart were forced to the surface, such as violence, murderous bloodthirst, cruelty, greed. If one's Tao heart wasn't firm enough, these extreme emotions would explode and drive the person crazy. Next, the darkness would take advantage of this and take over their Tao heart. Alas, Li Qiye remained unaffected. The dark power here was certainly powerful and pure but it couldn't compare to the thing trapped inside his Tao heart right now. This entity was unimaginable with enough influence to an entire system evil right away. The darkness outside paled in comparison. Meanwhile, strands of holy light from the ground continued to assault the ink-like darkness. After all, this was the Academy of Light, a holy land. This system had majestic power. Alas, the holy light couldn't destroy the darkness right away. A full cleansing required more time. Strangely enough, mixed with the dark power were golden strings. There weren't that many of them but they were especially bright, akin to lamps during the night. These golden strings were tearing apart the darkness, seemingly acting as guides. Li Qiye eventually reached the center of this remote region. This place has turned into hell. The ground was evil with black lava oozing out in an endless manner. Evil creatures were coming into form. These evil creatures didn't come out of thin air. They were living here before the arrival of the darkness. For example, a spirit tree in this place had turned into a devil tree with 1,000 hands and 100 feet. Another example, a tiger king lost to the darkness. It became 10 times bigger with bone spurs growing on its back. Evil flames surged beneath its paws. It looked primed to devour the world. The tiny ants weren't spared either. The transformation made them grow much bigger, their pincers looked like black sabers now that could cut through heaven and earth. Ra! Evil screams emanated everywhere from these large monsters. They wanted to run out of this plane and attack the rest of the world. Anyone would be shocked to see the current state of this desolate area. Ra! These creatures saw the uninvited guest, Li Qiye. They roared and their eyes became filled with an intimidating bloody glimmer. A massive serpent began the attack, slamming its mountainous tail straight at him. The other creatures didn't want to falter behind and lunged forward. One spewed out miasma, another shot out a storm bone spurs from its back, one more sent the dark lava at him. A flood of evil beasts came straight for him. True emperors and progenitors would still have a hard time here. It would probably end with them being torn to pieces. Foolish ants. Li Qiye didn't bat an eye. He raised one finger and the stench of death appeared. Buzz. The creatures died instantly the moment it touched his death affinity. Though they were born in the darkness, they still couldn't resist the touch of death. Nothing in the world could do so outside of those with eternal life. These creatures were incinerated into ashes and slowly died. This process of death couldn't be reverted regardless of how strong one may be. Recreating the body was impossible too. After seeing the death of the first wave, the rest of the evil beasts became afraid. Being evil didn't mean that it wasn't afraid of death. They turned to flee, but it was too late. The terrifying aspect of death took their lives. Pop! What's left of their body exploded and turned to scattering ashes. Li Qiye watched this scene of death, completely unperturbed. Next, he made it to the impact point of the darkness. It looked like a volcano with black lava oozing out of it. These waves of lava had enough momentum to pierce through the sky. Standing here gave a feeling of the apocalypse. The darkness here was 100 times denser than the outer region. This tide of darkness emanated from below this place and propagated everywhere to turn the land evil. A 12-palace emperor wouldn't last long here. Their Tao heart would be affected in no time. Li Qiye stood there and gauged this unending darkness. Meanwhile, the latter and the existence inside his Tao heart started to resonate as well. Chapter 2797, Boom. An engulfing dark flame blotted out the sky, able to devilize any being. Szzz. It aimed straight at Li Qiye from all directions and with multiple forms. The first blazing pulse couldn't make it through Li Qiye's grand Tao. This failure made the flame turn into a viscous liquid that surrounds Li Qiye, intending on corroding him with its corruption. However, Li Qiye had a glow that couldn't be invaded, rendering him invulnerable. The flame then turned into an omnipresent light consisting of microscopic strands that could make it through anything. Alas, this still failed. The transformations and constant barrages from the flame amounted to nothing. It's right below, do you dare to go down? The horrifying existence inside him felt the powerful darkness underground and said. Taunting is useless against me. Li Qiye chuckled. Not necessarily. The being laughed back, this power is far inferior compared to me, but it is also very nutritious. Once you fail, I can break out of these shackles and replace it, that's why you won't go down to take a look. I know you know what's down there and want me to go down. Your psychological trick won't work. Li Qiye said. So you're afraid of my power suddenly increasing and defeating your Tao heart once you go there. The being sneered. No, what I meant is, your psychological trick doesn't work because I've come here to go down there anyway, not because of your low-level taunt. I'll also kindly remind you to drop this thought. Not to mention this weak darkness, I have plans ready for one stronger than you. Li Qiye shook his head. Okay, I'm waiting. The being was still very spirited and full of confidence. Li Qiye was up for the challenge, his expression turned serious. His narrowed eyes spewed out supreme radiance. This radiance turned into peerless laws coiling around him for protection. He then slowly walked towards the dark lava to descend deeper underground. The lava was torn apart by his radiance and made a path for him. His descent was swiftly met with stronger pushback from the darkness. As he delved deeper, the area turned into a world of darkness. Eventually, the dark power seemed to know that attacking Li Qiye was futile since it couldn't touch his Tao heart. The darkness surrounding him became gentle. Each string and strand were as warm and pleasant as the return of spring, almost the hand of a lover caressing him or perhaps the embrace full of love from one's mother. This was a sensation similar to the power of light, not darkness. It was filled with benevolence, love, holiness, and wisdom. It drew closer to Li Qia's original source as if it was emanating from his body in the first place. This affinity contained temptation, authority, martial arts, beauty, family, love, friendship. It could satisfy every need imaginable. Li Qia was untempted as always. His heart was as tough as metal as he sank deeper into the earth. Meanwhile, the helpless existence inside him was eager to take advantage of this opportunity. In the case of success, he could escape the shackles and take over Li Qia's body. This was his only chance to turn everything around. Finally, Li Qia made it to the bottom and saw a great pit created from the impact point. The devilization process from the darkness made lava fill it up. Sacred lights stemming from the soil were also present in order to combat the tides of darkness, stopping it from seeping deeper into the ground. This was an attempt to separate the darkness from the rest of the system, a containment of sort. The source of this sacred light came from the Academy of Light, the strongest lineage in the system. ZZZ, unfortunately, the darkness was tenacious, so the refinement process couldn't be done in a short time. The darkness originated from the thing that fell from above. It was a mix of dark and gold. Both colors surged at the same time and twisted together to form a massive ball of light. The darkness wanted to destroy the golden light and vice versa. The result was a stalemate for now. However, one could tell that the darkness was stronger since it was also fighting the sacred light from outside. Thus, without this external refinement, the inner golden light wouldn't be able to suppress the darkness. Normal people couldn't see through the ball and were unable to see the thing inside. On the contrary, Li Qia activated his heavenly gaze and saw everything clearly. The darkness originated from an eye countless times bigger than a human one. It came from an unfathomable world of darkness. Just looking at it would instantly turn one evil. Eternals stood no chance. Even true emperors might not be able to resist the temptation. Meanwhile, the golden lights came from a bulky hand. Each strand of light seemed so substantial and real. The hand was gripping this eye tightly with an immense force capable of shattering the universe. Alas, this was still not enough to crush this eye. In fact, the eye seemed to be on the verge of escaping. Upon closer inspection, he found that the eye was pulled off the socket by this hand. Meanwhile, the hand was also severed a while after. The two of them fell from an unknown world before landing in this place and were clearly enemies. Fortunately, the landing location was the Academy of Light. The holy power here started suppressing the eye. Otherwise, it would make an escape sooner or later and the consequence would be unimaginable. Numerous lands would turn evil from its presence. Just this one eye and hand were exceedingly mighty. One could only imagine the power of their owner. Perhaps the average progenitors would stand no chance against them. Li Qia faced the dark eye directly in order to gather more clues. Let's see what kind of being your owner is. His gaze peered through the dark eye. Chapter 2798, He saw a dark eye with no end in sight. A heavenly gaze capable of gazing through the temporal limits didn't suffice against this darkness. Gazing at it would result in falling into the abyss. This overwhelming darkness would take over them, leaving no room for escape. This was the darkest affinity in existence. When gazing at this eye, it also gazed back at the depth of one's mind. Now, the existence inside Li Qia's Tao heart roared during this observation process. It mustered energy out of nowhere and erupted with power despite being suppressed. A torrent of darkness surged upward, wanting to break the prison. Its third eye suddenly exploded with a dark pulse capable of piercing through the entire world. Billions of years wouldn't be able to stop this pulse, it would cross through an endless timeline all the same. Boom! It shot straight at Li Qia's defense in his Tao heart and shook it, nearly penetrating this internal world and leaving behind a terrible mark. At the exact same moment, the golden hand gripping the eye of darkness also exploded. The boundless power of the dark affinity oozed out in an unstoppable manner. Both the hand and the strings of light from the system failed to stop it. Buzz. After escaping all the suppression, the Eye of Darkness shot out a tiny string of light scarier than anything else, capable of severing karma and the samsara. It left its mark on time itself. Remember, time was a flowing affinity capable of polishing everything. Nothing should be able to leave a mark on time, but this tiny strand did so on its path. It struck Li Chia's forehead with immense speed and sharpness, undodgeable even by Li Chia. It cut through his forehead and left behind a mark as well. This made a gap for the Eye of Darkness to fly through and reach Li Chia's sea of consciousness. After the successful infiltration, it crazily sent out more darkness, wishing to drown out everything inside. Yes. The suppressed existence roared. This being was dimmed right now because it focused all power into its third eye. The pulse from this third eye had an insane temperature. If it were to reach immortal lineage, it would meld the entire realm. Buzz, this pulse wanted to break through the wall of his Tao heart in order to reach his sea of consciousness. The terrible existence and the Eye of Darkness were calling for each other. If successful, they would take over both his Tao heart and mind. At that point, his defeat was assured regardless of how mighty he was. This process happened in 1/100,000th of a second. No one could ever react or defend in time. I've been waiting. However, Li Chia has been waiting for this. Boom. Right when the Eye of Darkness got into his mind to spread its evil, his 4 images in the Fate Palace joined the fray. The Ancient Void Rune, Heavenly Tao Primal Chapter, Life Origination, and Epic Leaf attacked in unison with a might stemming from the start of time. It trapped the eye and sealed the darkness, rendering escaping an impossibility. Rumble. The 4 images combined and crushed the darkness into ashes. Next, the eye was trapped helplessly in a case, unable to resist in the slightest. It sent out all of its evil affinity in order to contaminate his mind, not expecting an ambush from the 4 images during its weakest state. The dark power it sent out was destroyed as well. Meanwhile, back in the Tao Palace, an explosion of light sent off a tsunami. One of the 9 heavenly scripture, Death, turned into a massive rune. It engulfed the death coffin and became one with this treasure. Boom! The coffin slammed into the third eye with full force. Crack! Cracks appeared on the eye, seemingly having suffered great damage. Just imagine the combined might of these 2 ultimate artifacts. This blow from it had an apocalyptic power. Even the Supreme Being found it hard to withstand this blow. His third eye got smashed to pieces right away. Ah! A miserable cry echoed. Clank! The 12 laws of the primordial will serve as sharp chains and pierce through the great existence's body, aiming at the weak spots. A gruesome scene indeed. The existence couldn't stop the laws from penetrating its real form. Bam! It fell helplessly to the ground, completely finished. You tricked me. It screamed. Indeed. Li Chia staggered backward like a drunkard. The attacks from the Eye of Darkness along with the third eye of this being also left damage on him. Anyone else, including brilliant progenitors, would have been rendered to ashes. Fortunately, Li Chia's Tao heart was unique in this world. Nevertheless, it was still a miracle that he managed to survive this. I've been defeated. Always defeating the geese only to be pecked by one today. You have broken through my true form. It shouted. A while ago, this existence wasn't afraid even during the refinement process. This was no longer the case because Li Chia has broken through. Strangely enough, at the level of this being, recreating the body was no longer a thing. Why? Because their true form has reached an indestructible and everlasting state. In the case of being wounded by a mighty enemy, their body would heal up with haste. That's why the suppression earlier took so long despite the involvement of the primordial will. Li Qiye showed confidence in taking it down, but this was easier said than done. In order to truly annihilate the being in his Tao heart, several 100,000 years wouldn't suffice. He would need to spend up to several 100 million years to do so. Chapter 2799, Li Qiye didn't try to break its true form after the initial imprisonment. This made the existence think that Li Qiye had no way of doing so in a short time. Epochs would be required before truly grinding it down. The long period allowed for numerous possibilities. That's why the existence wasn't afraid deep down inside. It had plenty of time to fight back. However, the appearance of this dark eye was a great opportunity. It wanted to use this dark eye in order to get out of the Tao heart. It instantly attacked with all of its might the moment that I made it to Li Qiye's mind. It gathered all of its energy onto the third eye for an ultimate blow. Unfortunately, this was walking straight into Li Qiye's trap. Amusingly enough, Li Qiye didn't expect the plan to work out so well. He wanted to provoke the Eye of Darkness and gave the existence an opportunity to fight back. He didn't expect for the existence to take such drastic measures and send all of its power into the third eye. This left it utterly vulnerable, the perfect time for Li Qiye to assault its indestructible true form. The primordial wills successfully broke through the weak spots of this existence and destroyed its immortality. Don't be so shocked. Li Qiye smiled. I've buried many people across history, not just you. Li Qiye knew full well how difficult it is to destroy this being's immortality. Thus, he carefully analyzed the being's weak points, waiting for the right moment to deliver a fatal blow. He made bold claims about suppressing and slowly grinding the being down in the past. However, the two of them both knew that the process was only depleting the being's energy, not an actual destroying attempt. Now, with its true form and immortality gone, destroying it wasn't impossible anymore. This wouldn't have been the result if I wasn't already a desperate cornered dog, the being let out a painful moan. The refinement process wasn't that painful in the past regardless of Li Qiye's methods. But now, the pain felt so real without its immortality. The 12 laws have pierced through its weak points, a very torturous thing to endure. It was full of regrets. Under ordinary circumstances, given its wisdom and vision, it wouldn't have fallen to a trap like this. It had plenty of patience even when imprisoned. But this time, it had just escaped something else and met a good host like Li Qiye. It took more risks than necessary due to greed. Furthermore and most importantly, the primordial will was extremely impressive, rendering escape impossible. It was an invincible existence. Even progenitors were mere insects in its eyes. Alas, its recent failures and desperation have clouded its judgment, resulting in this successful ambush from Li Qiye. Hope was gone now without its immortality. Resisting became futile. Sorry, no if or but in life. Li Qiye smiled. My death still won't change your fate. You will still die and everything else will turn to ashes. Your only chance is to take one step ahead of everyone and gain everlasting life. Only then will you be qualified to fight. My kindness is your only hope. Otherwise, your heaven-defying methods and vision still won't change anything. So many challengers came before you but their end was the same as always. The existence slowly said despite losing. It felt panic for a moment but due to its rich experience, it quickly calmed down and spoke with Li Qiye like an old friend. Meanwhile, Li Qiye was slightly trembling and looking quite weak. He ignored the terrible existence and instantly left the dark lava. Bang! He traversed through the realm and fell heavily on the ground of a plain nearby. He was grievously wounded this time. The wounds were internal so they weren't visible. After all, the combined effort of those two dark entities didn't make it easy for him. He ultimately won but it would take a while before returning to his peak state. The fact that he could still move was amazing enough. He strugglingly crawled up for a look at the afflicted land. Extremely powerful indeed. He touched his throbbing forehead. The Eye of Darkness has left a mark on it that would stay for quite a while. Of course, this wasn't really a big deal for Wuxia. The harvest this time was incredible, he got more than he wanted. It would only take a short period for him to destroy the existence inside him now that it no longer had immortality. He would then be able to seize whatever he wanted from it. Time to go. He rubbed his wound before smiling. The existence in his Tao heart continued to shout, but Wuxia ignored him. He started walking like a regular mortal without using any movement technique. His slow pace wasn't only due to his grievous injuries. This remote plane was actually a very good location for him to refine that existence. During this refinement process, he gained a newfound understanding of its immortality. It had given up by this point and wasn't afraid of death. It chatted with Wuxia about everything. These conversations were extremely beneficial as well. Their gossip contained shocking topics. Just a few leaked sentences could shock all the supremes outside and make them go crazy, emperors or progenitors alike. The topics included things that cultivators in history have searched for forever but couldn't come up with an answer. Progenitors themselves couldn't reach the things talked about. Only someone like Wuxia was worthy to talk with this terrifying being. Plus, he was one of the few who could understand these mysteries. They spoke about the everlasting timeline, immortality, the villainous heaven, and what lies above the firmaments. The existence had accepted its fate and knew that Wuxia would eventually take everything from him. Thus, it no longer had any qualms and spoke about everything. This remote plane belonged to the Academy of Light. Whenever travelers saw a lone mortal like Wuxia, they didn't think much of him. In fact, people were flying by over him. Some progenitors have arrived as well, but they dismissed him like the rest. Chapter 2800, Wuxia took his time traversing through this vast plain. Any other mortal could walk for a lifetime here without sensing anything. This wasn't the case for Wuxia. As a supreme existence, he felt the power of light from all around the system converging towards the depth of this region. This power of light was naturally the foundation of the Academy. It flowed through the underground channels to reach the afflicted area in order to purify the darkness. The Academy purposely activated it, but this was also a natural line of defense from the system itself. This particular system was unique in that the light was omnipresent here, always affecting its people. Everyone could sense this holy power in each inch of the land. Bathing in this light could wash away their sin and purify their spirit. Light and darkness were eternal enemies. That's why the light still activated in this remote region to fight against the darkness. This old man is not bad indeed, his light has reached this incredible level. Definitely comparable to Saint back then. Wuxia nodded approvingly after seeing the purity of the light underground. The name of the system was also the Academy of Light. It wasn't a system in the traditional sense. Its progenitor was very interesting as well. He carried the title of Desolate Saint, the very same person who fought against Samsara wild ancestor back at the 13 continents. If everlasting forefathers' obsession was with reincarnation, then Desolate Saint was hellbent on sticking with the light. People placed him among the top 10 progenitors in 3 immortals. His light illuminated and saved many existences, praised by his peers and descendants. Many felt nothing but respect when talking about Desolate Saint because he presented the light, benevolence, and universal love. According to the legends, when Desolate Saint was still around in this world, the light existed wherever he stood and darkness had no place to hide. 3 Immortals' world was extremely safe during his era. Feuds and hatred were greatly reduced along with war between cultivators and sections. In fact, some of the most notorious sinners eventually succumbed to the light after meeting Desolate Saint. They changed and sincerely tried to be good. Thus, his era was one of the most prosperous in history, no pain and less illness for mortals. Because of this, the academy was unimaginably strong with billions and billions of members. Among them were plenty of powerful masters. Perhaps in the mind of many, Desolate Saint was the progenitor most worthy of respect. No other progenitors could match him in terms of benevolence and compassion. Light continued to be the ruling affinity in this system thanks to the progenitor's effort in the past. This system wasn't actually a single academy despite its name. In this boundless land, there were millions of academies. There were no strict requirements to stop someone from starting one. As long as one had a building or even a room, they could start an academy. The crux of this issue was finding students that want to cultivate. For particular academies stood above the rest in terms of fame: Dawn to the east, Lightless to the south, Sacred Bank to the west, and Northern Academy. They were the strongest on top of having the highest number of students. Later on, some believed that the title, Academy of Light, took one character each from these four academies. Many students came from other systems. Even the lords of some systems came here to learn the Tao. Because of this, the academy produced plenty of true emperors and progenitors. Not all were considered as real students from the academy, but the ties were there. For example, Wang Yangming, the progenitor of Bright Sun sect, graduated from the academy. He was an actual student here. As for people like Alchemy Immortal, Pan Long, Skysplitter Saber progenitor, they came here after proving their Tao. They themselves claimed to be pseudo-students of the system. The Peerless Radiance True Emperor also graduated from here. Moreover, the academies, especially the Big Four, had plenty of merit laws. The majority of them were open to the public. This was a special and rare phenomenon. Some of these laws were left behind by Desolate Saint himself. Their values were unimaginable. Most systems would keep these merit laws hidden away from any outsider. Even their own disciples wouldn't have access to them. Thus, the Academy of Light's conduct was in accordance with its progenitor's teaching and wish to save everyone. That's why seniors sent their geniuses here to train. They could read the numerous merit laws here on top of sharpening their Tao heart. Li Qie knew everything about the Academy of Light as well as the mysteries regarding Desolate Saint. His light is overwhelming. Even those considered devils by everyone else have been touched by light before. Li Qie noticed the widespread of this affinity even in this remote plane. This slow pace of his looked like a cultivation session focused on pain and hardship. The existence inside grew weaker and his destruction was only a matter of time. He walked days and nights before reaching the edge of this region. He finally saw more inhabitants around. One group approached, seemingly wanting to go inside. "Why are you here alone? Not afraid of being eaten by beasts?" one person enthusiastically asked. This group consisted of all ages, clearly teachers and students from a particular academy. They all had a faint glow. It seems that the holy affinity has blessed them. In fact, it was very easy to distinguish the natives versus outsiders in this system. Most of the natives were pious in one way or another. "This place is unsafe with prowling beasts. You better leave now," an old teacher kindly warned him. "It's all right, my skin is very rough, they don't want to eat me." Li Qie chuckled. He looked very ordinary right now. No one would take a second glance regardless of whether he was a mortal or a cultivator. "I heard something big had happened in the distant part of this wildland. Don't hang around," one glowing student emphasized. This was another unique aspect of this system. It had plenty of warm-hearted members. "Yes, that's my plan." Li Qie continued, leaving with a smile. Right as he skirted by the group, another old man in a robe noticed the mark on his forehead. The pinyin is Guanming Xing Yuan, but no one reads Guanming as two separate characters, and Sheng is an adjective for Yuan, so they're connected too. I don't think it's crucial enough to the plot to change the names for worse, but if it comes up again, we'll see what we can do. It depends on Lightless' actual meaning too. Chapter 28:01. The old man stared intensely at the mark on Wuxia's forehead. When they crossed each other's path, his eyes suddenly lit up. A Sinkin. He stopped, showing aggression. The group also halted, their eyes fixed on Wuxia. In the beginning, the majority of the group didn't pay any attention to someone like Wuxia. "Senior, what's a Sinkin?" A young one heard this word for the first time and asked while staring at Wuxia. A Sinkin is a banished tribe. Rumor has it that the ancestor of this tribe was a terrible evildoer. Even the great progenitor of our academy couldn't enlighten this person. Thus, this ancestor was banished. Their posterity, later on, is known as Sinkins. A middle-aged cultivator explained. He had a high forehead and looked dignified. He carefully examined Wuxia and couldn't see anything evil. "Senior, are you sure this young brother is from that tribe?" he asked. "Absolutely." The old man stared at the mark on Wuxia's forehead and said, "According to the ancient text, these Sinkins have a mark on their forehead. That mark right there is exactly like the text description, so I'm certain that he's one of them." "I've never heard of this Sinkin tribe." Wuxia smiled and shook his head. "This mark is from an unexpected wound, not a symbol. Excuses are useless." The old man became serious. "When the great progenitor banished your kind to Repentant City, he hoped that your future generations would be able to change. However, they disappeared later on into the wild, no longer showing themselves to the outside world. Looks like this is true with you here." All eyes were on Wuxia. Some of them had a glimpse of animosity. After all, they came from the Academy of Light and instinctively viewed a member from a banished tribe as an enemy. "I heard the ancestors of this tribe are all evil with darkness in their heart. Some might be devils from the darkness. Their future generations probably belong to this evil affinity as well." A relatively older youth has heard rumors about this tribe before. "From the darkness?" Some youths staggered backward while their aggression intensified. "How shallow. Let's say that my ancestors are indeed Sinkins, does that make me evil too?" Wuxia shook his head. "Humph, hard to say, a dog can't stop eating feces. You might be just like your ancestor." A person glowing with holy light coldly uttered. "Sinkins haven't shown up for a long time, so this is very surprising. This wildland had some changes in the last several days with darkness turning the land evil. Perhaps this is related." An old man became cautious. "Maybe this is the work of their tribe." Another suspected Wuxia right away. They began to crowd around him while slowly taking out their weapons. "What do you want?" Wuxia glanced at the group. "Speak, did your kind do this?" A youth shouted, "You must be scheming against our academy, or maybe your ancestors are still holding a grudge about being banished back then and want to return. You have a rich imagination." Wuxia chuckled in response, "You're wasting your talent by cultivating instead of becoming a storyteller. Don't run your mouth and surrender, or we'll let you have it." The youth barked back. "Senior, is this accurate?" The middle-aged man with the high forehead said with uncertainty. He found Wuxia to be an ordinary person, not a big schemer with ties to the darkness. "It's better to be prudent." The old man said, "A scout said that the situation deeper in there is extremely grave with rampaging darkness, worse than our expectation. What should we do?" The man looked at Wuxia. After all, Wuxia hasn't done anything evil yet. They shouldn't capture him just because he is a Sinkin. The young ones exchanged glances. Say, killing Wuxia was an unreasonable decision. Nevertheless, they still had animosity towards him. They have never seen Sinkins before and had no feud with Wuxia. However, the history of this particular tribe made them view him as a bad person with darkness in his heart, a preconceived prejudice. "This is your light." Wuxia couldn't help but laugh, not distinguishing between right and wrong and wanting to kill from the start just because a person is of a different Tao. Don't try to twist the situation with words. The glowing youth had a murderous glint. He's not one of us and definitely has nefarious intent, especially with the darkness in his heart. He'll cause trouble for sure. Kill him now to avoid needless complication. So this is a student from the Academy of Light. How disappointing. Li Qiye shook his head disapprovingly. Ignorant fool, insulting our academy? That's even more deserving of death. The youth unsheathed his sword, ready to kill. Don't act blindly. The middle-aged man yelled at him. The youth begrudgingly listened while still pointing his sword at Li Qiye, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Senior, what now? The middle-aged man asked. You are from the Wildland. Where, exactly? Who are your seniors in the tribe? The old man stared at Li Qiye before answering. Unfortunately, I'm not interested in answering you. Li Qiye refused. Humph. The old man scowled, unsatisfied with a lack of response. However, because of his status, he wasn't in a position to deal with Li Qiye. Let me capture him. He'll spill everything right away. The youth earlier became excited. What's happening here? Suddenly, a voice capable of swaying the soul came from above. Light emanated and flowed like water before the coming of this speaker. It was as if a layer of white snow was covering the ground. This light was warm and had a cleansing nature like a hot breeze amidst a world of snow. It could clear a lost traveler's mind. A girl appeared once the light dispersed. Everyone instantly bowed towards her with a look of reverence. She was quite young, only slightly over 20. Beautiful features, tall and thin, more than enough to make the fish and birds hide from feeling inadequate. Her white snow dress accentuated her flawlessness. Most importantly, her hair draping over her shoulders was white as well. She looked like a princess from a world of snow. However, the most noticeable part about her was her sacred glow. The light followed her wherever she went. She even had a pair of wings made of light particles. When they flapped ever so slightly, these particles would rain down and chase away the darkness. She was a holy and inviolable beauty. Both men and women stared at her in awe. Meanwhile, she had a group of followers behind her as well, clearly prodigies. Your Majesty, the group greeted. Despite the overwhelming holy light, a careful cultivator could also sense the dense presence of an imperial aura. There was no doubt that she was a true emperor. It's just that she chose to converge this imperial aura. 1. I was going to use sinner in the first introduction, but sinner wouldn't make sense in this context since the student wouldn't ask what a sinner is. The literal characters are sin plus tribe. Creating a new word in sin plus kin works well in the narrative, although it might sound strange at first. Chapter 2802, Her presence filled with holiness and an imperial aura demanded respect and worship from others. Dean, what's happening here? Her voice was heavenly and soothing, others became immersed while listening. She was talking to the middle-aged man right now. Your Majesty. The man cupped his fist in response. She shook her head right away. Dean, Mengshi appreciates your kind gesture, but you have the same seniority as the elders from our Northern Academy, so you are also my senior. Please call me by my given name. The crowd was surprised to see how amiable and approachable she was, feeling even more impressed. Her power didn't result in her being prideful. This type of humility was very rare to see. Alright, deference is no substitute for obedience. Miss Meng, Elder Dem said that this young brother is from the Sin tribe, so we just want to verify it. The middle-aged man smiled. The girl glanced at Li Qiye, showering him with a holy radiance as pleasant as spring itself. One would feel comfortable but also inadequate in comparison. This young noble is a Sinkin. The girl didn't see it at all. She was more perplexed by how calm he was despite being under scrutiny by her. Who might you be? Li Qiye stared at her without holding back. This action looked very disrespectful to the rest of the crowd. Such impudence! You dare to act like this in the presence of a true emperor? The youth who wanted to capture Li Qiye earlier instantly shouted. He had nothing but admiration for the true emperor. Just being close enough to see her was more than he could ever ask for. So now, he naturally hated Li Qiye's lack of respect. The girl waved her hand and stopped him. Her holy light also had an amicable aura to it. It's understandable that you don't know me considering how vast this world is. She didn't seem to mind. Humph, what a frog under the well, he doesn't even know who Holyfrost's true emperor is. Another youth snorted. All of them were fans of this girl. Though she was around their age, she was already standing at the apex as the pride of the Academy of Light. She was extremely famous at the Academy, the same for immortal lineage. The great prodigy came from the Northern Academy, a native emperor on top of hailing from the sacred spirit race. This was a noble race. Their infants were born with a pair of wings made of light. Oh, I see, a true emperor. Li Qiye leisurely smiled. This only earned him more animosity from the youths here. Are you really a member of the Sin tribe? She asked again, still exuding a gentle holy light. People couldn't help wanting to submit to her gentle gaze. Unfortunately, Li Qiye was unaffected. I've never heard of this so-called Sin tribe. I was simply leaving the wildland but feel free to make whatever claim. He shrugged in response. Miss Meng, the Sinkins have a mark on their forehead. He has one just like the description from the scrolls. Elder Deng accused Li Qiye of being one from the very start. His full name was Deng Rensen, a very powerful cultivator. She focused on his forehead instead. Though she didn't exert her imperial aura, her gaze was still very oppressive. Others would have gotten on their knees already, just not Li Qiye. Such shallow knowledge, calling this the mark of a sinner. Li Qiye shook his head, it's nothing more than a wound. You. Deng Rensen was an influential figure, so to be looked down like this left him with an ugly expression. He would have exploded already if it wasn't for the emperor's presence. May I take a closer look at the mark? She asked. Just her words alone were impossible to resist for most. Why not? Li Qiye smiled in a carefree manner. She raised her finger and a holy light gathered on the tip. This light seemed to have its own life like a spirit. The spirit gently touched Li Qiye's forehead. She bore no ill will, only wanting to test the mark. Pop! The spirit instantly dispersed after experiencing immense pressure. You have a dark affinity in you. She was surprised to see this. See? He's clearly a Sinkin, a creature from the darkness. We need to capture him right now. The glowing youth shouted. His name was Lu Shimao. The group became frightened. Some started pointing their sword at Li Qiye. If the emperor said that he had darkness in him, it was definitely true. Just think about it, how could that mark not have a trace of darkness when it was caused by the eye of darkness? It didn't affect him too much, just another scar that would take some time before it goes away. This wouldn't be the case for another person since they would be affected by the mark. So it's true. Deng Rensen glared at Li Qiye. Nefarious creatures are roaming in this wildland, so no travelers can guarantee that they won't be infected by dark affinity. How foolish to construe this as a sign for Sinkins. Li Qiye laughed. Deng Rensen's eyes flashed with murderous intent after hearing this taunting. Li Qiye ignored him and turned towards this emperor, seemingly more interested in a cultivator like her. You were just there. She gazed towards the direction of the wildland. To find some stuff. It is an evil land now. He casually revealed. I see, the wildland has turned evil. She withdrew her gaze and looked at him. If you are in no hurry, it's better if you don't leave. Oh, you want to keep me around? He smiled. With the exception of Repentance City, the rest of our system is filled with holy light. Every inch of the land belongs to this affinity. As you are right now, you will be suppressed by the holy light if you were to leave, and that will be very painful. Perhaps staying at Repentance isn't a bad choice either. She said. Her Majesty is so kind. The young group gossiped among themselves. I suppose staying at Repentance is just fine since I'm just wandering around aimlessly. Li Qie smiled. He wasn't in a rush to leave. Plus, he was very interested in this particular city too. Dean, is Repentance still accepting people? He asked the middle-aged man who just happened to be the Dean of Repentance. Yes, the new semester is starting, so we're recruiting. The man answered. Then you can stay at Repentance Institution right now. It does have holy power, but it's very gentle. Stay there and let it wash the darkness away. At the same time, you can get accustomed to the holy affinity too. It's far better than venturing out into other parts of the system. She told Li Qie. Sounds good. Li Qie went with the flow. Come visit me if you have time. So ridiculous. The group of youths glared angrily at him. Chapter 2803, His flippant attitude infuriated the others, just not the Emperor herself. I'll visit Repentance if I have free time later. She nodded in response. Her attitude shut others down. If the person herself didn't mind, it wasn't their place to say anything. Dean, Elder Deng, you two should return too. This place isn't safe anymore for the joint training program between the major institutions. Your various deans are telling the students to go back. Everyone is returning. The middle-aged man was surprised. He didn't expect the sudden recall before everyone got here. Yes. The Emperor nodded. Luminous Master has sent news about the current condition of the far regions in the wildland. It's too dangerous for training now, and students will turn evil as a result. Thus, the deans have decided to temporarily pause the training. Luminous Master, people had an expression of respect after hearing this name, even more so than towards the Emperor. Luminous Master is here. Deng Rensen felt the same respect as the rest. I'm sure he'll be able to take care of the darkness. Many started praising this being whom they considered to be invincible. This title was very prestigious and influential in immortal lineage. Virtually everyone admired him. Some even said that he was brilliant enough to compare to the Radiant Decemvirate. You're right, he'll turn darkness into ashes for sure. Everyone agreed. What a shame that we can't see him in person. It would be a life worth living. One young female disciple looked like a huge fan. Of course, no one found these comments to be unreasonable. Numerous people in immortal lineage virtually worshipped Luminous Master. It's best not to go if Luminous Master said so. The middle-aged old man nodded. Let's go back to avoid needless complication. The big schools sent students on a training trip to the wildland. Repentance Institution was the closest one, hence why they were the first to get here. They didn't expect something like this to happen but agreed with Luminous Master's assessment about the risks in the wildland. Then please head back now, Dean. I'll delve deeper for a look and see if the fellow Taoists there require assistance. She disappeared into the horizon before finishing her words. Everyone watched her departure for a while before looking away. When will I be strong enough to sweep the darkness away like the Emperor? Someone said with envy. They knew that the fellow Taoists she referred to were the top beings in the contemporary or the greatest geniuses. They were so far from reaching this goal, just something for them to wish for. Let's go. Young brother, follow me to Repentance Institution. The man called for Li Qie. Li Qie smiled and played along. Many in the group still had a prejudice against him for being a Sinkin. However, they maintained the proper amount of civility and didn't attack him on the way back. He didn't provoke them either, just following the group in the back in a leisure manner. Meanwhile, the Dean of Repentance was very nice the entire time. He was afraid that Li Qiye couldn't keep up and ordered one disciple to take care of him. This disciple was from repentance as well. The youth did quite well with his training and had many achievements. He had an impressive stature and wore his emotion on his sleeves, a dependable and honest youth. "Junior brother, how about I carry you the rest of the way?" His name was Zhao Qiushi. He noticed Li Qiye's feeble appearance and felt the same way as his dean. Since the emperor told him to stay, Dean Du Wenrui didn't want anything to happen to Li Qiye either. That wouldn't be good for their institution. "It's fine." Li Qiye smiled. He wasn't weak right now and could destroy everything with a single even when injured. He simply wasn't in a hurry because he was still spending more time and energy refining that existence in his Dao heart. This made Zhao Qiushi think that Li Qiye couldn't keep up because of fatigue. The middle-aged man led the group back to Repentance City. The Academy of Light was a special place. Other systems were filled with grand Dao power, but this type of power had little effects on the living beings there. This wasn't the case for this system. The holy light here was overwhelming and omnipresent. Just imagine the people growing up in such a system. They were devout believers. Even the mortals believed in the light and had a kind disposition. Some beasts bathed in this holiness and became sacred creatures as well. The emperor was also right about Li Qiye being suppressed by this bright affinity. The system simply didn't allow for darkness to exist. Anyone stained by the darkness would be suppressed then refined. However, the light didn't reach one particular location as if it had abandoned it, Repentance City and its vast territory. The reason for this remained unknown. The power of light was still flowing through this land, just not to the same overwhelming amount as other places. One wouldn't be able to feel the flowing holy aura here. Future generations had several explanations for this phenomenon. One stated that this city used to be the gathering den of evil. Desolate Saint himself couldn't save or change the villains here. Later on, their descendants populated this place. Some said that this city was actually a prison created by Desolate Saint to jail evil beings. Now it became home for their progenies. The third speculation asserted that Desolate Saint purposely removed the light, wanting to turn this place into a trial for the heart. While standing before the gate of the city, the words, "Repentance City," popped out like a sore thumb. Some students in the group were from the other academies. One of them asked, "Why is it named Repentance?" No one could answer this question, not even the dean. "Because it washes away the sin caused by the light, hence the name, Repentance." Li Qiye chuckled. "Nonsense, the light is the holiest force in the world. The only thing being washed is the sin caused by the darkness." One student from another academy refuted. These foreign students were blessed with light in their own academies. They condemned repentance and thought this was a place of sin, the reason for the absence of light. So now, they naturally became infuriated when Li Qiye said that their light was also a cause of sin. If there is nothing but light in this world, how can darkness exist? Li Qiye elaborated, "Without darkness as a yardstick, how do you know that the light is the holiest force?" Chapter 2804, Li Qiye's comments stunned the group, making them exchange perplexed glances. "Are you even listening to yourself?" Deng Rensen, the oldest among them, coldly said. "Then tell me the reason why Desolate Saint left a place like this. Do you think his light, one that can illuminate all of three immortals, really couldn't reach this place?" Li Qiye smiled. No one could refute this statement. Desolate Saint was one of the top progenitors in history. A place where his light couldn't reach meant that it should be terrifying, the greatest darkness. This wasn't the case for repentance. It wasn't that terrifying or dark, just the same as any other city in immortal lineage to a certain extent. The light is salvation, a guiding lamp in the darkness. Li Qiye smiled, but what happens when the entire world is covered in light and all the inhabitants are worshippers of this affinity? Being slaves to the light is no different from living under darkness. The only difference is the process. The darkness utilizes terror while the light entices with hope. Thus, always being subservient to the light is a sin of complacent and indulgence. This necessitates repentance, hence the creation of this city. The youths were stunned to hear such a radical thought. They have never thought about it or dared to do so before. Perhaps this made them question the light, even if just a little bit. Growing up in this system meant bathing in the light. In their eyes, the light was the guiding principle. Anything not touched by the light was darkness and unforgivable. Some began contemplating, others became angry at him for insulting their faith. Preposterous. Deng Rensen's eyes turned cold with murderous intent. Our system will not allow for a dark-stained person like you to do as you please. Death is in order. This is the conduct of the light. Talking about killing after one disagreement. Li Chia smirked. Let's assume I'm a Sinkin. Have you witnessed any immoral act from me? All I'm doing right now is commenting on the light, yet you are asking for my head. Who is the light and darkness between the two of us then? Don't forget, the light's goal is to save all living beings, not putting down dissidents. Elder Deng, his words have some sense to them. Just this comment alone doesn't warrant any punishment. Dean Du Wenrei nodded and said. That's more like it, the benevolence of light. Li Chia said, resorting to using fists right away is well, putting light and darkness aside, it's really the nature of cultivators, the rule of the jungle. The bigger fist will be on the side of justice. No need to assume the role of the light and judge others. That's throwing away your ancestors' reputation and desolate saints' prestige. You. Deng Rensen turned red. Alas, he couldn't actually do anything to a junior because that would be inappropriate for his status. Okay, stop arguing, everyone. Du Wenrei said, appreciating the subtleties behind Li Chia's critique. Some students here were still hostile towards Li Chia despite his mediation. However, the ones from repentance reflected on this new perspective. The group eventually entered the city and headed for their school. A prosperous and lively atmosphere greeted them. There was no light and darkness here, only people trying to live. It was a bustling scene with people coming and going, the lifestyle of mortals consisting of kindness and treachery, hard work and thievery. One could hear the loud peddlers on the streets filled with people. Some young thieves were trying to earn their next meal. These actions weren't separated into light or darkness, just another part of the mortal coil. The group consisted of students from outside academies and those from Repentance Institution. The latter was familiar with the city since they grew up here, accustomed to this rowdiness. However, this wasn't the case for the outsiders. They thought they were entering a vulgar town, akin to noble knights visiting a tiny village. Other places in the system were filled with light. Their lives revolved around faith and worshipping. This affinity made their soil fertile, allowing them to live in riches. Thus, they spent their time learning the etiquette and customs of nobility. They couldn't adapt to this situation. Some even looked down on this way of life. Degenerates, how unsightly, they dare to consider themselves people of the light. Deng Rensen observed the thieves and dishonest peddlers, finding them an eyesore. Buzz. A powerful aura erupted from him like a soaring dragon. The light affinity rushed out and filled the area nearby, washing away all impurities. The muddy green tiles beneath his path started glowing. It was as if he was turning the ground itself into a sacred paradise. He then put on a dignified and intimidating expression. A messenger of the light. Those nearby shouted after seeing his appearance. The citizens on the street stared at him in awe, so the place quieted down. A light messenger was a general term in Repentance City for powerful outsiders. Ordinary students and disciples weren't strong enough. Deng Rensen was a senior, so he had enough power to make the crowd call him a light messenger. The non-native students joined in as well. They released their light and lined up in a column behind him, looking quite serious while expelling corruption. They were in high spirits, standing shoulders above others like nobilities. Are they from Northern Academy? Or from the other big three? Some wondered with admiration. The group believed that they were superior and didn't try to hide it at all with their gazes. The students from Repentance didn't do anything. They could also have the same glow because they have cultivated merit laws before. Their glow might be weaker than Lu Shimao, but not by much. However, they came from this city and doing so was akin to looking down upon their own background. They didn't want to have a conflict with Lu Shimao's group either, so they lingered behind, eventually walking next to Li Chia. The Dean of Repentance Institution remained quiet with a natural expression, not showing his stance on this matter. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.